Addison is closest gap is Addison and Adam, and Skuman and Pretorius. Yeah. Give me a second, I'm going to be back in 5 minutes.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The Streamlabs decided it could not handle what was going on and shut us down. But we have started it up once again. For those of you that have or do join us on the YouTube, thank you very much. Let's just go here quickly, just drop a note. That's the first time my Streamlabs has crashed like that. So sorry for those that we lost. Unfortunately, we just missed. Oh no, that's Ruan Heineke collecting the wall, going through 130R, and a very interesting thing had happened a little bit earlier on, just as we go back and we can check here in the replay at the end of lap number 4. This is all happening live. It wasn't Skuman, it was Ruan. You see just going through, just clipping that curb, losing the rear, and right at the bottom there, that was Ulrich de Jager, who experienced a very, very similar fate. Just clipping that curb on the inside, and unfortunately is sending them both into the wall. Let's just go back there. Just before here. So that is one of the LNR guys right behind him. And you can see as he approaches into the 130R, very, very close. It looks like he was going to make a move, just tucks back on the inside. And as Ulrich goes through too much curb, just unsettles the car, and just about a textbook version of what had happened there to Cilliers.
Green light, go, go, go.
So we are back. Thought I could just get that replay up so we could see what went down, what has been missed. And so much has happened in such a short time. Ulrich de Jager down in 12th place after unfortunately finding that wall. He is coming up. So Mr. Fenter, I don't know which one that is, but I'm sure that's Paul Fenter. Just checking the stream. It should be good now. The Streamlabs did crash, did kick us out, but at least now we are just streaming to YouTube. And that is going to fix the lagging issue. Currently, it's Tariq Adam, fastest man on the track, a 2-minute .212. And that is first, second, and third in the background there. So Luke Addison hanging on there in the BMW. And Henry Meyer is not too far off. 2.6 seconds is the distance between himself and Tariq.
Sorry, it's cutting in here, Dylan. If we go back to P6, we've got Pretorius and Skuman with the 2/10 gap between them. And Skuman is looking to be a bit of the quicker driver right now. based on the fast lap and the last lap.
We did see earlier on is that Skuman did get past him, so it looks like Gerard has been able to take that position back. In terms of the fastest laps, Tariq does have that fastest lap, but Luke Addison is only 0.2 off him. And interestingly enough, Luke's second sector is quicker than Tariq, so definitely it's a little bit in the tank there for him. Advano now right on the back of him now. Oof. That was so close, the way he moved up onto the inside. What a great shot of all four cars coming down the main straight into turn number 1 and 2. Mr. Carter, we're assuming that we'd see you here, but how's that? I hope that is a better set compared to everything else now. So, Jude, are you seeing some cloud cover?
A little bit, in fact, but there is no rain on the radar yet. Saw this happen a few times in practice where they'll get cloudy or say, "Oh, here comes rain. Let's maybe change strategies," and there was nothing. So maybe it's a storm passing over or passing by, but I don't think we're not expecting any rain at least for the next 15 minutes. So we'll see though. But this is gonna give the tyres a bit of breathing room. Although the track's not that hot, it's only 28 degrees Celsius, which is not bad, and the air temp's only 22 degrees Celsius, so I'm not sure how much it will change. Maybe it'll make drivers, or maybe mess up a few braking markers if drivers are using shadows as their braking points, but that's not going to change much yet.
So there's an interesting development, is as the track has got, with air temps are getting colder, the BMW has just set the fastest time there. Luke Addison a 2:00.00.110. Really cutting that corner as tight as possible. And Henry May in the background there still hanging on, but that gap is starting to open up ever so slightly between himself and the two ahead.
Yeah, I think at this current point in time, the Genesis Esports guys have got a bit more than Mayer does in the tank currently. They've got a bit more pace at this point, and I expect the BMW to get a bit quicker as well, as the BMW loves the cold temperatures. It prefers the low hot stuff, so colder it gets, the BMW should be a bit stronger. Not much, but at their level, it doesn't really matter if it's how big it is. It's a stronger means stronger.
And we have seen, just in terms of the pit stops, is Ruan Heineke has been into the pits. It looked like that he did go in. A 13-second pit stop there for him, so I'm assuming that was just so that he was able to get some of that damage repaired after we saw him, as we got the stream back up, finding that curb on the outside and sticking up on the wall on the inside. So we are able to just go through some of the comments that are coming through. Michael Schut saying good luck, Schulz, good luck to all drivers. Jason Farmer saying good luck everyone, let's go LTR indeed. Antonio Gamble, have a great day everyone, go LTR. Jason Farmer, my boy, heaving some awesome racing. Mr. Fencer, yeah, just a comment on the stream, which looks like we have resolved that now that we've just dropped that dual stream. For some reason our Streamlabs crashed, so there must have been something behind the scenes there that I wasn't too happy about. And Matthew Carter has joined us, agreeing that I've now fixed my sound. Thank you very much. And Jude, fixing the sound day by day. Yep. I wear the same headset, I put it on my head exactly the same, and I just don't understand how the mic settings change from one race to the next race when everything is exactly the same.
Sometimes technology is not doesn't have the most continuity between it. Just have to restart your device and go on. Going down to the battle for 6th place, Skullman's still behind Pretorius. but Pretorius hasn't really been able to extend much of a gap. It's still 5 tenths, and then there is a little pink, little orange Aston, just joining the fray now, about 4 tenths, 3 tenths behind on average. So it'll be interesting to see what the Aston Martins can do, because these Ferraris seem quite even in the straights and the corners.
And yes, they. Oh. So the whole idea is, in terms of the Aston, is that there wasn't any BOP that was added on to them, which I thought was pretty interesting. Where everybody else, there's, I say, minor changes, to say the least.
Relative. But like that Bentley's got a massive 40 kilograms taken out of it, so it's going to be fast. And yeah, so we'll see. So I just want to quickly do the math here. Just for reference, 10 kilos is about 2 tenths of a lap. Or 100, yeah, 2 tenths of a lap is about 10 kilos of ballast. So obviously, the Bentley's going to be about 7 cents quicker than without the ballast. But this is a nice thing with Alif and Bop. It brings the teams together, brings the cars closer together, so you can use whatever car you like instead of whatever car is competitive.
And that's ultimately what we want, is that close racing, right? And rather be competitive than have it just seem like everyone has the better car. But I do quite like the fact that there are different manufacturers here. Today I keep wanting to say this evening, because my brain is very much SARCO evening races, so it is taking a bit of getting used to.
Yeah.
So still 15 minutes of cloud coming. And Van Escoban, I must take my hat off to him, because he is attempting to do this by himself.
Yeah, and especially around a track like Suzuka, which requires, at least in my opinion, so much concentration, so you don't overrun your track limits, don't get drive-throughs. That sort of stuff's so easy around here. Yeah, I could not do that for 10 hours. Not at all.
So I'm just scanning through what's happening, and sure, Luke Addison has just slotted himself 1 second behind. It was cameraman Tim getting himself very lost there. 1 second behind, and Tariq is not allowing, he's not being able to pull that gap on him. Got myself all tongue twisted there.
You see the BMW behind. It actually had a slide on it.
Yep.
Lost the rear end nearly through spoon. Luckily saved it, but that's cost him about
that's half a second. Yeah, and that is the unfortunate thing about not getting the same drive as your competitor ahead of you, is that you do start making that mistake. You do lose that drive, and now have to go and find that time up again and get yourself back up to put in a challenge. But I don't think at this point is that they are looking to challenge each other. It's just about circulating together, getting that rhythm.
Currently their goal is, I assume, just try to pull a gap on the rest of the field, see how big it is. Currently it's only about 4 seconds ahead of Meyer, and on the last lap, even with the mistake, last lap they pulled again 2 tenths away from Meyer, so we'll see. But at the end, if we're lucky, we'll get a nice little battle. If they're still together, like if none of them have incidents, then at the end we could have a battle, but I don't think we're going to have anything for now.
here I've been chatting for the last 2 minutes and somehow bumped my microphone up and I didn't even realize I'd done it. And I'm saying that Sean, it looks like he's getting stuck behind these two. And then you never answered me.
I'm waiting. I'm like, oh, I wonder what's happening here.
Oh my gosh. I leaned forward and I bumped my microphone, so I've got one of those little flicky down, flicky up ones, and I turned it off. And I've been talking to you and you haven't been answering. Oh my gosh.
Well, anyway, it's I think Stratum looks like he's stuck now behind Skuman and Pretorius. But
Because
that Aston seems.
The point I was trying to...
Here comes the move.
The point I was trying to make...
Side by side, into the final
No, but he's
chicane.
on the outside. He's on the outside, so...
I know straight. No.
Yeah, that was well done there by Sean. I was just hoping he wasn't going to try and go too wide there, because Vanna would not have seen him coming there. What I was trying to say is that Sean Stratum currently is, I'm saying inverted commas, his best lap was a 2:01.5 versus Van der Skuman a 2:01.57 and Geralt a 2:01.6. So there's only 0.1 in here. But Sean did a 2:02.1, but it wasn't a valid lap.
Yeah, so I think Sean's currently got a bit more pace, but I think he's caught them at the wrong time actually, for his pace. But I think if we now look down to P9, we can now see that Free is going to start slowly coming on here. Oh, I don't know what's happening. Schoolman's not having a... down into Digma 2.
Side by
down
side.
No
hold the lane, hold your lane, no contact. But
Braden seems to have let him go.
No, Sean, that was well done by Sean.
Drive.
Well done there by Sean.
That was close.
He was on the tighter inside line, and I'm looking. There was no.
I saw no contact on my side. Surprisingly.
I got. Okay. Yes, there was a little bit of contact. So it looked like it might have been that side by side touch. But a really good racing there from the two of them. And look there, what's happening.
Look how Skuman's now running wide. I think he's under a bit of pressure here. And if you look at the back of the shot, I'm not sure if you can see it on your side.
There we go.
There's a pink car.
So Andres Dupria is definitely going to get involved here. The longer Sean stays behind. And what's happened?
He went wide. He went wide and Stratum just ate that opportunity right up. And
well, let's have a look at our Celtic Tuning Midrand replay. So going into a 130. Oh, too much inside curb. Yeah. Well, if he had come off the power, he was on the grass, bounced off the grass, didn't quite carry the same speed that Sean did. So I'm pretty sure that he might just get away with that.
Yeah, we'll see though, because ACC, it's very it's a good sim, but sometimes with these sort of things, it's not the most consistent thing in the world. But we'll see.
And the battle for first and second place, Tariq Adam 1 second ahead of Luke Addison, and Luke being able to catch up on that time, are starting to just catch up to the back of Ulrich de Joche. We did see earlier on touching that inside curb just too much and bouncing off through 130R. It was almost a carbon copy of what had happened to Russeliers.
Yeah, look how close Addison's got back all the time he lost when he had that incident at Spoon. But look at their last lap times. It's the exact same, basically. So they match each other.
0.552 to a 2 minute 0.580. And their fastest lap times are 0.065 difference. That's how close
Addison's actually going quicker now. So we may have, I don't think we'll have a battle, but they'll be closer to each other now, soon. We'll be closer to each other. They'll be bump to bumper nearly.
And if you have just joined us, we had an interesting start. We did a quick server reset. We lost our BOP. We manually loaded our BOP and we were watching guys coming in and out like a hawk. We then had a great start in terms of no one making contact into the first lap, followed by a incident all done by himself, and that was by Russ. And
Oh, that's not nice.
yeah, no, he did that well. He did that well. He went
That's
through
a
there.
horrible place you can't find a car. That's this is Edison right there.
But
Nothing
I
he
think,
could have done.
I think he did well, because if he had slowed down where he was, it would have
That would've been
compromised
worse.
the other two. But he carried the
Yeah.
speed through the kink at turn number 10, moved right to the outside, and he just opened the door for the two of them. So it looked a bit dodgy, I think, but I think in hindsight it was actually a
It's
good
the
call.
best thing he could have done.
Yes,
But
at that point.
for Adam, for Tariq Adam, it's not a nice place to catch, especially with this M4 straight line speed. Look at the amount he's gaining. He's not going to go for a move mode, or not. But I mean, look how that's brought Addison into the play. And if you look at your last lap times, Addison 2/10 quicker. So I think currently the M4 may have a bit more speed. I'm not sure if we'll get a race. We'll see. But I think, yeah, that was not a good time for Tariq Adam to see a blue flag in front of him.
And still to come for...
What's happened to Schoolman? Stradham's passed him, and Pretorius as well. They've had some things happen to him. He's lost about 5 seconds a lap.
There's Skuman there. I've got him as 1 second behind Sean.
But what happened to Pretorius? That's what I mean, sorry. He's down in P9. He's lost 6 seconds a lap.
That is correct. We missed that. So to the LCR guys that are currently there, let us know what happened to Gerard. We missed it. There was lots of other shenanigans happening. Luke Addison, half a second now behind Tariq. Is there going to be a move on the cards here, or is he just going to hang there? Let's give Mr. Chris Haneke a little check-in. Half an hour and 4 minutes to have gone by of this a 10-hour race here at Suzuka. Track is optimal. The track temp is increasing, as well as the ambient temperature, 23 degrees there. No wind, which doesn't make sense because then how the clouds coming and going. ACC, I think you might just think about that. And here's Chris Haneke 10 seconds behind Henry Mayo, currently in third, and 8 seconds ahead of Mohat Musa in fifth place.
Yeah, currently Haneke is very much just driving his own race. He's not gaining on the guys in front. He's not really leaving Musa in the dust. Like, there's only a 10th difference in their last lap, but he is slowly pulling away. So I think he's going to find himself in no man's land shortly.
Oh, the other interesting thing that happened on our stream, I was going to say, is that a move to the inside? No, it was not.
Wait.
Is our Streamlabs crashed. We had some frame drops, and then we had to restart. Unfortunately, had the game still going. And as we joined, we saw Ruan Haneke doing the same thing that Russ and Ulrich de Jager did, touching the inside curb through R30, the R130, 130R, and put it on the wall on the inside. And he had a little pit stop to get some of that damage fixed. Ooh, that was wide, right?
I did not see what we're talking about. No, it did not look wide. He was still on a valid lap.
Okay.
So no. He was just barely within track limits.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is not a good... Ulrich de Jager, second time. What happened? Cameraman Tim confusing himself.
Yeah,
Yes.
Ulrich, same place, same... just went deep, allowed Mayer by. Mayer didn't really lose. I think maybe he lost 2 or 3 tenths, but that's not going to affect his race
So
too
I
much.
think let's just do this. I do want to see it from on board. Oh! Yeah, that looked like there definitely was a little bit of contact there.
Now lost the position, and I think he's gone wide somewhere. I'm not too
Because
sure where, because he's down on his delta and he's on an invalid lap. Not sure where he's gone wide, but he has gone wide and lost the position somewhere.
good afternoon, Frankie. A message from him saying, "Good afternoon, you beautiful people of SARCO." Good evening, Frankie. Yeah, thanks for the nice message, Frankie. We're saying nice to hear from you again. We actually have one of the LNR drivers who
Hello.
jumped in. Jude Neville has decided to start the race with me before he does his stint in the next hour and a bit, I would assume.
Yeah, so about 8 hours into the race, I'll get in the car.
So
or 8 hours left of the race, sorry.
8 hours left. Okay, so
Which
that's
is-
2 hours in, which is about an hour and a half.
Which is going to be, from what I can see, that's going to be the sunset stunts, basically. Because
my
obviously
gosh.
we're running with 2 times progression, yeah.
Yeah.
So and sun starts setting from like I think between 4:30 and 6. That's when it's at its worst. Or it's those 2 hours but later. But I think I'm gonna be in the sunset stunts, which is
Nothing like
definitely
going
nice.
into Spoon into the sunset, because that's exactly where the sun goes down, right?
Yeah, but the worst is Dunlop. You can't see your exits, run wide very often there.
So, a message for you, Jude. Judy Awe. That's from Frankie.
The brick. Yeah, so no, Addison's kind of stabilized at about 3 tenths behind Adam. Although the lap times fluctuating a bit this time. Addison was 2 tenths slower than than Tariq. And this time I think Tariq's going to be a touch slower than Luke. So they're very much keeping themselves in check. Still pulling away by about a second or lap from Mayer behind. I think we are going to have 1-2 for Genesis on the cards here.
So when you say about a second, we've got to be a little bit more specific.
9 tenths. 9 tenths.
It's not quite a second, because 9 tenths at this level
I forgot about that.
is massive.
Massive.
So that's a
Anyway,
2-minute 0.5 for Tariq, 2-minute 0.3 for Luke.
an
And
8 tenths slower is Mr. Mayer. Sure 1-1.
So that is 1 point. No, it's not 1. It's 0.8.
8, yeah.
See? So it's not quite a second.
No. And then Russa is about a 10th and a half slower than Heineken on the last lap. And Skuman is he's got straight and right behind him. His last lap was a 2.5. But he's trying to lose touch with Russa, but I think at the start of the race, if I remember correctly, they had very similar pace, but now he's starting to lose to the M4 in front of him.
And we're just about 40 minutes through this race, and man, I just look at Van and I go that he's going to be doing this all by himself. To have somebody like Sean Stradham right on your behind for effectively the last 6 laps, but to know that this could possibly be the trend for the next 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, little snap of the rear there, and I'm finding more and more cars are doing that on the exit of turn 9.
It's a very slippery corner that can catch you out badly if you're not careful. But it's a very, very the track's quite low grip actually. So your tires they feel like they start dying about now, is when your pace may still be there, but your tires will be kind of telling you, I think I'm dead. So oftentimes now you start seeing coming out of Spoon a lot of cars having to correct oversteer and sometimes you get start getting understeer through 130R and Dunlop and stuff. So we'll see.
A fair message there from Frankie saying, Jude, are you nervous for the sushi track?
No.
There you go, Frankie. Straight from the horse's mouth. The answer is no. Frankie did say that he was going to take part in the race, but work said he's got to work. Well, that's unfortunately what happens, Frankie. You got to do what you got to do so that you can do what you want to do. But this little battle between Stradom and Skuman is quite interesting. And you mentioned it earlier, Andries Dupria in the back there is every lap he's just taking 0.2, 0.2,
yeah.
0.2.
And I know one thing for sure is both Underdog cars are not on the same setup. Conrad's different. So the pink one will be strong in certain areas, and the orange one will be strong in other areas.
Is that not also related to the drivers?
Yeah, that too. But we were in the little bit of practice we did. A lot of us were within a tenth or two of each other. So I expect there will be through the S's the pink machine. The 420 will be quicker than the orange, and then the higher speed stuff. I think the orange car would be a bit quicker.
Okay, so that tells me that the higher car has got a more, it's a stiffer turn in.
Yeah, we're running
more mechanical grip on the pink.
Exactly. We're using more. I think we're running a bit more rotation in our pink car, but it's pretty decent. We'll see. Can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah,
little snap of the reel on the exit there. Yeah, that's definitely going to help Sean. But as I say, they dropped to 0.7 and then 0.8, so Sean didn't quite get the
I expect the Aston to have a lot more top-end speed compared to Ferrari, but it doesn't seem to be that way. Not currently, at least. Going back to the front, just 3 tenths between them again. Addison 2 tenths quicker on this lap, or 1.5 tenths if you want to be a bit more precise.
Well, we can be 100% precise, and that would be 0.15 is the difference.
So I was right. Cool.
Well, Sean's still trying to find a way around Van Skuman.
And again, last lap, 2 tenths between Dupria and Stradom.
Which is what that is telling me is, in this middle sector, I think that Vanner's car is better suited because Sean is catching him in the later section. So here Vanner's able to keep him at bay, but then only once they go up around the back does Sean start closing up on the straight. Sean's just not able to get the drive out. Now he's closing up. Now he's going
not closed up.
Now he's going to have a dive here into turn number 10 and prove me completely wrong and take a place.
I doubt you'll. No, Stradom won't dive. He'll try to scare him maybe, but he won't dive. Let's see. But the Ferrari, I'm not sure, but if we do have some rain, I expect the Aston. Well, that's the reason why we use our endurance car. That's good in mixed conditions. That really works well there. McLaren's, I don't know. I can't remember how everything was performed. Different lines there. So that's the difference there. So Van is going a bit deeper, cutting back in, getting straight to exit, so he's on power earlier. And that is, I think, helping him a lot into the final chicane, where you would expect the Aston to have higher top end gap.
Yes, and he just bangs it down into 5th, into 6th.
That was on the edge of track limit, sure. For Skuman. And again, Dupria is now a bit closer.
Well, let's just see what the times are as they cross the line, because they were 0.05 difference the last lap. So Vanna goes
1.4 and 1.7. So that's a massive game that Jazz has had.
Oh, there's a mistake there.
Wide. Are we gonna do the switch? Yes, we are. Oh no, man! Oh no!
Jude?
Oh, that's not. That's not ideal.
No. He went wide there on the inside. Ooh, it looks like, yeah, that was a wall. Pink car into the wall.
Especially considering it was the Aston that I'm in. That's
Well, look,
doing that.
he'll have to just drive that car just to the end of the stint. So he's only really got
Yeah.
about another 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't expect it to have much damage. About even like anything under about 10-15 seconds shouldn't affect the car too much. Then again, he went straight on into the wall, so I'm not too sure.
And Frankie's saying the L&R boss is going to be fuming. Well, I'm sure they'll be able to sort it out between themselves, Frankie. But yeah, that's definitely not ideal, and I think it was just the way Sean had just lost it, gone a little bit wide. Thinks he might have, Dupree might have thought he was clear, and just ran the normal line, but just making that contact.
Yeah.
Unstabilizes the rear, and once that
nearly
rear's
got
gone,
off scot-free. Nearly got off scot-free, I think, but just unfortunate. I wouldn't really say that's anyone's fault. I think it's a racing incident. I don't think you can put the blame on anyone, and if you had to, it would probably be the pink car, and that's got punished for it already. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much damage it is in the next few laps. We'll be able to tell if it's a lot of damage, if it's not a lot of damage.
well, we'll ask our admin just to keep his eye on where the report comes in. But I'm sure that something like that can be dealt with and sorted out within a Discord chat, which I'm sure you guys are in together anyway.
Yep, they seem they still are, but we'll see.
So just checking, we've got Mansaray Issa has just followed us on Facebook. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate the follow. But come and join us on our YouTube channel. I think maybe that's what I need to do quickly. Jude, is there any change of the strategy that now needs to be done other than the extended lap time, or now that there was the contact, are you guys just gonna carry on driving, keep the race, keep the strategy, but not really go and mix anything up now?
Okay, yeah, that's sorted.
There we go. So who is saying what is the question we really want to know.
Unintentional.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say. But damage doesn't seem too bad, especially considering we've only got about 10-15 minutes left of the stint. Depends on where you put.
Okay. Right, cool.
It's not the end of the world. We all just said we're lucky it was now and not at the start of the race.
Yeah. 100% agreed.
And also, it's now and not at the end of the race would have been the worst. If it was like the last stints, that would have not been fun.
Because there's still time, and that time can still be made back. And we saw how Dupree was making that progress. He was slowly but surely catching. So yeah, I think it's the right call. Just keep going, head down, and you should be able to make it up.
And we're looking at everyone's last lap. Stratum did a 0.2, a 202, a Skuman a 203, and Dupree a 2.4. So it's not like he's not lost too much pace compared to the three cars he's fighting. And he's in the pit stop will probably be jumped by Pretorius, but there's such a big gap between Pretorius and Cilliers. It's not gonna. It's not gonna be like the position lost won't be too big.
Yeah, cool. And it is really awesome that you got. And it's also funny that I've just posted that up on our Facebook page, and it was at that moment that the stream has now been captured.
That's funny. It does seem now near the end of the stint, yeah, the damage is quite. It seems a bit worse than it first was, but we'll see at the end of the lap what the pace losses. But he's losing about a second a lap, or a second and a bit a lap, and the guys around him are not losing much. Stradham's on for a near personal best. So I think Stradham's now going to focus on again and back up to the rear end of Skuman again. Well, I think it's the third time. We'll see what he does from there. Up ahead, Heineke's still kind of in his own world. 10 seconds behind, 17 seconds ahead. And the two Genesis cars been maybe fallen back a bit. I think last I looked at it was 0.4, it's now 1.1.
Yep, and the times of those two compared to the last lap, the difference there was 0.002.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
So to all of those who are on the YouTube, if you do know that you've got your mates that have been waiting for the Facebook link, I have just dropped it up on the Facebook page and tell them, hey guys, come and join us. We are in the YouTube. So Sean, he is closing up onto the back of Vanner again.
Once again. And it seems like Dupree is matching pace with the 433, but Stradham's pulling ahead, but gaining on Skuman. So it's actually gonna, I think, after pit stop, we'll see what the pace is like of the 420. Because from what I understand, it's quite a bit of damage. I think, if I remember, it's 15 seconds or around about there we got from our incident.
Yeah, there was the flag did come up here on our side showing that there was the contact between the cars.
Yeah. So last lap, Dupree only lost 2 tenths to Skuman, but lost 6 tenths to Stradham. I think, yeah, that's kind of, that shows you the difference in the damage. Damage versus no damage between our two cars. Yeah, up ahead, Addison's now just lost a bit to Tariq. He's lost about half a second in this one lap. 4 tenths probably is a better, 4 tenths is a better estimate. So, not sure if their tyres are not well, or he made a mistake somewhere early in the lap.
Well, we are getting to that point where we are just about an hour into the race, and within that hour, the tires, I think, are optimal for about 40 to 45 minutes. After that, you just start losing that performance essentially.
Yeah, you don't, like, in theory the pace should be pretty similar, but you lose a bit of rear end grip out of corners. And then when you have your slides coming out of Spoon, coming out of Degner 2, going through most of the S's, though that's where it affects you badly. Battle for P6, Skuman's made a bunch of mistakes this lap, and Stradham's a tenth away from him now.
Well, that was, I was to say, they looked not quite a tenth away. They look side by side, but Skuman going to the inside.
Straight up. Ooh.
Oh, we know it's dangerous on that curb on the outside. Is he going to leave enough space? Stradham around the outside at 130R. Spots it up on the inside. It's too deep. He's going to have to give that place back. Is spun around. There's contact. Van der Skuman is spinning, and he's at contact again.
Contact with the other Aston.
Oh, that car was still spinning.
I just want to see. I want to see actually from above the contact between Stratum and. Oh, that the front end of the Aston does not look good.
No, that's definitely under pressure now. And Gerard, I'm sure he's going to be relishing at this opportunity to try and get himself ahead of the limping Aston Martin. Unfortunately, Jude, you did say that that was the car that you are going to be driving. Oh, Gerard. Just about jumping onto the rear. Vanna is pushing extremely hard in the background there. So this could possibly be where Gerard is able to can get the drive out. That Aston touching the grass, not able to get the drive out of turn number 11. But Gerard needs to be just a little bit patient here.
Yeah.
Because if he just sets himself up, gets a good exit out of Spoon, he should be able to get that place done before they go into 130R.
Because with the damage on the Aston, I expect it to be quite draggy now, or a bit more draggy. So we'll see. Luke Addison's lost even more time now to Tariq Adam up at front. So now we're starting to see maybe why the Academy car is...
there we go. That's the move done and dusted. Gerard was on the inside. He had the much tighter line. And was able to
driving into the pit lane. Yep, driving into the pit lane.
Look, for Andrews, it is a little bit early, but I think relative to where they are, you're only losing 15 minutes of where some of the cars would be running, and that is something that you are able to make up.
Yeah, so I'm actually happy they put this lap, which is. Because the amount of time we were going to lose just by saying us would be a lot. And now it's going to be Dave into the car, Dave Young. Jumping the car next to us. I want to see... now we don't have any close battles. That's the biggest downside.
Yep.
Everything's stretched out now. I think Schoolman's probably our closest battle at this point now.
We do know that, and the other thing that we know is that once the first rounds of pit stops are done, everything gets shaken up again. Then those drivers start finding their groove, finding their pace, and that's when the race comes back to those people again. So look, it is what it is, considering we had 3 amazing battles at the end of our round 1 race. And I don't think that it's going to be any different for this one.
Yeah, I have to agree there. Yeah, okay, so I can tell you from that second incident, we got a further 20 seconds of damage, including some suspension damage.
Oof. Okay.
And this is actually going to put us out behind Diago in the LCR car. Although he put very early on, so... We're not really. I don't think we're racing them at this stage because they've already made it. They've got to make their pit stop in the next 15 minutes. So we'll see that.
Okay, so I've just got the pit stop was at 59 minutes for you guys. Ruan Heineke pitted at 13 minutes, but in terms of the actual time. Ruan's total pit stop there was 50 seconds. For your team there, Jude, it was 31 seconds with a 70 seconds stopping time.
Yeah, that the math adds up there. But yeah, we kind of, as we get into this pits, I think it's kind of now it sorts itself out. So we'll see a few moves, but it's now just mainly don't die, don't get track limits, don't be stupid. Just drive, and then also just be prepared in case there comes rain, which unfortunately there won't be yet. Yeah, track temps at its highest now, about 30 degrees Celsius. Half's going to get, it's not going to change much in these cars. Anything below, well, we don't really care about track temp, just affects the tire temperatures a little bit. But in terms of air temp, it's, yeah, we aren't going to get much higher than this, and if we do, it's not going to affect the order much, or the performance of the cars too much.
Yeah.
So now, I think everyone's kind of just going into, okay, we're in our little spot, let's just focus on our race alone, and push a bit, and if needed, when it comes to it, we can overtake, or do an overtake and just try to get it done with.
Look, and I know this is not really something that that we like to talk about, but is that something that the team wants to review as an incident, or is it just, look, it was racing, there was
it's
some
unintentional.
close battles,
it's racing.
We're just gonna get the car fixed, head down, and we're gonna keep driving?
It was a mistake between two drivers. It's a racing incident.
Cool.
One ran wide, the other one misjudged it. Simple as that. There's not going to be much talks happening.
Look, and that's exactly the spirit of what this racing is all about. Yes, I make a mistake, didn't do it intentionally. There's nothing much that outcome is going to change, other than if there is a penalty that is served. But then you're taking out that racing aspect of it.
Yeah, so I think at least inside the team, nothing's going to happen. At most, a sorry was said. That was probably the only thing that needs to be said. But we'll see. I doubt there'll be any reports. But yeah, we now just I think we just entered a lull in the race where everything's spread out and calmed down. We'll see when stuff happens next.
Well, here's some interesting stuff, because Luke Addison, the first of the leaders to decide to go into the pits. So that means that an hour and 3 minutes that hour and 2 minutes that he has gone in, which starts talking about that hour strategy that you were talking about.
Yeah,
as opposed to trying to run the car for longer.
He could have probably he should have stayed. I would have said he should have stayed out another lap. Musa and them, they are gonna, if they may. Oh, Musa, they're gonna struggle. They may get a drive through here for ignoring stint timer.
There is no stint timer.
Was there not stint timer?
No.
Wait, I see 65 minutes. Wait, what?
No, we don't have the stint timer, and the reason we don't have the stint timer is because of the way the simracing.gp is set up.
Yeah, well,
when we had the stint timer set on and we don't have the mandatory change, what then happens is it completely throws up and configurates the entire server.
Interesting.
Drive through for Skuman.
That's from track limits. That's in one stint he's got enough for track limits.
I was about to say, how is it possible that this is now the third time that Ulrich has been caught at that corner? Oh, that BMW did not look happy on the exit there. So, and that's the thing, is that there are no stint timers, and we had to take that off, only because we've got Van der Skuman who's driving by himself, and when you take off the mandatory driver change, and it puts -1 figures on the simracing.gp, we had an issue where we started the race in our round number 1, and what it did is it says total drive time 45 seconds, total stint time 30 seconds. So everybody was DQ'd before they got through half of the lap. So from a stint timing point of view, it is set to 22,000 seconds or 50,000 seconds, so that it basically runs past the 12 hours. So there is no stint times or requirements for you to change then and there. So we have lost Jude, but I'm sure he will be back a little bit later. I think just Jude going to figure stuff out. Vanner closing up onto the back of Gerard Pretorius once again. And we did see Vanner getting past Gerard earlier on. A little bit of a side-by-side between himself and Sean. Mohat Musa just showing that he's a little bit slower. Not too sure what happened there. Camera momentum confused. Comment here from Frankie. SARCO News. Team ACDC Electrical has signed a deal with Frankie for being beyond his racing for the remainder of 2 soccer seasons. That's amazing. Very nice there, Frankie. Well done. So with the BMW of Luke Addison going into pits, it has a freed up Tariq Adam. Henry Meyer, he has gone into the pits, so he will be either double stinting or handing that over to Fleming Bauer, which now moves Chris Heinecker up into a 2nd place for now. Well, there's definitely something happening here side by side. Vander on the inside. And Gerard just opening up the inside there, just allowing enough space. And Vander able to go through. So all the positions now are starting to change as the pit stops start getting done. So Henry Mayer will be now coming out. And that was 32 seconds entry time, 34.6 stoppage time. Christian Venter, 30.2 entry time and 33 seconds stop time. Yes, Jude. I explained everything that had happened and then realized that you were there.
Yeah, I had to just make sure my teammates knew there was no stint timer, which they thankfully did.
They did not know there was. I mean, they did know that there was not one.
Yeah.
Okay.
They realized when the lap 1 started.
Yes. Oh. So what I was saying is then in the last race is that we had set the server that there wasn't any stint times or anything like that. And that was because there was a driver that wanted to do the race by himself. So we turned off the mandatory driver change.
Yeah.
By doing that, it defaults your stint timer and your allowed drive time to -1.
Oh, lovely.
At the start of our first race, everybody was told that their stint time is 45 seconds and the drive time was about 30 seconds. So before the end of lap 1, everybody was disqualified and sent back to the pits. And then we reset it. And the same thing happened.
ACC is a lovely sim, but it has a few issues.
And there we go. It is Matt Carter on the stream saying, "Hey Dylan, are you talking about me? Do the French race solo?" Yes, Matt, you were the reason that we did those settings. So is this the drive-through now for Van?
Yep, it is. He is now in the pit
No, but he nearly drove into the wall.
Yeah. Let's see. For the Ferraris, okay, so now I understand why there's 6 Ferraris, because Ferrari is very good for this sort of race, because on one tank you can go like 80 minutes. And compared to most cars, they can do... Well, Ferrari, let's see. Last time I did an endurance race in it, it did 85 minute stint. Most cars do 70 to 75 minutes. So you can cut off an extra stop compared to basically any other car.
And look, and that's why the stint timers are important, because what it does is it takes away some of that fuel tank advantage, but in the same light is it's one of the things about that car that you're able to use, and if you're able to use that to your advantage.
Ooh.
So is that now track cut warning number 1?
Maybe.
That he
Although
has coming out.
I don't think he gained any time from that one, because normally if you do track limits there, you're in the grass anyway. I just want to go up, so back up to Heineke in the Bentley. This is another car that is it's one. Remember I said it was very good on tires, very good on fuel.
Yes.
So they will be able to probably have a better pace than the cars around them, which at that point was no one, because they had 20 seconds in front, 10 seconds behind. So they will be able to go further than the other cars around them, and I think the Bentley is a very nice car if you don't have some timers. So I expect them to be strong. They probably will cut out the extra pit stop. So now my main interest is currently is the 213, the P2, Tech P2 currently. If they continue with this thing of pitting every hour, they are going to be overcut by that Bentley, because they're going to lose 30 to 60 seconds just in pit stop times.
So just to bring that back, so Tariq looks like he is the double stinting. Christian Venter is 4 seconds behind, having pitted, but now depending on how much they've fueled up for that race, is again exactly what you're talking about. It brings in that, what has that strategy been? Are they going on the hour? Because then they are effectively adding that one more pit stop.
Yeah, so I'm actually just going to run some numbers here.
Some Jude Neville numbers and
forecasting. Yeah, this is what I do. I like the numbers. But no, I'm not sure how much fuel that Bentley is using. We can very easily tell once they've stopped how much they put in from the start of the race. Do a bit of math and we can work out what their spin plan is going to be for the rest of the race. But I expect that Bentley is going to be able to go 80 minutes of stint. I expect it to. And that's about 40 laps. Okay. About 3 liters a lap. Sorry, I'm just doing numbers on the fly here. So, they are going to be able to do a 7-stop race for this race. They can, if they get their fuel usage low enough, to 2.8 liters a lap. They will be able to do 6 pit stops total.
That's amazing.
And the Ferrari, I know for a fact, can do that. If they do a bit of lift and coast, they will be able to do they'll probably be able to do the same sort of thing. So they'll cut an extra stop out their race. So Ferraris, they'll be kind of out of place till the very end of the race. You don't really know where they're going to finish. If the ones that are going 80 plus minutes for their stints, or I think actually it's a bit longer than 80 minutes stints. Actually, let me check. Yeah, okay. You have to, if you want to be able to make this one work, you have to go 85 minutes a stint to make that work. And the Ferrari should be able to do that not pretty easy, but with a bit of lift and coast and a bit of fuel management, they'll be able to do that. So I expect Schoolman to do that. He is 74 minutes in stints. Flores as well. And then Cilliers as well, like finding, is also about 45 minutes into his stint. Oh, sorry, 75 minutes into his stint.
Yeah.
So expect them to go long and cuts maybe only do a 6-stop race, whereas like the 213 car was for a little bit looking like it was going to do a 9-stop race. And then also I see here the other M4s come into pit now. Car 31, they've come out the pits after doing a 74-minute stint, so they'll probably on a 7-stop that's what they're planning to do. Is only 7 stops.
So I must say it's all pretty interesting because we've now got different pit stop strategies across all the different manufacturers, and currently where they're sitting in terms of the order is that the ones that are lower down looks like they're the ones who are getting that advantage. So it is going to be playing out quite interestingly as we go.
So the McLarens, both them, they managed 70-minute stints. I assume that was on full fuel. And I think so I think the McLarens, they probably do 7 stops as well. Like, I need to check though. They'll probably be able to do 7 stops pretty easily. But that is interesting that that makes now the Bentley, this is where the Bentley and the Ferrari is good. There's this is made of the race a lot more interesting to watch and partaking all these different strategies.
So if you are watching, don't go too far. Because
although all the action will be at the end of the race. That's when we'll learn
exactly
who's where.
So yeah, what I wanted to say, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back. I just need to take a little break, and it's only because we have been sitting here since 10 o'clock this morning and realized that there are certain requirements that a person needs to make sure that they're able to do this entirely. Well, we'll just see what happens with Henry Meyer behind Gerard Pretorius. But our commentary will go off. We will resume at 2 o'clock. So don't go too far. We will be back. And Jude, we'll see whether you're here or whether you'll be getting ready for your stint.
I'll probably be here for my stints. Just a pre-thing. Adam's just done his last lap of the race, which is into the 59s. Just a little heads up.
That is a cracker of a lap. So that is him definitely taking the race to the rest of everybody else and saying, well, guys, if you want to win, this is the pace you're going to have to run at.
Thanks for listening to my voice.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jude, for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure having you for the last hour and 20 minutes. I appreciate all the team insights and everything behind the scenes. But, guys, we will be back at 2 o'clock. Don't go too far. We will be here. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Well, I should say, welcome myself back. I'm the one that left. But yes, 8 hours, 15 minutes left to go. And I did need to just go and have a little bit of a break there quickly. You know, in the last race, I did talk about going for a Coke and a Coke and a pancake, which is a kind of what was required. Not necessarily a Coke or the pancake, but a little bit of a lunch was at 12 o'clock. I was ready to eat. But I'm all filled up. Have been able to go and grab my lunch, do what I needed to do in other parts of the house. But we are back, and we are ready to go for the next 8 hours. Just having a little look at where we're currently sitting on the positions. Tariq Adam currently double stinting here. He is in first place, having pulled 21.5 seconds ahead of Christian Venter. He is 14.5 seconds ahead of Henry Mayer, who is in the Teletubby car. Mark Henry in fourth place, driving with Chris Heineke. So Mark Henry having taken over there. Sean Skutter, he is in a fifth place in that 777 Aston Martin. Isham Domingo, did see him while I was having a look at the race going by. Isham Domingo finding himself a drive-through, so down into sixth place there for him, and Mohat Musa. Rob van der Heerber, seventh place there for him, and Gerard Pretorius. They are ahead of Vanna Skuman, and Dave Young having taken over from Andre Dupria. In the other of the Eleanor cars, Michael Schultz down in 10th place, ahead of Jason Farmer. 96 seconds ahead is Michael Schultz. And Jason Farmer, 11th place there for him, and 2 laps ahead of Lucas Joubert in the number 75 LTR Ferrari. So for those who are still on, thank you very much. Just let us know if you are there. We will be giving away a voucher through Steam, and we did give a few away in the last race. We did say we'll give away a 250 Rand Steam voucher, as well as some NAG magazines. The new NAG mag is coming out the end of July, so keep your eyes out for that. Will be quite interesting to see version 2 of the reprinting of the NAG magazine. Mr. Stephen Smith, good afternoon, sir. Haven't seen you around. I know that your work commitments have been pretty hectic lately, but lucky that you've been able to jump on and join us. Thank you very much. So we now are just about halfway through the second stint of some of the cars. We did have Jude Neville with us earlier on, giving us some vital information in terms of some of the stints, how things would all pan out. A little warning what's happened to Rob. I think he might have just been getting out of the way for Christian Venter there. We are able to just jump back. Sure, yes, yes indeed. I'm sure Christian had a little moment there for sure. But yeah, no harm done there, other than just keeping Christian on his toes. But such a terrible, terrible place to be catching up onto the back marker, and obviously wanting to still be able to get past that back marker as effortlessly as possible. If we look at some of the best times, we did see that Tariq did get into the 1:59s. Now, here the best time that we've got showing here for him is a 2:092. Well, Stevie, if you do want to jump in and come and say how's it, we'll be more than happy to have a chat, see how things have been going. Matt, Carl, if you're still there, why don't you come jump in our Discord and come and tell us how your first experience went. Because it was actually you and Steven that landed up driving together for round number 2 of... no, it's actually the third restart, third time lucky. Or was it the fourth? It was the fourth time, because we simraced.gp twice, we went onto the NAG server, and then we just restarted entirely. There's Stephen just giving the confirmation like, yeah, we did, and the race was, it was a fun race. That it was, and well, Matt jumped into from the car that he was driving into the Aston Martin without having any practice, and talk about baptism by fire. So Van Skuman currently closing up onto the back of Rob van der Heever. Rob 2:07 last time round, and that was partly due to just getting out of the way of the leaders coming through. But Van Skuman 2:01.6 his last lap, so a little bit quicker than Isham Domingo, but there is still 40 seconds down. Is that gap. Stephen saying, I'm at the airport, we'll join you later. Well, fantastic. Looking forward to having a chat with you, Stevie. Rob now down into 8th place. Van Skuman in 7th position. So we are approaching the 2-hour mark. Only 6.5 minutes, or 6 and a bit minutes left to go there. And quite interestingly enough is if we have a look at when and where the guys have pitted. Just some of the pit stops and the time and when they went in. So Tariq pitted 1 hour 11. Luke Addison was in the car at the time at 1:03. Henry Mayer 1:07, so kind of between Tariq and Christian's lap time, well, pit time there. The longest one, and Jude Neville did touch on this, was Mark Hennebury. That was 1:20. So for every 10 times he goes, or six stints, he is able to make up 10 minutes every 6 stints. So that puts him a pit stop down behind Tariq, Christian and Henry. So Chris Heineken and Mark Hennebury might be onto something here. Mohat and Nisham, their first pit was at 1:14, but there was that drive-through at 1:29. So that was just the drive-through. So that 1:14 is kind of the time that we'd be looking at in terms of getting that stint done. Van der Skuman, drive through there for him, so he did a 1 minute 10 and then pitted for the drive through 9 minutes later. Paul Venter, Sean Skitt and Sean Stradham, a 1:08 drive time there. Jude Neville and Dave Young with Andries Dupree, they pitted just on 59 minutes. That was after a incident. And for those guys who are watching, yes, it is currently in review. Sean and Ruan, they went the longest. That was a 1:26 was their stint time. So that's pushing that Ferrari as far as it can go. Knowing that the limit that we have seen is a 1 minute 31 by Mr. Alan Patterson. And then Ulrich, Etienne and Lucas, their first one into the pits at 1 minute 6, then 27 and 1:29. So drive-through penalties or drive-throughs kind of not where they wanted to be. Ruan Heineke and Jason Farmer, they did have that pit 13 minutes in, and they did take that Ferrari out for another hour and 10 minutes. So quite interesting to see the different times that the guys are able to get, and it looks like there definitely is that little bit of advantage for the Ferraris with them being able to push that out a little bit later, which means that they definitely are going to have a little bit in hand closer to the end, and starts talking about that 6 pit stops versus 7 or 8 pit stops. This is a message that goes out to any of the drivers that are currently out there. You want to come and join us, let us know how that first stint is. We are in the live chat in our Discord. Well, then, let's have a chat and see how things are going. What is your up and coming strategy? No real gaps other than Sean Domingo. The closest gap now is Rob, who is 4.5 seconds behind Van der Skuman. There's Van der Skuman in the top of the screen, and that was Henry Meyer getting past, lapping Rob, who's currently going around in 8th position. So we are seeing that there has been the time penalty added to Werner Skuman, and that was for a mishap that happened earlier on. And it looks like the outcome was not holding on the brakes after a collision, causing another car to drive into him. It's not generally what we want to see. And unfortunately, it is all part of the racing, and hopefully he can just get his head down and bring that race back to Rob on his next pit stop. So just having a look at the current ballast, and yes, the ballast are still on there. The balance of performance is what we refer to it as. The McLarens, they are running a 15 kilogram positive, BMW -4, the Bentley -40 kilograms is quite a chunk, but obviously due to the straight line speed that they were capable of, that would not have helped anybody else. Then from a Ferrari point of view, they also were added 15 kilos. So the Ferraris, the ones that were given the most ballast for this race. Quite interesting to see. So Tariq Adams currently the fastest man on track, not the fastest lap time that he has done, but definitely this session. And I have heard some screeching and crackling in the background, and I see Mr. Ruan Heineke has joined us in the comms box. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Dylan.
Difficult start there for you guys, and it looks like that inside curb at 130R has caught out two of the LTR teams here today.
It seems like it, yes. Unfortunately, in the opening laps, I lost it there. Had to repair some damage. Now we're going to do a comeback drive.
Well, look, we had Jude Neville in here a little bit earlier with us, and he was helping us with some of the calculations of what's happening, and definitely the Ferraris are able to go quite long in terms of the stints. We did see at our previous race the 131 was the stint that Alan Patterson managed to pull off. Are you looking at doing something so drastic, or is that 1 minute 20 kind of where you want to be and trying to match what Chris and Mark Henneberry are doing in the Bentley?
Yes, on a full tank we can achieve around 120, 121. So yeah, so we're going to try and fill up and go as long as possible.
And Jason's currently in the car. We know that he does have some pace there.
He's having a bit of issues with frame drops, unfortunately.
Well,
what I was
going to say is that his fastest was a 202.1, but currently he's sitting in the 203, so it doesn't look like he's really finding his pace there.
No, I think you'll have to restart his PC or something after his stint, because he's running around 30 frames a second currently.
And that's definitely not going to help any sort of braking markers or anything like that.
It's not helping currently, no. But yeah, we'll have to finish the stint, unfortunately, otherwise we're going to lose too much time. If we switch drivers now, we're going to be out of sync again.
And yeah, then the last thing you want, just going back and seeing Lucas Joubert, that car is not looking very good. It looks like he might have lost it coming out of the spoon. So that was a return to pit there for him, unfortunately.
up after the hairpin.
And
Yes, it's
that's
still on
it.
low TC.
That is one of the things that I know that us as drivers we do to try and get the maximum advantage over other drivers. And I know that is something that you yourself do. Does it get to a point where you will be doing that every single lap, or does it get to a point where we're like, look, let's just keep it here. I would rather run 0.5 slower, but make sure I don't put it in the wall, versus reminding yourself that this is how I'm driving.
For the first part of the stint, we'll drop the TC for certain corners. But once the tires worn in a bit, don't touch the TC again till the end of the stint.
Okay, so it's more about just that tire maintenance as opposed
Yes.
to continually going up and down and up and down.
Yes. Because the tire wears a bit in this long distance because we're trying to run an hour and 20 minutes, so we can't spend all the tires early on.
So does that mean you leave the TC up? So I know that with a higher TC, especially if you're coming out of turn number 11, is that it's quite laborious, and the car doesn't seem to want to accelerate when it does have the higher traction control on.
Yes, yeah. Like I said, for the opening stints, we'll drop the TC a bit because we have fresh tires, the car will grip up nice. But once we go about halfway, we'll start saving the tires a little bit more, or conserve the tires for the instant. I won't touch the TC again then. Maybe just for the hairpin, I'll drop it a bit. But for the corners, I'll leave it as is. Because it gets a bit hairy, in like Lucas, unfortunately, just lost it. That's going to cost him a lot of time.
So do you just go up 1 or 2 clicks, or do you have preset traction controls that you have? Okay.
Presets, yeah. We run usually from starters, we run around 9, and for those corners, I'll drop it to 5, just to get a bit of a drive out of the corner.
And if you get it right, what is the kind of the difference in terms of the margin that you're gaining from dropping that TC?
For the hairpin, if we don't drop it for the hairpin especially, we lose about 3-4 tenths. And because it's a long section after the hairpin, quite a longish straight. So we lose quite a bit of time if we don't do it. Or if you forget it, sometimes we forget to drop the TC. Stuff, yeah, you lose out a bit on it.
Okay, so here we're watching Rob. We're going a little bit wider, but I think maybe what we should do is let's grab Jason Farmer, and maybe we can just jump on board with him. So Jason's now coming through turn number 5. Here, traction control is set. You're not changing it here. You're keeping it steady.
He's still away on 9. Yes, I can see his TC currently. He's still on 9.
Okay, so here he would be running a 9 now as he goes up through Dunlop. This is all still 9.
All still 9.
Tap the brakes at the 50-meter turn in, still 9. Yeah, hard on the brakes, up through on the curb there on the inside, and the track limits on the exit there are quite hectic, aren't they?
Yes, it is. And there goes the TC. Dropped it to 5 currently. Get
So
the
let's
exit.
the car roll out, exit on the way out.
And TC back up to 9 again.
There we go. So that is a perfect example of how to set yourself up for turn number 11 in the car of Mr. Jason Farmer. So, Anthony, I hope you enjoyed that, watching your boy give us a live demonstration. So definitely out of here, this is keep it on 9, keep your foot
it on
pin,
9,
and try and get as much drive out of there as possible. Is that correct?
That's correct. Keep out the speed. Rather keep the speed up a bit, and keep it on the higher TC. And trying to go low TC and the rest of the car up there.
So my next TC drop, I would think, would be here. So you're getting the drive out of the chicane, but you're not touching any TC here, are you?
For a sprint race, we'll do it. For enduro, let's keep the car in one piece rather, because it's much quicker with the lower TC here, but it gets hairy very quick if you get it wrong.
And 100%, we know how tricky these enduro races can be, and you do need to make sure that the car is in one piece. So I know that it's still very, very early on in the race. We've just seen Jason Farmer letting one of the L&R guys go through. Who have you pitched? who you guys are going to be chasing here, Ron, for the next 7 and a bit hours?
We're hoping actually to catch up to Jude Neville and them, but they're quick as well. And we're a lap down currently. But I see Jason has managed to pull the gap up a bit. Open up the gap a little bit, but yeah, we'll have to see after the stint when he can get back up to full pace. But I'm still positive we can get a top 10 here. Penalties and drive-throughs is still going to play a role, I'm sure, certain of it. So we really see some people serve drive-throughs for track cuts.
And yes, just seeing Tariq Adams go. I keep saying Adams, sorry, Tariq. Tariq Adam going into the pits. So that is the first one out, which then releases Christian Venter out to that number 1 spot. And Henry Meyer in a 2nd place.
Dylan, you'll have to excuse me, my stunt's shorting in a few short laps.
No, thank you very much, Ron. Thanks for joining, and some really cool insight that I don't think that everybody kind of understands why and how we do it, but there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Cheers, Ron. So that is Ron Heineke going in next after Jason Farmer. So just the 2 of them currently in the 6.9 LTR car. So just looking at Tariq's pit stop, so he double stinted there, 1 hour 11 and then a 2 hour 12. So it's almost as if he did, it's almost exactly perfect. Oh no, it's not. It's an hour and 1 minute. An hour and 1 minute was that stint. So yeah, my brain was thinking that was exactly the 1 hour 11 minutes, but that's not the case. Ooh, Henry going very, very wide there on the exit out of the turn number 16, turn 17, taking a lot of the grass there. So interesting to see now, just in terms of who comes in next. Because Christian, that was a 103 was when they had pitted. So that's half an hour. Okay, so we should be expecting Christian to come in the next 10 minutes or so. But that would push him up to a 1 hour and 20 stint. So sure, that would be quite interesting to see whether he would be able to get that done. No one else really has pitted. Oh, okay, there we go. Jude Neville now currently in the car. So 2 hours and 7 is when he came out. So they did an hour and 6 minutes for that second stint. And 2 hour and 9 mark was Lucas back in after having that little coming together of the wall. So Jean Domingo currently in 6th place. He does have a very, very pink Eleanor car ahead of him. So according to that, is that for position? No, there we go. Okay, that makes sense to me now. So Isham Domingo is coming up to the back of Jude Neville to possibly overtake and lap him. And Cody Sherritt, he joins up to take the Genesis Esports team further into the future. 2 minutes .1 was his fastest lap, so he's been in for the last 2 or 3 laps already, and already has found some really good pace there. Really pushing the limits and possibly looking for that 159. Mark Henry with a 202.0, starting to pull just a little bit of a gap in terms of those lap times. A couple of tenths every lap now on Sean Skitter. So 24.5 seconds is the gap between 4th and 5th place. But this is all going to be about these fuel strategies at the end. Still lots and lots of time to go. We are just over 2 hours and 20 minutes into this 10-hour race. Started at just past 12 o'clock and this afternoon. Lots of curves there for Cody, as Christian Venter is in the pits. Cody's going to be coming around the start-finish straight, crossing that start line, and Cody will then move up into 2nd place, while Christian Venter saw that should be Cody going around the now. Oh, that was Henry Mayer. So Henry currently showing that he is leading. Let's just see what his stop was. So 1 hour and 7 was his last stint. So really taking it a little bit further this time round, as Lucas goes wide there, allowing Henry to go through without any further issues. And quite interesting, Luke Addison back into the car, knowing that there's still Christian deploy and Fabian still to go. So Luke, having started, jumps in again to hopefully make up some time on Cody. And I wonder whether they are just keeping each other in check. Just from a position point of view, looking down at Jude Neville was in the comms box with us earlier today. He is going just over a second quicker than Michael Schultz in 9th place. So 202.3 versus Jude's 201.0. So 1.3 seconds is the gap there that he is making up every single lap. So we'll definitely keep our eye on there. So confirmation there, Cody Sherritt, 159.3. That is a fast lap. Henry Mayer in the pits. Just see where Mark Henry is. So Mark coming across the start-finish line. He moves up into 2nd place now. But there in the background is Luke Addison. So Luke now up into 3rd place with Fleming Bauer taking over from Henry Mayer. Henry double tapping on the stints there. And I'm sure he'll be very happy to hand the car over to Fleming. Absolute superb drive there from Henry. So that last stint for Henry, 1 hour and 14. So definitely pushing this McLaren as far as it can go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting some action in the next 4 or 5 laps or so, because Jude has taken out another 1.2 seconds from Michael Schulz. And Luke Addison is 4 seconds behind Mark Hennebree. Just knowing that Mark does still need to stop once again. But that Bentley has been absolutely superb. Chris able to take it 120.18 is how long that first stint is. So we are kind of coming up to where that limit is on that Bentley. So we should see Mark Hennebree coming in soon, within the next lap or so. Just a slow down warning here for Vanner. What's happened? Okay, there we go. Just allowing Cody to go through. And Vanner does still have that 10 seconds added to his name, which he will serve at his next stop. And the outcome is not holding the brakes once spinning. So yes, there was some contact going through with Sean Skitter, with Sean Stratum, not Skitter, sorry Sean, but it was other Sean. And Vanna did spin around, but the rules do say you need to just jump on those brakes until it is safe to continue. So there was that 10 seconds added for causing that contact. But where Vanner currently is, he does have 19 seconds grace ahead of Rob. So even on that pit stop and serving that 10-second penalty, he will come out a couple of seconds ahead of Rob. So while the penalty will be served, no positions will be lost. Sure, just looking at that camera view, it looks like this BMW is just crawling along. It just looks so effortless. Whereas if we look at it from this view, something is definitely not right there. Because that was Luke driving in 4th gear. So I wonder whether this is all a part of the strategy now. But he's definitely using way less fuel. So I wonder whether I've now just given away their entire strategy in secret. Because currently Fleming is catching up to Luke. Because Luke did a 205.8 versus Fleming's 201.6. Is he stuck in 4th gear perhaps? I think he's stuck in 4th gear. So to the Genesis Academy, guys, let me know, is he stuck? Because that car is definitely not gearing down. So there must be some sort of issue there for Luke Addison. Because to be fuel saving, you should be short shifting. So definitely something has gone awry here. Let's see whether they actually get him into the pits. Because he's losing nearly 70 kilometers an hour on the back straight as he approaches through the 130R. No, he's going again. And there's Fleming Bauer in the background, so he's catching up at a rapid pace, because at 2:07.002 versus Fleming's 2:01.4. There's that confirmation. You can see Luke's still in 4th gear. He hasn't changed down, hasn't changed up. That car is just revving up all the way. Oh, it did very well to catch that there. Yo. But there comes Fleming. Cameraman Tim's still very confused. Oh, big slide there for Fleming, just not able to get the power. And you can see Fleming just easy fast as Fleming catches a curb on the inside. There's that little run-off piece, a little bump. Let's just go back and see whether we can catch that from the Fleming's cockpit, his point of view. So he goes to the inside. There's that little bump just there. Fleming slided to keep it off the wall. A little bit of a touch on the wall. Man, oh man, that is absolute total drama, because Fleming is still behind Luke. And now Fleming has to be cautious on the inside. Luke goes straight on, pulls off over to the side. Not too sure what is going on there, but we can now jump back, and I did say that Jude Neville will be putting some pressure on the back of Michael Schulz. So this is now Eleanor versus the Zodiac driver. Is Jude close enough to have a look on the inside into turn 1? Not close enough. And oh, Michael goes wide. Jude follows him, but he is able to get the car slowed down and turned in. And Luke's still stuck on the side of the track there. So Christian, let me know what is going on. Looks like Luke is going again. Does he have gears? There we go. So the gears are back. So he might have been trying to just get it done. Moved over to the side, reset the wheel. But that has definitely dropped him down the order. Duchamp Domingo now in the pits. Wonder we'll be giving that car back to Mohat. But now Luke Addison down 2 places. He's now in 4th from where he started. And now this is going to be the hunt to try and get himself back to Fleming Bauer, but 55 seconds. We'll just wait till he crosses the sector just to make sure that what I am seeing is correct. But there was definitely some sort of software issue there. Luke not able to get that car into gear, and a little to the side, reset the wheel, and off he goes again. Because that last lap, 3 minutes 2 seconds, so basically 1 whole minute was lost trying to get that wheel to register those gear shifts again. So this has now put the consistent Bentley of Mark Hennebury and Chris Heineke up into 2nd place, nearly a minute ahead of Luke Addison. And Fleming Bauer only has no, that's nearly 2 minutes. Luke is 55 seconds behind Fleming, plus another 60 seconds, so that's nearly 2 minutes is what Luke had lost having fiddled with the wheel, and just in terms of the lap time that he's lost because of how slow that he had to go, because he was in the 209s, 2010s, and then the 3 minute. Werner Skuman up into the back of Paul Venter. And sorry Jude, we did miss your overtake of Michael. But we got Jude for Eleanor up into 9th place. 41 seconds now behind Rob van der Heever. And Rob is 3 seconds behind Mohad Musa. Mohad now just coming out of the pits. So Rob 3.6 seconds, and there's a man he's chasing. There's Rob in picture. And behind is Lucas Hubert. What's going on here with Ruan? Okay, just got a slower exit warning, but that is Ruan coming out of the pits. So Ruan now taking charge of the LTR car. So Vanna in 6th place, 1.3 seconds behind Paul Venter. Paul doing 202.6. Vanna, knowing that he's been in the seat since started, so he's been there for 2.5 hours already, is still doing 202s. He is a second slower than his fastest time that he has done today. But an absolute valiant effort. Stay away from those curves, Vanna. We've seen what has happened to some of the others. So now that we've got all gears working now for Luke, drops down to 2:06. Hey, thank you very much. We've seen your message. We've noted it. We have checked. And it looks like the McLarens have been affected. So that we will bring up to speed right now. So thank you very much, guys. And yes, our BOPs, when we did the server reset earlier today, all the BOPs that were loaded in the server were completely wiped. So we have had to load them manually. And guys, if you just keep dropping us a message, if we haven't seen it, we have been checking. Because I think it was about 20 minutes ago where I said, went through and I checked the BOPs, they were all still there. But now we do see the 2 McLarens are off. They are currently being updated. So we'll make sure that we do keep the playing field as fair and as even as possible. And yes, we're just waiting for the most appropriate time to make sure that the ballast is added and we're not like what was mentioned earlier on, to please don't put it and activate it while you're going through like 130R for instance, because that would definitely not be ideal. And one of those vehicles that would be needing the ballast is car number 33. So we'll double checking to see where he is before he gets his ballast. So he will get it going down the straight as was requested. There we go. So Cody got his ballast at the right time. Just noting that car 499, which is Fleming, he too would need his ballast. So we are monitoring to see where he is. So we'll do it in exactly the same place as he goes around through Spoon. We will give him his 15 kilos of ballast as well. But thank you guys, keep the communication going. We'll keep it as fair as possible. I have checked, I have looked at our other screen and all is correct. There we go. Ballast is now being added and all ballasts are back to where they should be. Thank you guys. So let's just have a quick recap of who's doing what and who is where. Cameraman Tim is nowhere, but there is Cody Sherritt, first place, and he's got a 60-second gap over the second place Fleming. Fleming up one place from where he qualified, and just going past Lucas Joubert in through turn number 2. Then 50 seconds behind Fleming is Luke Addison. We saw him having some gear changing issues. The car was stuck in 4th gear, was losing lots of time, eventually just pulled over to the side. I'm assuming it was a Rob van der Heever on the side of the track. Or is that Rob van der Heever having disconnected? Looks like that was Rob that has disconnected, and we have lost another car because we do only have 11 cars now. And that other car is Van Skuman. So where did Van go? And that is the Sunset. Which means that we'll just need to Mr. Eben just get the ballast added for Rob, and perhaps while he is in the pits, that would be ideal. it does look like that the BOPs are dropping as the guys are doing their next stint, so we are going to be keeping out on that. Because the other one that is now currently missing is Ron Haneke. I see that he doesn't have his BOP added. And now he does. Just getting confirmation, all are accounted for. So that is good to know. We'll just check what happens on the next round of pit stops, just to make sure that doesn't come back. But it does look like we have lost Vanner, and Vanner is not coming back. I sound very English there. Vanner is not coming back. Seven hours 15 to go. 12 drivers left for the 10 hours of Suzuka. Cody Sherratt is currently leading 81 laps into this race. Fleming Bauer second, Luke Addison in third, Chris Haneke fourth, Paul Venter fifth, Mohamed Musa sixth, Jude Neville seventh, Michael Schultz in 8th, Ruan Haneke 9th, Gerard Pretorius 10th, and Lucas Joubert in 11th place. So it does look like this BOP is getting a bit frustrating, because we're finding that Rob and Gerard, they keep losing their BOP. It gets updated and it is being lost again. So Sean, the BOPs are currently being watched. They are being updated, and every now and again it looks like it's the Ferraris that are dropping. The McLarens were looked at and they were done, and it was possibly about 4 laps that they were missed. I will be double checking them as Carrot goes around. So his is going to be added. Is that okay? So I got confirmation that it has been added. And looking at the BOPs, they are all accounted for and have been accounted for, except the 2 Ferraris that had disconnected. So from the disconnection, all BOPs were updated and were correct. As soon as Abe had mentioned BOP, it was checked. The 2 McLarens were wrong, everybody else was right. And then the next 2 laps, it was checked again. And we saw that Rob and Ruins were incorrect. So there hasn't been too much of a miss up on those BOPs. I hear scratchings in the background.
Pardon, sorry, I didn't see it's a live stream.
No worries.
What are you streaming?
So, welcome talks. This is the 10 hour of Suzuka.
How did I miss that, my dear friend?
I have no idea.
How far in are you guys?
So we are 7:10 to go of the 10 hours.
Okay.
So Sean saying no problem. Some guys in the chat saying it was missed for 30 minutes. I don't think it was 30 minutes. And Sean, I got a message from Abe and it was the 2 McLarens. And that was sorted within that lap. Then it was the 2 Ferraris that disconnected. Which was Ruan Heineke and Gerard, or it was Rob. They came in. It's been done. And just getting the nod now. Yes, there's the screen. I can see it from on my side. And all BOPs are accounted for.
Sorry, I'll be out of your hair now. Am I seeing correctly? Are there 2 McLarens in the lead there?
That is correct. So it is.
That is interesting, eh?
Cody Sherritt and Fleming Bauer. And what you missed was that Luke Addison was in second place. And he got stuck about 3 laps. 2 or 3 laps in 4th gear. And wasn't able to do it.
Hardware malfunction.
It does look like it because he had to pull over eventually to the side and looked like it was a reset. And away we go.
Yeah, that stuff happens. I'm doing a Polo Super Cup League on a Sunday night, and my brake pedal, the plate that sort of the coils push up against at the back, because I had everything done out of aluminium, just folded double the other night on the back straight.
Oh well.
Panic stations. I literally leaped out of this Formula 1 style position of mine. Luckily I've got the whole table set up just on the other side of the garage. Plate in the vise, straightened out, and only lost 1 lap
Sure.
in the repair. I was super calm and collected, just get it done. But yeah, it happens, eh?
Yeah, so we had a bit of an issue in the start of the race. We reset the server and the BOPs were wiped out, so we've been loading them manually. But as the race has been going and people disconnect, the BOPs have been randomly going off. But it's not just the people that are disconnecting, it's been jumping off other people.
That are still in the race.
So it's been very, very interesting because we understand the difference the BOPs are making.
Isn't it a server issue? Because I do know that the guys from the Super Cup League were mentioning earlier, like an hour ago, that they've got somebody looking into their servers are also sort of giving hassles. Could have any relation.
Yeah, not too sure.
Otherwise, are you well rested, my friend?
No, I still have another week of craziness coming.
Okay.
And then from next week...
work-wise?
Yeah, another crazy week coming, but then from next weekend we will be able to just hit a little bit of of a planning session of what happens with SARCO Season 3.
Yes, we must have a chat still. I've been keeping my Wednesdays open. I was sort of keeping the timing for the normal 2-week gap, but yeah, I'm honing in my my hardware.
Oh, very cool.
I am definitely, I'm planning on not being average anymore. Hopefully I can grab Thomas into it as well. He's finished his move. He's just literally moved from one building into the next on the farm. But he's also since acquired Starlink.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's they. I'm gonna lie if I say Zambia, I think. He's the owner of the farm. They do sort of mining equipment, shaker tables, and all sorts of stuff.
Interesting.
So he ordered it on their address in Zambia, a sort of shipping address, but then had it forwarded to him. Yeah, because there is some sort of rumor going around that if you sort of ordered it to use here, that it's apparently by the end of November they're gonna sort of disconnect all those units. But he says he's running 150 to 220. He does have a slightly high ping, 100, but
Okay.
you know, in the sim racing, I don't think that'll affect him. As long as it's stable, you'll be good. It's like a European, it's like not even a European server.
Yeah, well, I'll say it's better than European server because
Yeah,
the
it's like-
Europeans are running at 180.
Yeah,
So
by me it's
still good.
190, 100, basically 200, sometimes 205 because I'm even further away. But being on the arse end of the country. But
Hey,
But
we
yeah,
have
I mean,
coconuts, Toki.
arse is arse end a swear word?
Well, it is now. But thank
Okay.
you, Daniel War Machine Morales. He said we're coconuts. Exactly, we're coconuts.
Blah. Jeez, like I didn't even think about the coconuts. You should know better. You should have warned me before.
I said
Anyways,
we're
I'm gonna
live.
be out of here.
We're
Yeah,
live.
I know we're live, bro. It's been a while.
Well, thanks for popping in, Tux.
Yeah, man. Sorry to ran your parade. Yeah, I shall speak
Enjoy.
to you soon.
Cheers. Thanks so much.
Cool. Bye.
Bye. As one leaves, another joins. Mr. Jason Farmer.
Good day, good day. How are you?
And how did that stint work out for you?
Oof, dude. I don't know what was happening with my Discord, but it was dropping my frames on track, so I was running at like 38.
Yeah, so Ruan was giving us some of the insight because we could see your lap times were not quite where they needed to be.
Yeah.
And you said that it was a dropped frames was part of the challenge.
Yeah, it was a bit of an issue.
But you guys are definitely under some pressure, but starting to make your way up the order.
Yeah, I think with the pit strat that we've got, we will gain a bit closer to the end, definitely. So yeah, we just got to keep consistent now and just put the lap times in, see where we come out.
And I don't know if Ruan told you, but we were using you as the guinea pig in terms of what happens with the traction control on or traction control off.
Oh yes, yeah, you did tell me.
So thank you very much for a very, very clear example
Awesome.
of what and how it actually works.
Yeah, okay.
And in terms of Suzuka, where would you rank Suzuka in your I really like this track or not?
Oh yeah, definitely one of my favorites. I'd say probably within the top 3. I'd say Nords is number 1. Then I'd say Red Bull Ring would be number 2. This is probably 3rd.
So it doesn't compare like close to Mazzano, does it?
I've actually never driven on Mazzano. Ruan complains about it all the time, so I'm like, oh, I'll just steer clear. When it comes up, I'll race it.
Well, look, I do think that it really needs to make its comeback, and it's only because we've avoided it for so long. But it definitely needs to be driven again.
Yeah, I'd say next season SARCO must go in there.
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely fantastic idea. So, I was going to say, it looks like Ruan is closing up on the back of Michael Schultz, but he's still a lap behind.
Yeah.
Because there goes Michael there. That's 84 laps versus his 85. And the longer pit stops, do you think that the longer stints, is that going to work out? Is that where you guys need to be doing?
Yeah, definitely. We need to run full tanks. Ooh, that's just gone off. Yeah, we need to run full tank and just run it literally down to the last couple seconds so that we can gain as much as possible on track. Because I see some of the guys are pitting like hour 10. If we can do just an hour 20, then we'll be gaining on them in the long run.
So just looking at the times that you have pitted, is he did come in on the 13 minutes, so that was obviously to fix that damage that he had got meeting the wall from 130R. Then pitted 1 hour 23, so that was an hour 10. Then pitted at 2 hours 33, so that was another hour 10. So you've kind of gone hour 10, hour 10. That means you're going to have to push it for an extra 4 laps to start really making that strategy work for you.
Yeah, because the two, obviously with Ruan having that little bit of a mistake in the beginning, when he came back out, by the time the end of his stint was coming up, the tires were just like completely off. So we cut his stint short by 10 minutes, and then I jumped in the car, and then I had frame rate issues. So that wasn't ideal either, which then cut my stint short. So yeah, we do have some to make up now. I think a little bit lighter driving, maybe earlier shifting just to save some of the fuel, get a couple of extra laps in.
And we actually got a shout out here from Andre Gabrielse. I hope I got that right. Gabriel saying shout out to Jason and Team LTR. So that one was for you. I just butchered that surname. How do you say the surname? Because you obviously know this person.
I think it's Gabrielse.
Okay.
Yeah. I could be wrong as well. I just called him Andre, so...
There we go. So Andre, just let us know if we didn't butcher that too badly, or whether we were on point.
Yeah, but I see a bit of issues with the other LTR teams. Gerard and Rob, I think, had a disconnect.
And that disconnect essentially dropped yourself and Ruan. Your BOP was... thrown out the window, and so was Rob's one. So I'm not too sure how or why that happened, but yeah, their disconnect affected your BOP.
Oh wow, okay, well, thanks to them, I suppose.
But we were very, very kind and only applied the BOP once on the straight line.
Okay, nice, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, mid-corner extra 17 kilos, not gonna be too great.
Especially going through 130R full taps and put it as the car gets turned in. Yeah, Toki saying, I think this is a better seat for me with my Coco slips. And sometimes Toki, we do have some interesting conversations, and obviously he had forgotten that we were live, and life got the better of him. Yeah, but it's all good.
Yeah, I struggle myself as well. Gotta keep myself quiet every now and then.
So we are Code Coconuts, which means we are live, Jason.
Thank you.
Just from I know that you've spent a little bit of time zooming around some go-kart tracks recently. The advantage you find, having done a little bit of real-world go-karting, and now coming back into the sim, is there a benefit? You see there's a benefit, or is it just two completely separate things for you?
I have kind of felt like definitely on consistency 100%. because with the karting, if you like slightly offline, you're in the weeds. So yeah, just getting that into your head, like if you run, let's say, for 20-30 minutes in the karting, you know that every time you have to hit that apex every single time, you know what I mean? So I think that has translated over. Like my consistency is good, but now I think it's improving because of that, definitely. Sometimes when you can get the car itself to feel like a go-kart, then yes, 100%. But I think for the endurers, we need more of a safer setup than full tilt, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, 100%. Because for my own personal go-kart experience, it's lots of front end, allow the rear to release, and away you go. So just it's the Joker saying, is the BOP off for the Fez? That is a definite no-no. The 17 kilos BOP has been applied. It is there, and that is as per LFM. It just so happens that's how the Ferraris have landed up, and I don't think it's got anything to do with the BOP. I hope. Just coming back to the karting comment, is for me, it like, for me, lots of front end. You've got to get the car to turn in, and then it's just got to kind of float and have that little four-wheel drift on the exit, just to make sure that it's not bogging down the motor and you're able to release. And that was one of Flip Van Sel's comments, is I was always trying to get a very, very heavy front end online racing car, which doesn't always work.
Yeah, 100%. That's how I like to set the cars up as well. Put all the emphasis on the turn in the front and just let the rear kind of sail with you. I think Ruan likes more of a bit of a planted rear, so we kind of have differing ideas on setup as well. So yeah, but I mean, if you don't get it right, that's the only issue. If you get the rear to come out nicely, it can be good for 3, 4, 5 laps, and then all of a sudden the rear's gone, and then there's no saving it. So it's kind of swing and miss sometimes with that sort of a setup. But yeah, I think the safer setup's definitely for enduros. You can just if you can just drive this car for 2-3 hours straight, then that's the way to go.
So just from the strategy point of view, you're trying to get that 1 hour 20 out of Ruan, and then yourself the 1 hour 20. Have you fixed your frame rate? Was it definitely linked to your Discord?
Yeah, literally as soon as we switched cars, I disconnected the Discord. Like I had to actually go to Task Manager and end the task, and as soon as I did that, just jumped straight back to 60. So, and it hasn't dropped since, so we're good.
Okay, just answering the Joker again here, is saying, okay, I was just making sure that it wasn't like, is it off, because I'm checking, and it is constantly being checked now to make sure that it isn't off. But did they get it wrong? Look, we like to believe that they don't, because we know how much testing they actually do before it does go up. So I don't really think that the LFM BOP is wrong, but the BOP definitely is something that comes into question often, and it's only because of the success of LFM that they're able to dictate to the Kunos crew, say, hey, listen, we don't agree with what you did, so we're going to create our own BOP. But there are times where it could possibly be wrong. Jason, I don't know if you have any thoughts about BOP and what the future of it is.
Yeah, I think the BOP is a good thing, definitely. It kind of levels out the playing field and gets some of the older cars driving again, which is good. But I feel like Kunos themselves should be putting more effort. I know that obviously with the new game coming out, and they're working on that more than this one. So yeah, I think that the LFM's doing a good job. Like, I mean, you're never going to make everybody happy, so.
And in terms of the BOP for the Ferrari, is that, I know that for you definitely haven't been extracting the performance out of the car, having seen you do some of those laps in the practice server. Is the practice server very different to what you're experiencing in the race?
Yeah, that's the main thing, because the BOP is only a kilo, I think, more, because the practice server, I think we were plus 16. So yeah, the track just doesn't feel grippy. It feels like it's fast at the moment instead of optimum, if you know what I mean, even though it is optimum. So yeah, I think it's just the grip level, but it does seem to be getting better as the race is going. So more rubber down, the track is getting better. So probably this evening, when it turns to nighttime, you should see the times increase a bit.
And
But yeah, at the moment we feel like we're kind of skating.
you got the pleasure of doing the sundowner little stint there and going through Dunlop with that sun in your eyes. It must be something magical.
That was beautiful. Sunglasses on, cruising.
Little cold beverage out the window, and away you go.
Awesome, yeah. I mean, some of the markings on the road gonna disappear with all the shininess. Like some of the corners can completely disappear until you ride onto it. So yeah, it is a bit hair raising, but yeah, all good though. Looks good. Definitely something to have a nice look at. A scenic little drive.
So just something I picked up on that is you're saying that the brake markers start changing as it goes into night. Does that mean there are certain parts that are physically on the track that you would be using that are now no longer there?
Yeah, so well, normally for me what I would do is I use the, because I don't like using the boards on the side, because often they get taken out and whatnot, so I'll just actually use the apex of the corner and kind of just judge it by eye. But a lot of the time I'll just use the grip level as reference. So you see the grip marks on the road. You just use that as like a kind of reference as to where to start braking. But I normally just use the apex itself. So I know a lot of guys will use different markers on the side of the track, like posts and light bulbs and things like that. Yeah, I don't really use that.
No, so I'm very much about making sure that whatever I'm using is not something that can change, and that's relative to day and night, which I know is not sometimes not always the easiest thing. But I suppose that's the beauty about needing to put in practice during a nighttime or a daytime, is just knowing that at night this is what I need to look out for, and during the day this is what I'm looking for.
100%. And then also figuring out which boards can be taken off. Because you'll be at a 100-meter board, you're braking constantly, and next minute there's no more board. So yeah, it's also good to use, like, I mean, for me, I've practiced a lot on this track as well, so it's just kind of by feel almost. So it can, even if you're sitting behind somebody and you're missing, like you're not able to see brake markers, things like that, you can just kind of sit with them, but it's because of the practice done on the track. So yeah, like arrive and drives, stuff like that with close racings, no, I don't know that.
Okay, absolutely fair enough. Now, as it starts getting darker for the tyre life, do you feel that the tyre life lives on a little bit longer, or are you still getting the same performance out of those tyres?
Oh, no, it's definitely better at night, I think. We'll raise the pressures a little bit, and yeah. But I like driving nighttime stints, so the tires feel good pretty much the whole stint. So yeah, we've been in the daytime, we've kind of feel the drop off at about an hour, and then you're running 20 minutes or so. It's been only 10, but with like quite severely worn tires. But nighttime doesn't seem to happen. You can run the full stint at push.
So talking about giving it a full push, Luke Addison, he was 50 seconds behind Fleming Bauer early on. It's now dropped down to 32.9 seconds after having what can only be explained as a mechanical glitch. Was stuck in fourth gear for about 3 laps. Is that something that you kind of accept that would happen? Because I know that from a real life is that within the karting, as you break something, you hit something, that's an axle, you got to replace it. But then having a mechanical breakdown on your equipment, are you able to accept something like that happening during the race, or is like that shouldn't be happening?
No, I think it'll happen constantly. Like it is going to happen. I mean, equipment does fail. Even all the maintenance in the world, you can still, someone can just pop up out of the blue. So I think that it actually translates quite well into real life, because it's not like it happens all the time. And that one race that it does happen to you, it's kind of is what it is, Same like if you take a corner, like how your practice started at that karting event, and then the rear axle is gone.
Yes,
it's just one of those things.
Thanks for just throwing me under the bus.
Yeah, no worries.
But remember that axle bending wasn't related to lack of talent. It was related to a mechanical problem originally. That rear tire was flat.
Yeah, that is true.
So,
but I mean, you see, you can make those mistakes as well, like in like for your sim. If you've got, like, let's say you're not maintaining your equipment, and there's like dust in the potentiometers or something like that, that could affect the race, and that's something that you could have done prior. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I do think that it's. I mean, obviously, sometimes, especially with disconnects and things, I feel like it is a bit harsh. But what can you do? You can't restart the race, so.
Yeah, well, disconnects for me is still, it's the ultimate. It's the one that just, it's just heartbreaking, because you've got everything down in terms of South Africa, in terms of our connection, is that our connection is not bad. It is consistent enough. I know that there are certain regions that maybe I can't really speak of, but being in a big metropolitan area, there shouldn't be things like disconnects.
We definitely shouldn't have them now.
For me, that's the biggest frustration, and maybe it's only because of the amount of, I say, unluckiness that I've had when I first started my online racing career, because I was plagued with a line of sight. So as soon as that line of sight was broken, just for a second, that would be the end of it. And my ISP at the time, as soon as it got to 9 o'clock, I just knew that it was hit or miss, because that was when the systems would do their data dump or the data download, whatever needed to happen.
Yeah, and it would knock you off just for that moment.
And it would knock me off just for that moment. So I stopped racing online leagues for a couple of months, only because I wasn't able to maintain a solid connection.
Yeah, it is a problem there. And that's like, I mean, we talk about even Rowan, he's had his connection issues in the past as well. I think I remember every single Enduro that he joined previously, before he got that issues fixed. It was like 5 Enduros where he just come in, and then within 20-30 minutes he'd have a disconnect. And it's such a small, it's like such a quick drop, but obviously you lose connection onto the server, and then it's tickets.
You see what you've done, Farmer? Because now old Toki is saying that I'm sure that left a tire mark on my back, the burn that you gave me, and he's like, what happened at that karting event? You see, nobody wants to know. But let me tell the story. I'll tell
Okay, while you tell the story, I'm going to jump off because I need to go to my teammate. Don't know what's happening that side. So let me cruise off here quickly.
Cool. Enjoy. Thanks so much for jumping in.
Awesome.
Enjoy. We'll check you later. Cheers, Farmer.
Cheers.
So Talks Just For You is, what happened is, it was my outlap of practice. Normally you take it a little bit easy, get the car tires up to temp. It's nice and cold. The track is still dusty because it's right up against the mine dump there at Formula K. And I go up over the blind crest into a left-hander, jump on the brakes, and the rear just steps out, and I catch it, and the car goes off just enough that I can't pull it back on, and I clipped the tire. By clipping the tire, it bent the rear axle, so we hadn't even done one lap of the practice yet. We had to go back in and change the rear axle, but we were able to get it out and back in time to do the qualifying. And that is the story. So it happens to the best of us, I suppose, as Luke Addison goes very, very sideways there. Or maybe it was just the angle, but it did look like that car was rotating. Fleming Bauer won a 2:01.6 versus Luke Addison at a 2-minute .2. So definitely starting to make headways there since Jason joined us. Luke has found 5 seconds in closing that gap. So the race is still on there for that second spot as the clouds come in, the sun starts going down in the background, starts getting darker, which means that the track temp is going to start dropping. The ambient temperature will start dropping. The cars will be a lot happier in terms of their running capacity, but it goes into night time, and we heard some of the things that Jason was talking about in just making sure that you needed to change your braking points, just have a different reference in terms of where and how you want to be stopping the car. Which is all part of the fun, I suppose. So 6 hours and 40 minutes still to go of the 10 hour of Suzuka. Thank you to everyone who has joined us on the stream so far, as well as to the drivers. We did have one driver who has retired or disconnected. We still don't know. Vanna, if you're still around, come and tune us, come and tell us what's happened. Where did you go? Was it a disconnect? Is it just too much? Was it just too much, I suppose, because it looked like you were going to be starting your third stint, and then we never saw you coming back. There was more than just coconuts, and that's because I had to limp the cart home, because now it's got a bent axle, so the rear axle doesn't run straight. So it jumps up and down quite aggressively, and I had to push it all the way up. It's kind of like the walk of shame, walking through the pits with this bouncing cart while everybody else is on the track, and here I am. Yeah, there were some choice words being being mentioned from our teammates. We eventually all just had to say, hey, let's just calm down, let's just get the axle fixed and we can move on. Too late. I've already relived it. Already got the post-traumatic stress disorder from it. Thanks so much. So for those who have just joined us, 6 hours 38 minutes to go. We've got Cody Sherritt, who is currently leading in his team. He's got Tariq Adam, who has done 2 stints early on. We've got AB Santema, who will be joining the racing later, as well as Tommy. I'm going to try this, Tommy. Razare. I must ask my wife. When I go and hit my little dinner break a little bit later on, I will definitely be asking her how to pronounce that. So 4 drivers there for the Genesis Esports. Then for the Genesis Academy, we've got Luke Addison currently in car. We've got Christian Fenter, Christian Deploy, as well as Fabian Noguera. They are currently in 3rd place. Then in 2nd place is Fleming Bauer. It is just Fleming Bauer and Henry Mayer are currently driving in the Tubby car, with Cody now into the pits. Gets that car stopped perfectly in time. So this is now the very, very interesting time, because we'll now see if this was a hour or an hour and 10 stint for Cody, and then we'll see whether Tommy or Avi are coming into the car next, which means we'll also just make sure that we are checking the BOP. So there's Fleming coming through Spoon, so still quite a considerable gap between Fleming and Cody. So Cody should be able to get out on track ahead. There should be about 5 seconds, about 7 seconds left of this pit stop. So there we go, driving out. And that is 32 seconds in 32.2 seconds stopped, so just about absolutely perfect. And Cody coming out ahead of Fleming, who now coming out of turn number 18 is now the pit stop behind, and has Luke Addison 25.3 seconds is the gap. And all that is one drive-through is the difference between that place being made up or lost. Where is Gabriel? I thought that he would be here to give us some inside information of what's happening with the Project Vapor boys. They've been very quiet here today. Mohat 8 seconds behind Paul Fenter, but the two of them just about matching each other on lap time, so that gap hasn't really been changing quite considerably. Jude is 41 seconds behind Mohat, but just wanted to know whether it's got something to do with the setup, just not able to consistently get down into those 2 minutes. Like we're seeing the like of the Genesis Academy. But there still definitely is a fight on for that 4th, 5th and 6th place. And as I say, the battle, Mohat gains 0.3 going through the last chicane, and then gets back on the straight, and then that's 8 seconds crossing the line. So Mohat did take out 0.3 from Paul Fenter that lap round. And Chris Heineke pulled 0.2 of a gap on Paul Fenter. So a little bit of give and take happening on both sides here. Jude Neville, we heard him in the comms box earlier on, currently in 7th place. And again, it's almost as if there's this stalemate as Jude now comes into the pits. Paul Fenter 202.0, Mohat Musa 201.7, and Jude Neville 201.5. So he did take out half a second on Paul Fenter the last lap, but more than 60 seconds is the gap between Jude and Paul. Paul Fenter currently in 5th position. BOP check, still in check. Like as that car went past, I just heard Bentley power. Chris Heineke now taking that car over from Mark Hinnebury. Let's just see where we're currently sitting. So Genesis Esport, the 3 pit stops there for them. The Genesis Academy, 2 pit stops. Fleming and Henry in the Tubbies, 2 pit stops. Chris Heineke and Mark Hinnebury 2 pit stops. Mohat Musa Isham, that is not true because there was one drive-through there. Gerard and Rob, that looks like one of them was a drive-through as well. Jude Neville, Andres Dupria and Dave Young, they've had their 3 stops, but they're only really averaging out on that 1 hour 10, or it's actually 1 hour 9 is the stints that they've been going at. Rowan Cilliers and Michael Schultz, 2 stops there for them. Ulrich de Jager, Etienne and Lucas, we've got they've been to the pits 5 times this evening, this late afternoon. And Rowan Heineke, 2 stops there for him, and one was a quick into the pits, get it changed and back out. See, Luke Addison is currently in pits now for the academy. So fuel, tyres, and will there be a driver change there? We will know in the next 28 seconds or so. Thanks, Talks. My next karting race is actually on the 14th of July, so the day after my birthday. And then, yeah, big 4-5, eh? Sure. So the confirmation there, Christian Venter back now in the car, taking over from Luke. Christian rejoining the track in 4th place. Just see where that puts them. So again, yeah, 3:29, so just over, just under that a 1 hour 10 per stint. So quite interesting there is that that puts them on that 9-stop strategy, 8-stop strategy, because you stop one after the hour. Non-stop strategy. That's correct, Tooks. Your maths is strong with that one. Good job. Every year is your question? I think so. It's been like that, but look, just because it's been like that for the last, I'll say 44 of them, the 45th one might be different, who knows. It's got a slow down warning on my screen for Christian, but it just possibly being a little bit cautious going through 130R. We're still not happy with the tyres and the temps of where they need to be yet. Yes, Tox, you're right. So Took is basically saying yes, that my birthday is consistent every year, unlike my karting excursions. That is 100% accurate, at least. Ooh. I wonder, because that didn't look like he was going smooth. I wonder whether he misjudged that braking point. Because if that is the case, and there is a stop-go or a drive-through, that changes the dynamic of this race all over again. So where are we sitting? Okay, so Chris Haneke, he started in the car and he did a 1 hour 20. Then gave it to Mark. Mark came in 2 hours 36. So that was 4 minutes shorter than what Chris had done. Which definitely for every 3 that they're doing, they've gained 1. Versus the guys that are doing a 110. There we go. Confirmation. Henry Mayer, a 30-second stop and go for pit entry. When we saw it on screen, it just didn't look like it done that smoothly. So this entire race has changed once again, and it is now bringing the academy team back into this race with that little mistake there from the Tubbies. And as the sun here in Johannesburg starts going down, you can just feel how the temperature starts getting colder and colder. Oof, real snap of the rears, he touched the curb through the spoon. So he will have 3 laps to serve the stop-go 30, and that is just a crazy change of this race. Let's see whether Henry goes in now to do it. Yeah, you can see that his entry was a lot slower, getting their car slowed down. That seemed a lot smoother, a lot more accurate in terms of the speed. So there's confirmation. Christian Venter now goes ahead of Henry Mayer, who will need to be stopped in the pits for that 30 seconds. It's basically doing another full pit stop, another driver swap, another full set of tires. And that is dropping him down, because there goes Mohat Musa, who goes past. Mohat has done that their 3rd pit stop, so that has now put Mohat up into 5th place. Paul Venter, they have only done 2 stops, as well as Chris Haneke, and that Bentley is definitely putting itself in really good positions, because if I look here, so if they had stopped at 2:36, that means that they might be stopping closer on the 2:50, 52 mark. Paul Venter, that was a 10, they then did, it was an 8, they then did a 18, so they could possibly stopping around the 6 hour, oh, we've got to minus that. 16. We've lost a team. We're down to 10. Who have we lost? It is one of the Aston Martins. So we have lost Jude Neville. Jude Neville and his team are not here. So they were starting to move up the order, and that's now going to drop them way, way down. So quite interesting is Chris Haneke. He is 21 seconds ahead of Christian Fenter, but when Christian catches him, Chris will still need to pit because the Academy team have done 3 stops. There we go, there's a Jude back in. And I see with him coming in, we have lost one of the BOPs, and that is on car number 31. So we will be adding that in right away. So Mahat needs to get his 4 seconds, his -4 ballast added to him. Just want to make sure that he is in a safe position. Through the chicane is definitely not ideal. So confirmation, we have all the ballasts correct again. Just getting confirmation. Yes, BOPs are all still there. And we just dropped a note up in our Discord just so that everybody knows what is happening there. As Mohat begins his 109th lap, well, worth his charm. P4 there for him, up 1 from where they qualified. Paul Fenter goes into the pits. And where does that put Henry May in relation to them? I'll say relative to them. Where does it put them? So that puts Henry Mayer up now into 5th place. After being in 2nd and having to go and serve that stop go 30 for speeding into the pits. Paul Fenter out through turn number 2. It's just a slow warning on my side, and that's because on the little configuration on the little board that I've got, it just gives me a little white flag just to say that he is slower. But that's obviously him coming out of the pit exit into turn 1 through turn 2, and I just picked up that he was slower than normal. So Chris Sonica still to stop for the third one, and they are other than Michael Schultz. So Michael still needs to get himself into the pits, so it won't be this lap. So they did go quite far, because they did 1 hour 26 and then a 2 hour 44, which could take them into 3 hours and 10. So would we see them pitting only into the 6th hour? That is quite an interesting question. And the other team that still needs to pit is Chris Haneke. They are currently second. And we've got them pegged at about the 2, so that would be 3 hour 50, 3 hour 52, 53. So it's 6 hours and 6 hours and 7 is possibly when they would be pitting. So Jude Neville is back on track and up and running, dropped down to 9th place. We've spoken about the disconnects. It's never what you want. Disconnects absolutely suck coconuts. The weird thing is we're only an hour and 13 minutes and we will be halfway through. And in that next 13 minutes, I will be just putting up the message of commentary will be commencing soon. And it's only just to go get a little something to drink, a little comfort break, and we will be back. But we won't be going anywhere for the next 13 minutes. VOP's still in check. So there's Henry Mayer now moving back up into 4th place after Mohat Musa does his stop. So that was only an hour and 2 minutes in that stint for Mohat. Why did that change? That confused me because we're on Mohat and all of a sudden it jumped to somebody else. So there we go. That is Sean Stradom getting himself ahead of Mohat Musa. And we'll top up and go. Mohat, they were in 6th place, but now are fighting for the 5th place with Sean Stradom. And I'm sure Mohat will be relishing at the opportunity to get himself, and there we go, it's not Mohat, it is indeed Isham who's currently in the car. So Mohat, not too sure whether you are on the stream, but we'd love to have a little chat with you, see how things are going. Are you waiting for this car to come to you? Just give us a little bit of insight as to what is going on. Just in your message now, Talks, thank you very much. Talk, you're saying that he's out. He just hopes that the rest runs smoothly. BOP is still in check. Thank you, Mr. Admin, for the continuous updates. Lots of curb there for Mahat. Over turn number 16. It's banging that BMW on there. Let's just see what the time differences are when they across the line. So Sean 201.01. Mahat. What? Isham. So that's he's out of the pit, and that's 2 minute 46. So still don't know what's happening on actual time yet. Such a nice camera shot that. You see how the suspensions are working for both cars as they both hit that curb. So we are approaching my estimate of when Chris Heineke was going to come in, and I said at 2:07. 2:07. I said, well, 2:07, 52, which puts it around about 3 hours. 3 hours and 7, which means that my prediction is on this lap. Let's see, 36 plus 20. Yeah, so it's this lap or the next. I will commit to say that it is this lap. Come, Chris, please don't prove me wrong here. Well, you can. You can. If it's the next lap, I'm not too worried about that. But it just shows you how long the Bentley is able to go. It's because they were able to get... Ooh, so it has to be the next one then. Unless you prove me really wrong and go even further than the 1 hour 20. That last lap was a 2:02.3. So Christian made up 1.7 on that lap. Sure. Christian is lying. That's Christian Fenter, not Christian Deploy. Where's Hisham? Oh no, what's happened? So we'll have a look at the Celtic Tuning Midrand. Oh, too much curb on the inside. Did he keep it off the wall? Yes, he does. So that is just a little bit of scrubbing of the tires, a little bit of dirt on them, but no damage. So Sham's going to have to now really dig deep to go and find 9 seconds is that loss now between himself and Sean Stradham. Ruan Heineke in the pits doing his driver change. Going to be giving their car to Jason Farmer. Will be doing his stint. And so far, the fastest lap time recorded. So entry time is Henry Mayer on the 31.3. So that's the time that you're in the pits. Compared to Cody Sherritt, that's 32.0, so 0.7 of a second. Henry Mayer's quicker, but the stop time. Well done, Jason, knowing that there's a car coming around the outside and allowed the Academy driver to go through. The stop time, the shortest one, is Sean Stradom and Cody on a 32.2. So that means as that car is down, it is ignition's on, it started, and off it goes. So if you can get Henry's travel time with Cody's stop, that is 63.3 is the shortest amount of time you can do for your pit stop. Okay, where's Chris? Going into the pits, I assume. So if he goes another lap, that means he would have pushed this 2 minutes longer than he has already done in the past. So another lap. So that is really pushing it now, because that means he's going more than the 1 minute 20 that he has done already by actually one lap. So interesting to see where that will land at the end of this lap. Henry Mayer and Fleming Bauer, fourth place, down 1 from where they had qualified. 30-second stop go. We did catch it with Henry going into the pits. Just didn't look comfortable. The car looked a bit stop go. And we got that confirmation of that stop-go penalty, which dropped him down from a second place down to 4th, and 46 seconds behind the man he was hoping to stay ahead of, Christian Venter, who is 10 seconds behind Chris Haneke. And that will all change once Chris goes into the pits. Which I'm assuming is this lap. Because that means he has done 2 hours and 24. And a 1 hour 24 stint. Yo. And that looked like those brakes were right on the limit there. You can hear how that ABS was working. So Christian Venter back to a second place for the Academy team. Chris Haneke down into 3rd. Where is Henry Mayer? Henry Mayer coming up towards turn 13, 130R. which is actually the radius of the corner. For those who didn't know that. I'm sure you did though. So where is Chris? He's got about 10 seconds left in the pits. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He should be going now. And there goes Henry Mayer past him. Mark Hennebury in the car. Oh, looks like that car is stalled. What's going on here? That car is out of control. It looks like it hasn't started. Looks like the wheel hasn't connected. Disaster. Because here comes Sean Stradham out of turn 18. And it's all showing that Mark Hennebury's in the pits. Disaster for Slick Racing. No. Sean Stradham up into 4th place. That's up 4 places from where they qualified. We do know that they chose not to do a qualification. I've still got Mark in the pits. So it looks like that wheel's gone off because the whatever brake lights were being engaged are now off. Brake lights are now back on. Return to pits. That is not good. So that is Mark Hennebury and Chris Heineke out of the race. Will they rejoin? But that looks like it was definitely some sort of malfunction. Mark was in the car but had absolutely no control over it. Oof, lots of curb there for Jude. It did look like for a moment that that car was sliding. We have got confirmation that the BOP's post, the disconnect, are still intact. So disaster there for Chris and for Mark. So Isham was more than 9 seconds behind. See, that has broken down into 8.7. He has been finding those few tenths between himself and Sean Stradham. Isham currently is going quicker than Sean. The fastest lap time of 0.014 of a lap is the advantage that Isham has over Sean. Last lap was only 0.06 was the advantage that last lap. So Mark Hennebury, see, he is back. Just double checking on BOP, so that GT Continental Bentley would need to have its BOP added. Did I hear a cracking of a microphone? And the answer is yes, I did. Ruan Heineke.
How's it, Dylan?
How are you doing?
Oh, lekker. Yeah, I see Chris had an unfortunate disconnect or something there.
It looked like what had happened is Mark was given the car, and for some reason the thing was that it landed up having to disconnect.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. I think they were running P3.
That is correct. So with them unfortunately disconnecting, we just got to reload their BOP as they've now come back in. So I see that it is currently being added.
Yes, they're still stationed in the pits.
So at least by the time they go out, the BOP will be added. But sure, the Kunos, they definitely did bite the BOP in the ass there, didn't they? Oh, sorry, coconut, hey.
And as we say that, we see Rob and Gerrit here getting a drive-through for spinning into the pits.
Oh gosh, and I don't know if you saw that, but Henry Mayer got a stop-go penalty for driving into the pits, and we kind of got it as they was going in. Marcus stuck on the road again.
It's just on my side, Chris is in the car. There the wind is going again.
Yeah, so that's this thing that was on the stream. Okay, so yeah, that might not have updated, but interesting that he was stuck like that. Yeah, I've still got Mark. Is it Chris? Let's see, once they cross the delta, that will update on my side.
And what that means is that put B and Jason Farmer into P7.
Okay, so once they go up past Dunlop, they should be crossing the delta, then it should update. There we go.
Ooh.
So
And Etienne Mouton just lost it right in front of Chris.
yes, we did catch the little piece of dust. So let's have a look here through our Celtic Tuning Midrand. Etienne just grabbing a little bit of dust, but good thing that it spat him to the outside and not back to the inside.
This is going to be for position.
That is correct. So all racing is on between yourself and Obut.
Yes. Yes, and we were actually hoping for the night time to come soon. Our car is set up for nighttime racing, not for the daytime.
So
If the
interesting
breakdown-
that you say that. What is the difference in terms of the setup that you would have adapted for day to night?
Our brake ducts. The brake ducts is we close it down for the night so we can have the tires in optimal range during the night stints. So we were suffering a bit on the brakes, overheating in the day stints, and they should be optimal now for the night stints.
So
The brakes and tire tape should be sorted.
So will we see those lap times come down, start getting close into those 201s?
I hope so. Because the track feels good, car feels good. And in practice, in theory, in practice, we were much quicker in the dark than in the day. On the exact same setup.
And that's only related to ensuring that the pressures are a little bit more consistent at night.
Yes, and the brake ducts is, the brake temps is better, so we can brake a little bit later we used to.
So I don't know if you're able to just a little bit later just check what happened there in the slick racing stable, because we'd love to be able to feed that information back to our viewers who are watching, just so that they also have an understanding of, because it looked like that their pit stop was right on time. While they would have been behind Henry, they were definitely still in that place to fight for that third.
Does it show on yours? Yes. Does it show on your side, Chris in the car?
It does show Chris in the car on my side.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, I'll pull Mark to our Discord thing quickly and just have a chat with him and see what went wrong there, what happened.
Yeah, we definitely would love to hear that. Thank you.
We will be right back.
Thank you, Ray. This is the advantage about having some of the teams come and join us and having a chat as Jude goes very, very wide. And that will be wide again. Just hope they didn't make up some time there, because that would definitely be a track warning. So we have noted the BMW of 213. That BOP has come off, so it is being updated. And we will get that onto the car as soon as possible, put in that -4 BOP. So all BOPs are accounted for once again. Sean Domingo, slower warning, maybe just jumping off the curb. So there's a shot of the two Genesis Esports cars, and that is Cody starting to close up onto the back of Christian, and that will essentially get the BMW team one lap down. Two laps down. They really are a lap down. Sure. We are waiting to hear from Ruan, who's getting us that inside scoop. We did see a little bit of an issue there for Mark Henneberry when the car was given to him, and it would have been so close having watched him come out of the pits. And that was going to be for the battle between for third place against Christian Deploy, who was in fourth, but closing up on the back of Henry Meyer. But then Henry did go and need to do that 30-second stop go, which then dropped him down, which allowed Chris and Mark Henneberry just to maintain that second spot, and was up to the Genesis Academy to close up that gap back on the second place drivers, knowing that there was an issue with Luke Addison. Looked like the car was stuck in fourth gear. A pull to the side of the road, reset of equipment, and then carried on. And here we found them back in second place. There's the shot of the two. Ruan, is that you back?
That's me back, yes.
So tell us the story. What had happened?
Yes, Chris couldn't see the lights on the car. So they opened the keyboard controller to see what the light button on the keyboard was, and by some mistake they selected the controller car with the keyboard instead of the wheel.
Oh, no ways.
And in the confusion they left the server to come back to help. I hope that would have sorted it. But he didn't, so that's why he stopped on track again just to switch from keyboard back to his wheel.
So are you saying that that's essentially just a driver error? Or was that
co-pilot error? Yes.
Or was that just going in, loading the setup, just making sure that the setup is correct within the JSON file that you want to run and the mapping for your wheel, and then selecting the controller?
Yes, unfortunately they selected controller. They wanted to find the lights button. It seems lights didn't work on the steering wheel.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, so they wanted to assign manually from the keyboard, and somehow they selected the keyboard as the main controller.
Oh goodness. So here's a lesson to all. if you can be driving in a night race, make sure you have your lights on your wheel and not on the keyboard.
Unfortunately, mistakes cost him dearly. But it's still a long race. It's just under 6 hours to go.
And that is correct, but that has dropped them all the way down into 8th place from 2nd.
So without braking.
And just from their pit stops is that last stint that Chris did. That was a 1 hour and 28-minute stint.
Wow. That's a proper long stint.
Which really would have put them into a good opportunity to have 2 pit stops less than Tariq.
I see the McLaren stops around the hour 10-minute mark each round.
Yes, it's just about there. Then just from a strategy for you guys going forward, because now obviously you've found yourself moving up the order, now in 7th place, trying to close up the gap on Celia's in 6th. What is the strategy, Ron? Have you got a plan? Have you got an idea? Have you done the numbers? Because essentially you got 1 lap to catch up to them.
Yes, we're in a complete different start than Celeste currently.
You guys are currently going a little bit quicker than them.
Yes. But currently, the way it seems, we can undercut them with a pit stop, if that's possible. Because after a earlier crash, we refuel the car and start the stint again. So that we'll definitely only we'll do 2 pit stops less than everybody else, or depends on who's doing what. If they run the normal strat, they'll have to stop once more than us.
Okay, so that basically is an additional 60 seconds that you make up on them, and we know from a lap point of view, you're needing about 120 seconds to do 1 full lap. So you're still going to be about half a lap that you need to make up on pure race performance. And the reality, half a lap over the next 5 3/4 time, that can be done.
It's possible. It's possible. I was just checking the lap. Celeste did a 204, Jason did a 202. So definitely gaining on him. We just hope we can keep it up. But the thing is, we're going to be in a battle with Chris very soon.
Because he's coming, he did a 2-minute 00.8, so that's 1.6 seconds quicker than Jason Varma ahead.
On the way I see it, we can't battle Chris too long. Because Jude Neville in P9 is 60 seconds behind as well. Also for position.
And they had a disconnect as well, so
yes.
They've also got the pace.
They will come with pace. Jude was quick earlier. So yeah, I'd rather lose 1 position against Chris than lose 2 positions if you battle too long.
Yeah, 100%, and I think that's a great strategy to have.
And lose out on maybe catching Salir.
Because as soon as you do start battling, that is going to slow you down.
Definitely. From what I can see on my timing board, Jude's running in clean air currently. This is going to be interesting how this last 2 hours.
And that's kind of where all these races start coming together.
Yes.
In the last couple of hours, and everyone's strategy starts playing out and knowing exactly where everybody is relative to everybody else. And once everybody has done that last pit stop, that's where things get interesting.
That's when the gloves comes off completely.
Because then
it's positions.
Everything comes down to the last sprint race in the end there. And there's your Bentley nemesis in the background run starting to close up, and I'm sure Jason Farmer is going to be able to start seeing that Bentley come up.
Big Bentley is catching up definitely quick.
And I can smell the winter air here in Johannesburg, the fireplaces being lit up as this temperature just starts dropping and getting colder and colder and colder.
It's interesting where Chris overtakes Jason. The Ferrari is definitely much quicker for the S section, the first sectors, than the Bentley. But for the final sector, the Bentley is quick, much quicker than the Ferrari again for us.
Yeah, that BOP that is on the Bentley, it is quite impressive how Kunos nerfed it, and the LFN were like, no, we can't be nerfing it that much. We've got to give it back some legs. But interestingly enough is that there's Jason approaching Celeste, and that is going to be to 1, 2, 3 unblock myself.
Literally. He has to fend off Chris behind him and needs to overtake Celeste.
Because now both Farmer and Chris are going to need to overtake him to unlap themselves, to then get on the same lap, to then close up an entire lap to close up for that position. So the gloves are definitely going to need to start coming off.
Soon, very soon, the next lap or two, we'll see what's happening. And I see Jude's back in the pits.
That is quite right. What has happened there? So Jude in the pits. Yeah, that was only 20 minutes into that stint. So that was... Oh wait, hold on. That was an hour into the stint. There was 2 very close together, so yeah, that's right. He is an hour stint and is not given the car to Sean Stratton.
Oh, not De Young.
Oh,
I think De Young on my side.
Dave Young.
Yes. So that's going to put him an extra lap down from us currently. So we still have a long way to go in our stints as well. Chris is also still got a full stint to go almost.
And in terms of Celeste, they pitted 4 hours 12, so that was also very long for them. They're just about doing the 1 hour 30s. So in terms of a strategy, these oaks are kind of have got the upper hand on you there, Ron. You're going to need to really hoist some interesting strategies here to close them up, and it is going to have to just be on pure pace.
You have to bring our end game if you want to score another position.
But there we go. That's the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th, understanding that 7th and 8th are 1 lap down.
He's just about to turn into a freeway horse here.
Exactly. You see? I don't always race at SARCO, but when I do, it's a 3-way horse.
I can see this happening the next lap or so.
So quick comparison on times. That was Farmer going 1 second quicker than Celeste, and Chris going 1.1 seconds quicker than Farmer.
Interesting.
So they're each catching each other at just a second a lap. So what was the instruction to Jason? Don't battle Chris.
Don't battle Chris too much, but don't also lose time.
Okay, so...
Yeah, you must just jump out of the way, you must choose
so it's basically don't give him the place, make him earn the place, but don't waste time fighting.
Yes.
Okay, that's
exactly
clear.
Like that.
That's clear. But look, it's been a while since we've had some close racing action, because now we are... Ooh, Jason starting to just wanting to show Celias that little flash there. And Celias is saying, hey, buddy, you're the oak who's behind me. You can't flash me. You're the one who's got to get past me. I'm not going to get out of your way.
Oh, so let's just jump out of the way there.
Oh,
Chris almost closing that gap.
so that is 4th position.
And the Bentley's got a mighty top end.
In saying that, the Ferrari is holding its own. Look at that, side by side. Okay, so that was about 3 car lengths by the end. I think Jason did come out of that because you can see how Celias is closing up on him. But there we go. Were you happy with how that turned out, Ron?
Yes, and what Jason was just put the times in, pumping those good laps, so we can actually lap ourselves. We just lapped ourselves, but now we're still a full lap behind, basically.
No, fantastic.
So
Well,
it's going to be very, very interesting.
It is
Then.
still lots and lots and lots of racing still to go there.
Plenty of racing to go still, yes. Yep.
And are you guys are changing off the stint? You don't really believe in the double stinting?
No, because the stints are so long already, hour 20 minutes plus minus, we just rotate stints every time. So you're fresh, awake for every stint you do.
So what happens is on the BOPs, once somebody goes out and comes back in and a teammate goes out and comes back in, the BOP is then reset.
That explain when Gerrit and them left, I saw my BOP drop for a split second or two and then it was added back up immediately almost.
Yeah.
That's on the screen, yes.
That's because we're trying to make sure that when it happens, we are aware of it and we get to it as soon as possible.
I still see 11 cars circulating.
Yes.
Was it Luke Addison who dropped out?
No, it
Is-
was
is-
Vanna Skuman.
Was Skuna who left?
Yeah. Because now, when I checked, Chris's BOP was correct, but I've just got confirmation now that BOP has dropped. So I'm assuming that Mark or somebody went out and has come back in.
Oh, most possibly is.
So I just want to see where he is. So there we go. There we go. Paul Fenter saying, Dylan! Yes, Paul! Stop shouting at me! They said, yeah, the solo Skuman left, yeah. He did leave, and that was when we had all the massive disconnects with Gerard and Rob.
Oh, it's very unfortunate.
Look,
So the only solo driver we have on track currently is Celias.
no, Celias is not driving alone.
Is he not a solo driver?
Celias is with Michael Schulz.
Oh, okay.
So, Paul, I just wanted to check. You have seen the back of this car, right? And I wanted to know if that was for you as the Paul.
Correct.
Okay. Why, man? Now
I
we
saw
know.
it in the chat. It stands for Fired Up Paul.
Okay. Nice. So now that it's clear, because there's a nice little shot of it. Fire up, Paul. There we go.
Dylan, this is my time's up here. You'll have to excuse me.
No, via Donkey. Thank you very much, Ron, for jumping in and giving us the insight of what happened there to Mark.
Yes, we'll see you a bit later.
we'll see you later, and we'll check maybe you guys are back on car number 22 again.
Thanks, Dylan.
Cheers, Ron. So, Mr. Fenter, I want to know, why don't you come and say how's it on this side of the world? Because I see that you've kept very, very safe in the grandstands there. Shores for you and me. You mean shots? I mean, yeah. Look, I don't mind. I can have 1 or 2 shots, no problem. It has definitely been a journey, hasn't this? Thank you to the admin team who's assisting. That's every 20 minutes or so. Well, I say it's not that. I think it's become an obsessive compulsiveness now. Every time a car goes past or crosses the line, it's just a quick push of the tab button to see to see if there's any BOPs that have changed. Look, this is one of the interesting things, is that this is the car that we've been dealt. For us to have restarted everything, we know that everybody doesn't always have the chance to re-register there and then, and we manage it accordingly, and it's a learning for the next time. Don't ever reset your server once the BOPs have been loaded. So it's everyone who is watching, guys, to the teams, try not leave the server and come back in. Please just leave your PC on and in the game. It definitely does help us. So across the line goes Ruan. 6th place there for him. 4 up from where he qualified. And one of the internationals, Abi Santema, is currently in the car for the hybrid for the hybrid esports. So he's had to wait around 4.5 hours to get his chance to have a go. And not a bad opening lap there for him. 2 minutes, 0.2. And I hear buzzing in my ear, which means that we've got Mr. Paul. And there hasn't been the wall today, Fenter.
Not yet. Still early.
So you say 5.5 hours, anything can happen.
I think I'm due for another stint, so anything's possible.
And just in terms of how the team is feeling, because you guys are not doing too badly for yourself there.
Yeah, the Jude crew is a little bit sad with the random DC that they had. But besides that, yeah, myself and I'm teamed up with the 2 Shawns. So yeah, between the 2 Shawns, they comfortable. Stradom has just given us our second track cut, so we said to him he's only allowed 3 stints because he's basically gotten a track cut in each of his stints. So,
oh no ways.
Yeah.
So does that mean that's shots for him?
If we get a drive-through, then yes, he'll have to have lemon juice because he doesn't drink. So.
Fair enough.
Yeah. We compromise. You don't drink, that's all right. Then just have some lemon juice, man.
Yeah, as long as you just get to pull the face funny. But listen,
yeah, that's exactly it.
Cactus Jack is not something that's terribly horrible.
No, it's not. It's actually, it tastes like cool drink, man.
Yes, that stuff is definitely my shooter of choice, I must say.
We've tested it. I've drank 3/4 of a bottle on a Friday night, and I was still standing at the end of the stream. So.
And just in terms of this BOP story, talk about maintenance.
Yeah, so I don't know how that happened, because I mean I saw that the BOP was there. And then I assume some GP had one of those brain farts when you did the. So actually, whoever went into the server before driver 1, that's the guy we got to blame for all of this. Sadly,
And yes, and the thing is I know who it is, and I'm keeping that person very, very, very safe from everybody else. And I think I'm the one that's going to be rolling with them punches.
Yeah, man. You know what? Oxen was also just chill, man. It's not the end of the world. I actually laughed at one of the comments in the chat about Oaks were driving around for 15 minutes without their BOP on it. So I said, well, that's cool. Then maybe those two teams should get a stop-go 30 because they were fully aware they were driving around without notifying anyone they don't have BOP. So in essence, they were crooking, In essence.
Oh, no,
I haven't had a reply yet. I'm still waiting. The punches were being thrown while I was driving, so I had to first finish my stint and then warm up the gloves.
But I like the way you tell me and you tag yourself into a message you're sending me. What's up with that?
Yeah, I know. I saw that. I'm like, stupid calls stupid.
Look, and as the BOPs are a disaster, but the thing is that I know that the LFM they do work, and as much as we hate them and they're a frustration,
it honestly, it has made the racing on ACC a lot better. It's taken, I think, a stale ACC where you'd end up with 1-2 cars only dominating everything, where you kind of do have, look at Heineken and them in the Bentley. The BOP is probably a little bit wrong on that one because that thing's a bloody bullet at this stage in a straight line. But, if it wasn't for the BOP, you wouldn't even consider seeing that car on the grid. So,
yeah, most definitely. That one was for Ruan because he put up a message out to say watching Russ as a teammate is the most nerve-wracking experience. And as I'm reading the message, I'm watching him, and Russ gets his rear very, very loose going through Dunlop. So that was just for you, Michael.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, it's fun. I'm racing in another league on a Sunday night where they look at all the BOPs available. So the pit skill, the AOR, the LFM, I think there's one or two other not as big ones. And then they look at their own data that gets accumulated on their practice server during the week. And then, if need be, they adjust the BOPs accordingly. Sure. And it's truly made it that, me and an Aston is fighting up front against a Honda that's fighting against a Nissan. Where in your life, when last have you seen those three cars fighting at the sharp end of the field,
Well, exactly. That was basically on the launch, and then all of a sudden the Evos of some of those cars came out and
then just murdered everyone.
Oh, there's Russ going wide just for you, Michael. Okay, I think that's enough punishment for him.
Enough of Russ giving us nervous moments there.
So, in terms of your strategy, Paul, you guys are up there now into 4th place. It looks like you are able to do the longest stints, like 108, then you did a 118, then managed to get a 1 hour and I think it's about 1 hour 15. So yeah. You're trying to obviously get as far as possible. You guys are almost doing what the Ferraris are doing.
Yeah, so we basically just filling it up 120 liters and then literally just going until we need to pit. That's kind of what we're just going for at this stage. The tires seem to, at about probably about the 45-minute mark, they seem to die, and then they come alive again at about the 1 hour mark, and then they're good for that last 15-minute stint.
And I suppose that's as the fuel runs out and you start getting to the minimums, is that whatever life is left, you're then able to maximize because you're not running such a heavy car. So that could be. But we are definitely seeing the faster lap times are when you're coming out and you're actually starting your stint.
Yeah, the Aston is just strange like that. It's as if it, with more weight, it produces better grip, which is in turn giving you the better lap time. And then it seems to almost just basically sustain whatever your lap time is at on about lap 5. It then sustains that lap time almost throughout your entire stint, as long as you as the driver don't make any errors. So yeah, Aston's always been good on rubber, so it's nice to be able to do a stint like that and you don't just fall off by 2 seconds. I think at the end of my stint I was 0.1, 0.2 off of what I was doing, but I'm not as quick as my 2 teammates. I'm doing about a 2-minute 2 flat, so where they're doing in the 201s. But hey, you know what, keep it on track and try and keep it out of the walls is probably going to be a better strategy than trying to do 201s.
Yeah, most definitely, and I agree. And just the threat that you guys have behind of Isham and
that's a lack of battle going on right there, man.
Like we haven't really spoken much about it, but I've had my eye on it. It's only 10 seconds is that gap, and that's 1 or 2 little track cuts here and there. Then all of a sudden, that whole race is now out the
back
window.
on. Yeah, I gave away about 15 seconds during my stint to Isham and then to Musa. But yeah, it's definitely, I think, the fight's going to come down to that final stint for that P4, P5 battle. But also, I think DT's, Isham's already had one in his first stint. So who knows where they're sitting on track cuts at this stage. Last I checked, we were sitting on 2. So, you know, it's all to play for, man. 5 hours, call it 5.5 hours, and we still have plenty of excitement coming towards us.
Plenty of shenanigans on the cards there. And yes, the track cuts here are just so tricky, is that Jude was running through some of those areas, and that's the thing, as soon as you start pushing and you're on that edge for so long, is it's just that little bit too deep into the corner, and then you run wide, and then it's one, and then all of a sudden you give that track cut to the driver who drives behind you. He makes that little mistake, and then you jump into the car, you got 2, and like, oh, there we go, now the pressure's on, that you start worrying about, am I now going too slow, am I allowing cars to come up? So yeah, there's all those mind games that come with that.
I mean, Jude's team, they got 3 track cuts in the first half hour of the race.
Yes.
So they were preparing for a drive-through, you know. But yeah, it's man, it's just fun doing enduros again. You know, we miss these. We don't get to do these as often, I guess, as everyone likes, because life just happens. So yeah, when they do come along, when we've got a gap, it's always fun to jump in and do them. And I'm still doing it with my thumb.
Oh
after
yes.
I murdered it last week Friday. So yeah.
After Paul did a thing.
Yeah, a horrible thing. I had an argument with a Ford Ranger's door. Not the best argument, and clearly the Bucky won.
No, well, we hope that definitely does heal up, and you don't really need a thumb, just as long as it's not a middle finger, so that you can, you need to use that to change your gears up and down.
Yeah, that's it. Well, thanks, Minette. I will head back to my team and see how we're doing there, and have fun. Yeah, I shall keep eye on the stream for you.
Awesome, cool.
All right,
thanks,
like
Paul.
about cheers,
Great
man.
job, bye-bye.
Bye.
So thank you, Paul Fenter from the LNR team, coming and join us to 4th place. They are. BOPs have been checked and they are all good. And thank you to everyone who has been watching. We are 4 hours and 43 minutes to go at the beep of the 10-hour of Suzuka. So thank you to all the returning teams that have come back, and thank you very much the Genesis Academy, as well as the Genesis Esports team. Genesis Esports, that was the one thing I was trying to do earlier, is just get the positions, and that's Genesis Esports, 25 points there for the overall. The Esports Academy, 18 points. Project Vapor, which is Mohat Isham. They're in third place with 15 points. Then Tubby's Racing, fourth place for them. They are currently third, so one place ahead of where they had finished last time. PWSR, they were in fifth place. I'm not racing here this evening. Pandacity. Vanna Skuman, unfortunately, not in here. So that's definitely going to help some of the guys up at the top there. Rush, that's the Rush LTR team. And that is Gerard and Rob van der Heever. So they are currently down in 10th, but they did get themselves a 7th place. Slick Racing, we heard the story from Chris Hanneke and Mark Henry was told by Ruan that a mistake on the keyboard turned the controller to the keyboard and not the wheel, which is why they got stuck and in the panic disconnected, left the server and came back, and that did not solve the problem. So 7th for them, they finished 8th overall. Then we have the team LTR Purple Turtles. They are currently 11th, but having finished 9th. Then the LTR, which is basically LTR 1, which is Jason Farmer and Lucas is getting out the way there as Sean Stradham goes past. Second place there for him as Christian Venter goes into the pits. And the LTR underdogs, that was, while we didn't have both those drivers racing, we did have them both on the stream, and that was Stephen Smith and Matthew Carter. Guys, the next race is Kalami, so I hope that you do get back for that. There we go. Fabian is now in the car. Also had to wait close on 5 hours to get himself up and running. Let's just take a look. Is that from the pit timer? That was 5 minutes less than the hour. So that BMW really is a correction. There we go. There's the one I'm looking at. Go 29 to 25. Okay, so that was an hour and 15 minutes stint there for them. And Fleming Power, that was an hour and an hour and 14 minutes for them as well. Interesting. So as we approach the halfway point, a double check on the BOPs. BOPs are still in line. And I did say that I wanted to just get up and have a little walk around. And that was supposed to have been done as we went into the 6 hours. So it's an hour later. So I'm at the point now where a Coke and a pancake is much needed. So I'll hang on for the next 12 minutes or so. But then once we go into that halfway mark, quickly just go grab something to eat, a little bit of something to drink. Fleming Bauer drive-through. Oh my goodness, that is changing things once again. What did Fleming Bauer do? 10 minutes away from the halfway mark. And 5 hours to go is quite a feat. There's so much interesting, crazy, unfortunate, confusing, all the wonderful stuff that comes with an endurance race, doesn't it? That was Russ getting out of the way there. I don't know how that made you feel, Michael, but he went wide, held it wide, and allowed AB to get past. So the gap between Sean Domingo to Sean Stradom, because this is now effectively the battle for 5th place, with Fleming going and doing that drive-through with the Tubby's car that has dropped them down into 5th place. And that drive-through, 29.4 seconds, has now put them 40 seconds behind 4th place to Sean Domingo and Mohamed Musa for Project Vapor. And I'm pretty sure that's 777 being Sean needs to pit soon because they're a pit stop down. The last time they pitted was at 3:43. Where are you, Sean Strader? Let's go to you. So Sean has done 1 hour and 10 minutes. I'm so glad I found this screen, because now I can see exactly how much time the guys have been spent in the car. So 1 hour and 10 minutes, so he's got about 5 minutes left, according to what Paul was saying that they were able to extract out of this car. Then coming up onto 1 hour is Etienne as well as Jason Farmer. So 20 minutes left there for each of them to go. Dave Young is halfway through his stint. Rob van der Heever 46 minutes in there, so just about half an hour to 35 minutes for him there. Fabian, nice and fresh, as well as Abe. He is 34 minutes in. So all eyes on Sean Stradom now. When is he going to pit? Is it this one or the one after? Let it be the next one. So Sean still in that 10-second spot. That might have been with him going past the LTR driver. Did that just hold him up just a little bit? But that gap definitely maintaining between Isham and Sean. But Sean still one pit stop behind. That is very interesting indeed, because now, just running some numbers here, is Sean in that stint over 113, having only done 3 stops. When they stop now, that would be 4 stops. That means they will only need to do another 3 to get to the end of the race. So that puts them on a 7-stop strategy. Currently, the 2 Genesis Esports as well as the Academy have both done 4 stops already, with one 11 minutes in and 37 minutes in. Which means that in terms of their strategy, it is definitely a good one. So if Sean can just extend this stint and do one more lap after this, what that will do is cover them in terms of being able to only need to do the 3 stops and not have to go and do a little splash and dash 2 minutes before the end. Because that means they've done 3 stops within the 5 hours. So the one they're doing now essentially reset them, so they've now done 4 and will only need to do another 3 because they won't be stopping on hour 10. So there we go. So if everything goes according to plan, the LNR boys will be able to get to the end on 3 stops. Where everybody now who has done this before will need to stop again. Which means that's 8 stops versus their 7. As we approach the halfway mark, thank you to everyone who has joined us on the stream. Big thank you to our sponsors, NAG, who have put up the prize money for this endurance series, as well as a thank you to MSR for the streaming kit. We're definitely going to have to see what happened there with our Streamlabs. But since we stopped that dual stream, it looked like the Streamlabs was able to keep up because it just completely crashed and didn't want to risk that happening again. So apologies to all of those who were on our Facebook page, but there we go. We are now halfway done. And Sean is really getting the maximum out of this car. 1 hour 16 so far in the stint. So really doing well, which is definitely going to set them up very well for the end, knowing that there are only 3 stops left. So 4 driver stints, I should say, left to go, and that's it. Etienne crossing the line to begin his lap 137 for the LTR Purple Turtles. And the Purple Turtles is linked to the purple rims that are on that car. Sean is also due for a pit stop quite soon. As I see, he's into his stint, 1 hour and 13 minutes so far. I actually just noticed there, those lights did look weird. It's because the lights are actually on the road underneath when you cross over on the bridge. Still want to see where Sean is, because that's 1 hour and 18. So I think they've pushed that car to the limits. Absolutely great drive there for Sean, crossing the line on 1 hour and 19. That really is a incredible stint there for him. Isham does follow suit, 1 hour and 15. So these two are just about on the same strategy, and 12 seconds behind. So the car's going to go back to Mohat Musa. It'll be interesting to see who gets the car now from Sean. Where is Lemming? Is going to be crossing the line now. So Fleming now goes up 2 places, but interestingly enough is that they are already 14 minutes into their first stint, so they're going to have to stop twice unless they just set up a little splash and dash earlier on, but they are definitely a little bit behind. Sean is on his way out. What's that? 66.2 seconds. So wow, just over 1.5 seconds, just off the perfect optimal time there. Isham is 60 seconds flat, so 0.2 gained on Sean Stratham. We will need to just see if it is Isham once they go past the delta, which is just as they go up around past Dunlop. You can see they're between 7 and 8. There's the little half line there before turn 8. That is where the delta is, and that's where the timekeepers will be updated. So 3, 2, 1, go. So there we go, confirmation. It is Mohat who's now in the car, 12.7 seconds behind, and that is his requirement now to go and catch a Sean who takes over from other Sean. Yes, no, maybe, confirm, yes. So Sean Stratham has now given it to Sean Scutty, as he is known in the LNR community. BOP still in check. Track temperature down to 15 degrees, so that has definitely changed a little bit. Started up in the 23 degrees, I think was the highest ambient temps that we had, at 28 degrees. So that's a 13-degree swing. We heard what Ruan was saying about the way they had set up their car. Because brake ducts and all that definitely make a difference in terms of how much heat is coming onto the brakes, how much heat is heat soak. That's the word I was looking for. Yo, look at that as a crazy word after the last 5 hours. The heat soak into the tires, keep the temps up, and now that they've got the right brake temps in the colder temperature, they're able to get more life out of their tires. Why was Russ going slowly? It was just a slow down warning. Don't worry, Michael. Nothing to get too anxious over just yet. So the last lap times, and that was knowing that they've both just come out of the pits. So Skitty did a 2-minute 47.3, White Moose a 2:47.7. So they're out like 0.4 of a difference. That just shows you how quickly that the two of them are able to get onto it and go. So that is quite interesting indeed, because we have got Ruan, who hasn't pitted. He's still on his third lap, as well as Chris Heineke. So Ruan is an hour into his stint. Chris is an hour and 3 minutes, so 55 minutes for Ruan, and an hour and 3 minutes for Chris. Carrot now out of the pits, taking over from Rob. So Etienne, an hour and 10 minutes into his stint, so pretty sure that he's going to start getting ready to make a change. They're already going to have been speaking about what the tire pressure should be changed to, and that is you get a base, and off the base you know that you need to be going up and down 1 or 2 clicks, or you're able to set multiple cycles to say, okay, that's map a pit 1 through to 7 are increments of 3 or 4 clicks, so you're able to cycle through those or just set them each manually. It is entirely up to your preference. I don't really mind either way, because the less I'm fiddling around with the buttons, the better. So instead of me going through pit menus, I'd rather just quickly click the tires 3 or 4 clicks up and down, because as you're going, as you're putting them in, you are changing them. But it's just so that you have that, what your temperature should be at. It is pretty easy to sort out. So the gap between Sean and Mohat is kind of been at the 12 seconds, and it's still staying there. And as we said, that Mohat goes and bangs off his fastest lap time, a 2-minute 0.4, but that gap still 11.8 seconds. 11.8 on my screen. And Skitty, 20 seconds from Fleming. So Chris, we did see him unlap himself from Russ, and Chris is 55 seconds now behind. Russ doing a 2:04 that last lap versus a 2:03 by Chris Honecker, so definitely going to be closing up there. An hour into Russ's stint, so 58 minutes there, Mohat. 7 minutes for Skitty. Let's see Jason Farmer, an hour and 17 minutes there. Etienne Maton, an hour and 12 minutes. Chris Honecker, an hour and 6. This is where it's going to be quite interesting to see where Russ and Chris Honecker come out, because at the rate they're going, and if they're able to get into those 1 hour 20s, or even go a little bit further, is that they are going to be limiting themselves, requiring yet another pit stop. So Mohamed Musa closing up onto the back of the LTR car. So moving to the inside goes Mohat. The LTR car getting out of the way and allowing him to go through without too much effort. Drive through for Etienne Maton. So is that the gift that keeps on giving? Was he given some of those drive through those track cuts before he had started his stint? We'll have to just find out from the Purple Turtles to see whether one of them will come and join us in the lobby. So lobby, in the Discord chat. Where is Jason Farmer? 1:18. 1 hour 18 is his current swim time. So definitely trying to match what Ruan is doing. While Jason was a lap behind Ruan, coming to the end of the stint, that gap is now. They are all on the same lap. But the time is all over the place. Just waiting for him to cross that sector, then we'll get a quick update. So there's 35 seconds, 17 seconds. Oh, but is he going into the pits just yet? Yo. That delayed camera like that. Man oh man. So Michael, I hope you are ready to go, because Ruan is doing quite well. Still got about 2 minutes left. 2 minutes, man. 20 minutes left to go in terms of the strategy Oaks have been running. But he is losing time to Chris Honecker, as well as to Jason Farmer. Because now the three of you are all on the same lap. So about 30 seconds to Chris plus another 20, so 50 seconds is the difference there. I see Ruan has gone into the pits. So he has taken the car now from Jason Farmer, which now has added an additional a 90 seconds onto the time that he needs to get between himself and Chris. But when Russ pits, that is going to come back down to whatever that gap is. But will Chris Heineke be able to get ahead? Perhaps. Because Chris is still only an hour 10 in, you're an hour 3 in for us. Okay, no, so there won't be a position change there. BOP is still intact. Thank you, everybody. Do we don't go out and come back in, then we don't need to keep adding them in. But so far, so good. Let's run through the current standings, check out what's happening through the field. There, right at the top, Abe for the Genesis Esports. 2 laps ahead of Fabian in the Genesis Esports Academy, currently in 2nd place. Then Fleming Bauer driving with I was going to say Mark Henry, but that's not Mark Henry. And I've done that before. Sorry, Henry. For the Tubbies in the 3rd place. Then, fighting from 8th place is the LTR boys, Sean Skitty, currently in 4th. And only 18th place behind Bauer. So there's still definitely a race on that's going to happen here. Because if I'm looking at the lap times, Skitty is catching just on, what's that, half a second to 0.7 of a second a lap there. So, race on. At the same time, there's Mohamed Musa, who's doing the same times as Skitty, 10 seconds behind. So there actually is a little 3-way battle here for the last spot on the podium. That's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. Then, further down, and that is 1 lap behind, in 6th place is Ruan with Michael. And the 2 of them for the Zodiac team, they do have Chris Heineke 47 seconds behind. Ruan doing 2:03s versus Ruan. I mean, Chris Heineke, apologies, I was reading the row below. At 2 minutes, 0.1. So that's 2 seconds being gained there. And then 91 seconds because Ruan Heineke has pitted ahead of these 2 already. They're all on the same lap. So this could be a final battle to see where 6th, 7th and 8th end up. Dave Young is 70 seconds behind Ruan Heineke, so they are still on the same lap. And then 3 laps behind is Gerard Pretorius in 9th place. 10th place, apologies, with Rob Panahirba. And then 3 laps down is Lucas Joubert. BOP still intact. I think that's going to be my new, oh my gosh, my new go-to saying. And I've just realized I have forgotten to go and take my comfort break. Because the last time I took one was at 2 o'clock, and I realized we are now pushing 20 to 6. So I do want to go and do that, but I just need to make sure that, looking at you, Mr. Admin Team, that the BOPs will remain in check. But I do want to just stick around now because I want to see what happens post the pit stops of Ruan and Chris. So Ruan 1 hour and 9, Chris Haneke 1 hour 17. So look, they actually might be pitting at pretty similar times. So that 4th, 5th, or 3rd, 4th, 5th, 27 seconds is the gap between those three. And that is the battle for the last spot on the podium. So looking at the gap between Mohat, still circulating in that 12 seconds, and that's because Sean and Mohat are doing just about the same lap times, lap after lap. So there was a 2:01.1 for Sean, 2:01.5 for Mohat, but the previous lap is Mohat made up that 0.4 on him. So all that happened is that he gained it and Sean took it back on that next lap. So that gap between Chris and Ruan, 44 seconds now, because Chris has now taken another 1.5 seconds on that lap. Sean using as much of that runoff through 130R as he can. Car hooked up nasty there. And into the pits goes Chris Heineke. So all eyes on Chris now. Where will Ruan come out in this? Oh, he's only now going through turn 8 and then turn 9, so he is half a lap behind. So he won't really be closing up too much on the back of his brother, knowing that Chris is going to be giving the car to Mark. I do want to just double check in that handover. So 20 seconds left to go there. Ten seconds for Chris. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So a seamless handover to Mark Hennebury. Coming out of the pits 67 seconds actually, so that was a little bit off the pace, so 2 seconds lost there. Maybe just making sure, being cautious. So Ruan and Michael Schulz have gone 5.5 hours just about on 3 pit stops. So whatever they're doing, they are doing it extremely well, because the last time they pitted was on the 4-hour 12 mark. We're now on the 6-hour, what's that, 28 mark. So these two definitely pulling out the maximum. I thought that the L&R guys were really taking the maximum out of that Aston, but man oh man, Ruan into 1 hour 15 of his stint now. So the Zodiac martini colored Ferrari, will they be able to get one more lap or so done? Russ is wide, but it looks like it's another lap there. So that's going to push that stint to 1 hour 18. You can hear those tires really squealing. Ruan asking a lot from those tires, and they're just squealing, saying we don't really have much left here. All good, Mr. Fenter. Saying you wanted to come talk some coconuts with us before you stints, but it's all good, you can come afterwards. As we go into the 4 hour and 30. Yeah, but old Skitty is doing phenomenally well there. Keeping Mohat Musa at bay. That gap has not got out of the 11s, it's staying around there. And Sean is also that gap between himself and Fleming. It's also been between that 18 and 16 mark So there's still time. And will there be some sort of kink in the weather? Because I'm reading your message now, Paul. Will there be a kink in the weather? It says, can we ask for a rain dance, please? Weather has been teasing the whole race. I know. It's like the clouds come and then the clouds go, and they come and then they go. I think a little bit of sprinkling of rain would be absolute fantastic. Yowzers. Michael, how was that one for the nerves? No, these oaks are pulling everything out of this Ferrari. Because that's an hour and 18 now. So that means that this car is definitely going to run over an hour and 20 minutes. But those rears do not look happy. Where is Mark Hennebury? So he's... Okay, 100 seconds. So yeah, we'll only really see how they pan out after Russ has done his pit stop. I think Ruan's been losing just a little bit of time there between himself and the Bentley of Mark in 7th place. PS, BOPs are all accounted for. But guys, if you are watching, please tell your teammates don't go out and in, because that's part of what will then just reset the BOPs. Because I think what happens is that if you're all in, when it gets assigned to all those drivers. But if a driver leaves and then comes back, the BOP hasn't been assigned to him. So how's that for figuring out something, Paul? Because as long as you're in, they don't go away. But if you leave the server and come back, then yes, they do go away. So Paul, just for the record, seeing your little thumb like that, ish. Okay, everybody, I do need to go and take that little personal break. We do have the BOPs being monitored, so stand by. Just getting my message up. There we go. Ruan Cilias is finally in. So that's now going to give us a sense of where Mark Henneberry and Ruan Heineke are going to be relative to him. Why am I not getting a lap timer here for Ruan? Come on. What is going on? Whoa, Mark, that was close. On the brakes into the chicane, but now that looks like it's that time is still dropping very, very quickly. So when he crosses the line, we'll know what the true outcome of that is. So that gap is now 13 seconds. 19 seconds. There we go. So 19 seconds from Mark to Ruan, and 28 seconds from Ruan Heineke to Mark Henneberry. So that is 40 seconds is now the gap between Ruan, or Michael Schultz, apologies, to Mark Henneberry and Ruan Heineke. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be back at approximately 20 past. Just need to get some food in me and go over a little comfort break. And I will be back once I get the message up so people know who and where I am. There we go. I'll see you in just about 20 minutes time. And I'm back, and welcome back, and everybody's back, and BOP is still in line, no issues reported from our admin. Thank you very much, sir. So it seems that while I was away, everything ran according to plan, which makes me very happy that there weren't any additional... Oh, sorry, I realized that the autopilot was not put on the cameras when I was away, so apologies for that. But let's have a little catch up to see who is where. So it is still the Genesis esports team out in front. Santima 159.8. So currently one of the fastest times that we have seen this race yet. Yes, we have seen a 59, but we haven't seen one for a while. So quite interesting to see that. Then Christian Venter in the car. 2 minute 0.44 is his fastest lap, so 0.6 off that fastest time there. Then a skitty, oh, there's a great shot there for the Eleanor boss to see both cars running together. I'm sure he'll be happy to see that. That's a little highlight reel there for you, Paul. Grab that and send it on to Mr. Buck. I'm sure he'll be most appreciative. Then in 4th place, 13 seconds, so that gap has opened up just a little bit between Mohat and Skitty. 12.9 seconds is that gap. Then Henry Meyer back in the car, having taken over from Fleming Bauer. Henry is 31.5 seconds and currently going, well, according to the last 2 laps, 1.9 seconds is that gap there that he's gone and made up on Mohat with his fastest lap with a 59.757. So why didn't he get the purple lap? Huh. Interesting. See, and it's things like this that just don't make sense. You can see it, black and white, or purple and white, I should say, not black. And it is clear that that best lap time is definitely showing that it is faster, yet it didn't show. And it counted as his last lap time. But he is 1/10 up on his delta. So is that going to give him that 59.6? Crossing the line, there we go. So it gives him 59.6, but invalidated lap. Okay, so I think the purple laps are a little bit confused because now it's saying that Santima has done a 2 minute 0.080, and that's just given him a purple lap. So it looks like our purple laps are a little bit all over the place, but currently Henry Meyer is a 59.7, and that's the fastest we've seen. Unofficial lap, because that lap you can see on your screen is in red at a 159.6. Then 2 laps behind is a Michael Schulz, and this race, man oh man, is coming up because it is the Bentley that is now 13 seconds behind Michael. And that's 2.2 seconds. Mark is catching up onto the back of Michael. So things are gonna hot up, and we had mentioned that Ruan Heineke, so while he is 30 seconds behind Mark, he is essentially only 46 seconds behind Michael, considering that Jason Farmer had unlapped himself from Russ and has worked his way up to be half a lap down. So that's a great comeback there for him. So Russ, I don't know if you're on the stream, you want to come and have a chat to us. because I think you guys are onto something here with your pit strategies. Absolutely fantastic to see. What's happening with Skitty? Nothing. Okay, just had a little yellow flag warning. But Mark is absolutely flying. Okay, as I say, 0.2. Then all of a sudden that delta then changes, and now it's 0.6. So was up 0.2, now at 0.6 of a loss. But keep your eyes out, guys, because the lap that we're on now is lap 176 Ronanica. Once he crosses that line, he will be on the same lap as Mark Hennery and Michael Schultz. So big race still coming in there. And then in 9th place, Andres doing that for the camera. Thank you very much. Clip it. That was a great sideways action. Hold on. I won't even clip it. I think we can actually go back and grab that again from this view. Yes, man. Tokyo Drift for real. Look at that. Thank you, Andres. All we can say is, mooi man. Rob van der Heever coming out of the pits now after his pit stop, and for his efforts he will get a stop go 30. Gotta practice those pit stops, Rob. Gotta practice those pits, unless a hit was given to him, so he might not have been the one that did it. And Lucas Joubert in 11th place, 4 laps behind Rob. Three hours 48 to go of the 10 hour of Suzuka. And thank you everyone for joining. That goes to drivers. Oh, there we go. Nice close up of Christian Venter. So that looked a bit wide, but he used all the curb on the exit, so I'd say quite on point if you ask me. Henry Mayer is 9 seconds away from Skitty. So that McLaren we have just noted a BOP that has dropped off car 31, which is being addressed right now. Still don't understand why or how that does it. Anyway, so they will need their BOP. And done in a safe spot, and has made the corner perfectly. So all BOPs are as what was required. Mark going to be 12.7 seconds is that gap. So that gap was only a that lap was only a 0.3 gain. So while Mark was catching up 2 seconds, it looks like Michael Schulz has got some of that pace back and he is starting to close up. And while Mark is closing up onto the back of Michael, Rowan is just losing a little bit of time between himself and Mark, but he has made up 8 seconds as Mark touches the curb on the exit through 130R. So that's 52 seconds, so that's 8 seconds gain in the last couple of laps. Mohamed Musa is in 3rd place. He wasn't there earlier. So see from a pit, oh there we go. Okay, I got it. It was Skitty that did a drive-through, which has put him behind Mohamed Musa. Because there I've got a 29.3 drive time. Just noticed some of the additional detail here, but it's not ringing true for all the drivers. Because I've got some stop-go 30s here, there's some drive-throughs, but it's saying that Mohamed Musa and Isham have done 3 drive-throughs. It's just crazy. So Mohamed, Isham, are you listening? I know that there was one, but I missed the others. Let's go check in the spotters guide. Mohamed Musa. Oh, there we go. So only 3 teams have pitted on this side of the 5 hour. No, that's not true. There we go. I suppose it's as close to the 5 hour as possible that they were highlighted in green. So that did confuse me ever so slightly. Ah, interesting little fact. So this was at 5:52 p.m. So just over 40 minutes ago. Mohamed Musa into the pits. Oh, that will explain why he's so high up. Is that Luke Addison, who is currently in this race with the Academy team, is 37th, and Christian Deploy is currently 42nd in the SRO Esports 3 Hour of Suzuka. So talk about double tapping. There you go. Two teams currently racing or racing another another race at the same track. That's pretty cool. Oh, Michael Schultz, what have you done? I'll tell you what you have done is you've just allowed both Mark Hennebury and Ruan Heineke to close down on you by you getting this drive-through. Because there goes Mark Hennebury. There we go. He thought he was coming into the pits and realized, holy coconuts, that he actually needs to do a drive-through. But now there's Ruan coming through 130R on the curb. Mark Hennebury has gone ahead. He's now up into 6th place. Michael Schultz is now down in 7th. And that gap is closing between himself and Ruan Heineke. I've got it down to 19 seconds, 18 seconds, 17 seconds, 15 seconds, and resets at 24 seconds. So that drive-through basically cost him 20 seconds gap between himself and Ruan Heineke. And that's allowed Mark Hennebury and Chris Heineke to move up into 6th place ahead of them. BOP is in check. So Skitty going into the pits. I do believe that he will be handing the car over to Paul. We will have Isham Domingo looking to close up on him. Isham did pits a little bit earlier. Let's see. So that was at 6:19. So about 12 minutes ago was when the car was handed back to Isham. So Henry Mayer, having done 6 visits to the pits, has found himself back in 3rd place with a big slide there. There's a good pit stop there for Isham. It was a 64.6, so about 0.3 quicker than what some of the average is. And Skitsy's come out. We'll just have to wait till he crosses the line so we know who is in the car. So we'll just follow him through turn 6, then up 7 around Dunlop. Oof, lots of inside curve there. That's asking for trouble. Then across the line now, and confirmation, there we go. It is Paul Fencer in the car. He did say he wanted to come have a little chat before his stint, but just missed it. Shot there of Lucas Robert, currently in 11th place, driving with Ulrich Rioja and Etienne. Yes, Etienne it is. So Ruan Heineke in 8th place. There's the man in shots, has 24 seconds to close up onto the back of Michael Schultz, knowing they were a lap behind 2 stints ago. So it's been an absolute formidable drive from the farmer and Ruan to come back and really bring this race back to Michael and Russ from Zodiac. And 0.9 is the time that Ruan has been taking out of the Ferrari ahead of him. So across the line. So again, 0.9. It is 201.6 for Ruan, 202.7. Okay, so 0.1, not 0.9. I went the wrong way. So that's a gap now, 23.1 seconds. So the battle is on. Paul Venter has got 25 seconds to close down on Isham, and Henry Mayer is in third place. Are they still... So they're still in schedule for a pit stop. That was an hour and 10 minutes, or hour and 11 minutes, so yes, that looked like it was... Right, that was 4 minutes, so that was 5 minutes later, that was a drive-through. So most teams have done 5 pit stops. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams have done 5 pit stops. There are 1, 2, 3 teams that have done 6 pit stops. 2 teams that have done 8 pit stops. But the interesting one is Mark Ennery and Chris Heineke have only done 4. With 1/3 at the beep will be exactly 1/3. Check it out. Beep, because that was 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Oh goodness, am I really going that delirious? But I'm glad that I got to see that. That's pretty freaking sweet. Oh, look at that. Sparks flying. Talking about sparks flying, BOPs are still in order. So Marco Schulz, seeing the fighting coming from Ruan, did a better lap than Ruan that last lap. Ruan looks like he might have made a little mistake at 202.4 versus Michael's 202.3. But that gap is less than 23 seconds now. And Mark opening up a gap there. 21 seconds is the gap between himself and Michael. So Ronanica closing up onto the back of Lucas Hubert in the fellow LTR car. And it all looks like the hope that Paul Venter had of there being some rain is definitely falling away. You can see the partly cloudy icons coming up there, so definitely no rain on the horizon. So Ruin going up on the inside through Dunlop, and then ahead of Lucas Joubert. So if you have just joined us, this is round number 2 of our NAG Endurance Series, being streamed live to you from the SARCO head office. And the next race coming up on the 31st of August is the Kalami 9 hour. Possible mixed. A little bit of rain in Kalami is always expected. So that is a little over, let's say, 2.5 months away. Then the last one of the series, that is on the 9th of November, almost said 9/11. Oh, it is 9/11. 9th of September. Oh, no, 9th of November. Yo, I've just confused myself. Is it because the Americans say 9/11 that it was on the 11th of September? Was it 9/11 because it's the 9th of November? Please help me. Oh gosh. This is what happens when you get stuck in your head. Is there anybody out there? Come and talk to me, please. Okay, man. Now I need to Google this. (9/11). Okay, 11th of September. There we go. Sure. That's so weird how that broke my brain. Because I'm reading it as 9/11, which is the 9th of November and not the 11th of September. Ron Heineke into the pits. Sure, that was pretty aggressive. Well, Ron, was that a scheduled stop? Because it was at, yeah, okay, yes, at 5:14 was their last stop. There we go. Jason Farmer in the car. But now why? Oh, because he crossed the start finish line. No, I'm so confused. Why did it give us that Jason Farmer was in the car now and not Ruin? That doesn't make sense. And now it's giving me the time, so that is 67 seconds. So a little bit behind the optimal. But still good. See, I honestly thought that Michael and the LTR guys were basically on the same pit schedule, because Michael went and did the drive-through, but now they're 90 seconds behind again. And Ruan and Michael Schultz are a pit stop behind, which means that they have that pit stop in hand. They did pit before Ruan and Jason Farmer. So, what's it? 15 minutes earlier, indeed, actually. Because that's 3.5 hours there. So 2 pit stops. 2 pit stops is an hour. Hour, 2.5 hours. Oh, they sort of put twice, 3 times. See. So Jason and Ruan are just out of sync here. So the next person we are anticipating coming in is going to be either Mark Henry or Abe Satima, because Abe is on 1 hour 3 minutes of his stint there. The crack of the microphone always makes me very happy. Hello, Mr. Heineke.
Hello, Dylan.
So, I have some questions.
Yes.
You guys are really closing up nicely onto the Zodiac car, but it seems that you guys are still a pit stop behind them. I mean, ahead of them. But it looks like you're out of sync to where they are, and they've stopped 1 pit stop less.
Yes, they still, we just pitted. They still need to pit in about 20 minutes.
So, do you want me to like, not break your soul, but Michael Schultz has just, he pitted 17 minutes ago, and they're pitted ahead of you.
No, it wasn't a pit. He had to do a drive-through. That's not a pit stop. It was a drive-through.
Oh snap! But he
Yes,
did. Yes, he did the drive-through. Okay, I get it now because I'm
Yes.
looking at the time. Ah, so he does still
Because
need to pit.
me is an hour and 1 minute in the car currently. Oh, we nearly lost it on 130. Oh,
Who's that? Jason.
I know. Skilled. I'm on board with him currently, so I can just see stunt timer.
Ah,
Yeah, and that drive-through is gonna cost him big time. Because he already lost the position to Mannyberry and Chris already.
yes. But I saw that they did do a drive-through then. I didn't realize that that was another drive-through because it was kind of in sync to where I thought that they would be.
Oh, this is gonna be a battle till the bitter end.
And that's exactly what we want.
Yes, because when I started my stint, we were 60 seconds behind still.
Yes.
And now we're less than half a lap behind. We're on the same lap already.
Correct.
And they have to put roughly 20 minutes. Depending how long they can make it last, the stint.
So they have been pushing their car to just about 1 hour 25.
25, yeah, it's about 23 minutes plus minus, give or
Yep.
take. This is going to be interesting at the end. That's all I can say.
So I'm not too sure how I missed that drive-through because I didn't see it up on my telemetry on the race. I know that They did have a drive-through.
We all the same, the squad, everybody's watching. feeding information.
Okay. So, have you got a collaboration between all the LTR teams then?
We all in the same chat currently, yes.
But Olin, when you guys started, you were all in different chats.
Yes, and now basically now it's quiet down a bit, and we're all running free, not fighting one another, so there's all in one chat, and every driver's got his spotter there as well, so everybody's watching the timing sheets currently. Yes. Well, it's going to be interesting in the end, see what's happening. We might make it just or might not make it just, depends if we can keep it clean. Because we're already sitting on 2 track cuts as well ourselves.
My microphone. Can you hear me, Ron?
I can hear you now fine, yes?
Yo, I just bumped my microphone cable and came out, and it wanted me to reconfigure microphone, so I thought, oh, here we go. Just what I need. Between us having to check BOPs, which are still in check, to now me needing to resync my microphone. In terms of the track temps, is that it's now dropped down to 12 degrees. I know you said that the car was set up with the brake ducts for the evening. Is this at the optimum? See that Jason Farmer is now in those 201s.
Yes, the car's working perfectly like we planned. It's working perfectly for us currently, because even my lap times were almost a second quicker throughout the whole stint than the previous stint. It was in the daytime still.
And this is exactly what you wanted, the car to come.
That's what we wanted, because the majority of the race is going to be in the night. So we compromise, sacrifice a little bit for the daytime, so we cannot optimum at nighttime.
And yeah, with that 3 hours and 18, with a 2 times multiplier, that's just on about 7 hours.
We calculated the race will probably end around 8 o'clock in the morning.
So at least you're going to get a little bit of that sunrise, watching the sun come up over Mount Fiji for you.
Yes. Yeah, that sunset was beautiful, but it was hectic hard to see the tracker times.
I believe going through Dunlop was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I got myself 2 track cuts there. That's
no ways.
You can't see the apexes where they are exactly. You can't see the brake markers properly. Everything is shiny. The car's windscreen is dirty.
So how many track cuts are you guys currently sitting on?
2.
Right, perfect. As I see Jason Farmer has put in his fastest lap time at 2:08.
He's currently flying in that car.
And I see his 0.2 up on his Delta. So this is looking closer to a 2-minute 0.5.
Yes. I'm sure if the Delta is correct on my side. I'm switching between cars, but says up is roughly 0.4 up now. I'll have to see when he crosses the line.
Yeah, so I have him as 0.3. As he goes into 13, if he gets a good drive out of 14, just along the straight there, just before he goes into 130R, that is where the Delta will update again. So 0.3, here we go, crosses in the line. He's just lost, so he's now still up, but he's 0.2 up.
Yes. Yeah, so he's putting in proper laps now.
Keeping the car well off the curb there.
Yes.
Nice cut on the inside, nice cut again there as well. Using a little bit of curb on the inside, getting the power down nice and tight, and just allowing the car to drift ever so slightly on the exit. But no improvement on the Delta through there, so just an improvement. But by 0.02. Mr. Tinus Buerta. Awe Masakenas. Awe Tinus Buerta. Awe. Having just joined us. So, yeah, 2-minute 0.8. That's Jason Farmer taking out 2 point. Apologies. 1.7 seconds from Michael Schultz that last lap. So I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. Mark
Yes, nice.
Henry
In the pits.
into the pits.
No, that's Mark Henry in the pits, sorry.
Yes.
Apologies.
Is that, yeah, so that would have been their scheduled stop, because they are the only team that has only stopped 4 times. So very much on the schedule. Also understanding that they had their little, how do you say, episode with the keyboard.
Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties, exactly. Exactly.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, but since Jason sorted out his frame rates, definitely going in the right direction.
Yes.
So 32.2 seconds stop time, as well as 32.5 seconds travel time. So Mark Henry, 0.2 off the optimal time there. So very good. The race leader into the pits now, and they are still a lap ahead. So he should be able to get this done. Driver change, depending on who is next. And should be able to still come out ahead of Christian Venter. So run with 3 hours, 15 minutes or so to go. You guys have got 3 more stops, or are you going to try and push that to 2?
2 more stops.
Okay, 2 more stops.
Yes.
So
that
is still going to be pushing it quite far.
Yes. Yeah, I have 1 more stint left, and Jason is his current one, and 1 more as well for him.
Okay, so it's whatever Jason does in the car now plus 2.
Yes.
So Jason now currently in the car, so he's been there for 12 minutes, so an hour. Just say an hour and 10, so that will take you through to the last 2 hours. So not quite the longest stints, but that's exactly what you've made up throughout the race by being able to go a little bit longer.
Yes. So we can run the car, actually for the last, we can run it lighter, but less fuel, and hopefully improve a bit on our times.
Right, so essentially 2 1 hour little flyers for each of you.
Oh, yes.
So good evening, Antonia, welcome back. Just saying hey guys, so that's for you and Farmer there, Ruan.
Thank you.
You guys are, I see a flying farmer has joined. Yes indeed.
I believe that's Jason's mom.
Yeah, yes it is.
Hello, Miss Farmer.
Whoa! An Aston Martin, and we've seen Lucas going through that turn 10 and being caught up, and it looked like Paul. We were mentioning earlier that is not a very good place to be, and looked like Paul was a little bit panicked. He didn't know whether he should take the corner at turn 11 or give the space. So it looked a little bit awkward there for him. So Ruan, your battle is still most definitely with Michael and Russ.
Yes.
As Russ gets, Michael Schultz gets a massive power slide there on the curb. I actually think that was pretty spectacular, and I'd like to see it from this angle. Please. There we go. On the curb, big grind. There we go. And manages to catch it. So that could have turned out a lot worse. So good save there, Michael.
Nearing the end of the stint, our tires must be fraught by now.
So
they know we're coming. They know anybody is also not far behind. Anybody's actually closer to them than we are. There's might still be a freeway battle, or both me and Jason and Chris and anybody's fighting for this position still.
Yes, most definitely.
So,
the 6th, 7th, and 8th is between yourselves, the Zodiac team, and Slick Racing.
So, we never can relax just yet. Still a lot of what's gonna happen or can happen.
Lots can happen, most definitely. And that's the thing, is that it all comes down to who's going to either risk it for the biscuit or who's going to keep it nice, cool, calm and collected, not get any of those track cuts and be sent for a drive-through, because that's what can change the entire dynamic of the race again.
Yes. Yeah, because giving Schultz and Russ that drive-through actually made us part of the fight.
Because now Jason is 36 seconds behind Mark Hennebury. 35, and okay, on that lap Jason was 201.4, so he did lose 0.3. But if he's able to get back into those 2-minute deads, then Mark and Chris would need to start looking over their shoulder, watching the LTR Ferrari coming up on them.
Ja, so is het toch on. Let's ask her if we can do our best to settle it.
So Michael going to the inside, allowing the race leader to go around the outside, and back in the car is Tariq Adam. And we are 3 hours 9 minutes left to go of the 10-hour of Suzuka.
Oh, time flies when you're having fun.
It's a lot trickier when you just have yourself talking to yourself.
It's like going insane, yeah.
Oh goodness. I went on my own little rampage, just talking to myself about, because I said the next SARCO Endurance NAG Series race is on 9/11. I'm like, hold on, but 9/11 is actually the 9th of November. Like, when is that? But that's September 11th. And I got myself so confused that I actually had to go and Google when September 11th is, because I confused myself so badly.
Just to correct myself, earlier I said on stream, Lucas lost the car for being on low TC. We actually, we have Etienne's steering wheel is malfunctioning. The button keeps on getting stuck, then it drops the TC by itself on the random spots. That's why the guys are battling so much with that car.
Oh, Sherbet.
Yeah, so they can't drop the TC anymore. They just leave it as it is. So the car seems to be fixed, but they're not doing it again.
Yeah, so I would most definitely disable that button.
Yes, that's what Etienne did when he jumped out of the car. It can't happen again, unfortunately.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's definitely not something you want to happen.
We'll catch you up in an awkward spot.
Oh, most definitely. Well, here we have Dave Young, who has taken over for the second of the LNR boys. Dave driving with Jude. Shane also had a disconnect with him and Andres Dupria. It's just weird how the color scheme on those LNR cars, the orange and the pink, have just become so synonymous with them. It's quite crazy. You see them and you know straight away, okay, there we go, an LNR car.
Most definitely.
I must say the LTR cars, even though they are slightly different, they've all got the same base design, so you can also see where the LTR cars are.
Shocking purple wheels of Ulrich. And Etienne and Lucas, I can't miss it.
You mean these ones? But that's why they're called the purple turtles.
Unique name there.
Yeah. That in the background there is Rob van der Heever driving with Gerard Pretorius. So, as mentioned, the LTR liveries are all similar, but just different color schemes. And in the background is the race leader. Ooh, that was very close on that curb.
Watch the timing sheets here. Mark anybody is actually catching Shields is actually getting quite a lot of time on him already.
Yeah, but that's because that's 1.2 seconds he's made up on that last lap. And that's now 41 seconds is that gap. But you see, something's still not right here because... Not that it's not right, something's still not making sense because Michael Schultz has been in the car now for 34 minutes.
Oh no, that's because it's a drive-through cleared the, yeah, I think might have cleared your timer. You'll see it soon. It shows on my side. It's still 1 hour 18 minutes currently. So they should put in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay. Sure. Then it is game on because...
I can see Michael's battling on this.
And they will still need to pit twice. So they're now on the same pit schedule as yourself and Farmer.
Yes. If they pit now, they still have to pit twice after this. So.
And that's because of the 3:04. If they pit twice, that means it's 1 hour.
30 minutes.
They got 1 hour 30 minutes to do. No, but that means they only need to pit once. Because if they can push this car to 1 hour 30, they'll only need to pit one more. Because 1 hour 30 times 2 is 3 hours.
Yes, that's times 2, yeah, so that's 2 pit stops.
No, you don't. You'll need to. They'll pit now. Oh yes, they've got to
Oh
pit
yes,
now.
they pit now and pit once more. Yes.
So they're on the same schedule as you. No, they one pit stop less than you. Because if they can run this car past this 3 hour mark, and they can push it to a 25 or a 30, a 1 hour 25 or 1 hour 30. Is that you got to stop twice. You still need to stop twice, and they're gonna stop twice. But you're still behind them. So they got to do whatever they can to stay out for as long as possible to reduce them needing to pit again. That's what I'm saying.
100%.
Good evening.
So unless you're adding the pressure to force them to pit and increase their speed, they can take it, I say, relatively easy. They're still going to need to be driving on the limit in terms of what the car can do by saving that fuel. But technically, you're both still stopping twice.
Yes.
Which means that they have track position on you.
They have track position on us, most definitely, yes. We need to actually overtake him or catch up to them and overtake.
Correct. So, race on. Strategy undecided.
This is going to come down to a hair in the end. But I can see Michael's battling on these old tires now. But they have to run long as possible to make it work.
So, I just hope that they weren't listening, or if they were listening, they might have just updated their strategy.
It seems in chat for us. Hello, Lucas.
Hello, hello.
Hi there, Lucas. I believe a little bit of a traction control challenge that you guys have been having in your LTR car.
Yes, Etienne's shortcut button for the TC5 mode got stuck. So every time he wants to switch, every time he switches it to TC9, it switches back to TC5. So that actually caused him to spin in a lot of corners, and eventually caused him to crash the car. So yeah, he limped the car to the pits where I jumped in, not realizing that it went back to TC5, and I just started to drive, and yeah, that also caused me to spin the car a few times, and also as well few damages. I had to pit again and get repaired, and then I just took car out again and to give Ulrich a little bit of chance to get into the night, reduce the glare from the sun on this track. So we tried that strategy. Yeah.
But look, the
Last
reality
week-
is
yeah.
that you guys are not having the time of your life, that's for sure. But you're still
No,
here,
yeah.
still competing, still keeping the purple turtle up on the track.
Yeah, we we love racing, and yeah, this is every step is a learning curve for us, especially for me. I'm also just a newbie, a rookie. So yeah, Ulrich, the first incident of Ulrich, he lost it, lost the car close to the finish line and pitted it to get it fixed. Then he continued his stunt, and then eventually Etienne had to pit. He had to pit to give it to Etienne to, because he had to go to Witbank. So yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah.
So-
So that reduced the. We were trying for a full 120 liter stint. But yeah, on Ulrich's second stint, he actually, I think he was pushing the car a little bit hard, so his tires came down quite quickly, or it didn't last as long as we wanted it to. So yeah, and then on Etienne's second stint, he did fairly well, and we're trying to keep the car on the track with as least penalties as possible, even though Etienne had to serve a drive-through because all the amount of the track cuts that we built up in first few hours. So he was an unfortunate driver to serve that penalty. But Etienne did a great second stint, and when I came, when I was given the car for my second stint, I just tried to make as few mistakes as possible, and no penalties, and damages is crucial on this as well. So yeah, let's see what Ulrich can do, and we're here for the fun, and we love driving and just getting the experience for endurances for the future.
Look, any little bit of racing and any bit of experience that you can get, just look at some of the quality of the drivers that are currently racing with us. It is absolutely fantastic to see. Just a quick question there, Lucas, is going into the first couple of corners, is that there was Michael Schultz who lost it on the inside curb, followed by Ulrich, who did the same thing, just touching that inside curb, letting the rear slide out. What was kind of the feeling when he spun the car there? Because it looks like he has recovered and is doing 201.7 in the last one, so nice and consistent in those high 201s.
Yes, at his first incident on that corner, he actually was actually kicking himself because he tried to not to be intimidated by the person behind him, and
Yes.
he actually, I think the car behind him was also sort of in his slipstream, so I was actually on his car on a top view from behind, and I could see that his back end gave way a little bit. So I think when it gave way on that corner, he just totally lost and just went into with the left front wheel into the barrier on the left hand side. So he said the steering was skew, his suspension was bent, so he had to get that repaired. Otherwise, we would have lost too much time, and wouldn't it be nice driving the car for an hour 10 minutes, so on. So he decided to put it and just get it repaired, start from scratch, and to see what we can do.
No,
Dylan?
100%. I just see here, Ruan, Jason Farmer 8.5 seconds behind Michael Schultz.
Michael did just came out of the pits, and they confirm on your theory of earlier, they have one more pit stop left. They ran hour 26 in that
Yep.
stint.
Yep.
So if they can do 126 again, they'll give them roughly 124 in the last stint.
Yes.
So they most definitely have one stop left. If they will, it's possible. It's more than possible now.
And we currently have Russ in shot, and we just don't see Jason Farmer coming into the shot. So this race is on, guys. You guys are on the same pit strategy. You have to go and put the pressure. There's Jason Farmer in the background. You cannot allow them to take it easy and do what we saw in the first round, where Alan Patterson stayed in the car for an hour and 31 and managed to bring it home. You cannot allow them to do that. You have to be taking this race to them, knowing that you have to pit twice. You have to push them to push harder to actually race. Otherwise, whatever you're seeing is how it's going to end. So race on, boys, race on.
The race is on, yes. And I know Mark still has to stop twice as well. So this is going to be almost in favor of Soliers and Skipper. Let me just keep it clean, and they have to bring it to them.
But most definitely, they have set themselves up in terms of the pit stops, that they'll do one more pit stops, and that means that they have successfully planned a 7-race pit stop, where the minimum everybody else will be on the 8.
Yes. And on that note, excuse me, I have some calculations to do here.
And here comes the panic.
I'll see you guys soon.
Awesome, Brun. Thanks so much for coming to chat, man.
It's a pleasure.
Right. Thanks, Dylan, for the stream, for the event.
No, awesome.
Yes.
Thanks, Lucas. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for sticking it out, even through the thick and thin. You guys are finding yourselves in.
Yes, great. Great. Thanks, Dylan. Speak to you later.
Cheers, Lucas. And this is the beauty about data, is that once you have the data and you're able to look at it, and you're able to see these interesting little patterns and these little things that start coming out. This is why I love this endurance racing, is the way the Zodiac team have put their strategy together, and the way they've been running it has been absolutely superb. If they get it right, they'll only need to stop once more, where Jason Farmer and Ruan Heineke will have to stop again. But you can see that gap. It is now closing down. It is now 6.7 seconds. Just need Jason. There we go. 6.3 seconds now is the gap. So that is for a place. Oh, run, Russ. You don't need to be doing that. Just got a warning there for Christian Venter. It all seems in order there. So Dave Young, 9th place for the second of the LNR teams, being closed up there in the background by Tariq Adam. And Sean Domingo in 4th place, up 1 from where he qualified with Mohat Musa. They are 50 seconds behind Henry Mayer and 32 seconds ahead of who's currently in the car, Paul Venter. And 3 laps down is Mark Hennerby, and this is the the close battle that we still have our eyes on, because we've heard that Mark Hennebury and let's just check here. Mark Hennebury and Chris, they still need to stop twice. How is the current stint? So Mark is 24 minutes in. How we see, so there is definitely one more stop there for him. But now all eyes on Jason Farmer, because he's going to be able to see Russ in shot. There you go. That's the battle for 7th and 8th place. And Jason needs to take the race to that Zodiac car ahead. He has to force them to want to go quicker, to want to burn that fuel. Because Russ Cilliers is 2 minutes 3.7 is his last lap time. So Farmer's been able to pull a second on him every single lap. But the question is, how long is Ruan going to be able to do that? How long will he be able to just keep that pace nice and easy, not worry about the cars chasing, stick to that that strategy, and know that's fine. They can go, but they have to get an additional 30 odd seconds plus the stop time plus the travel time to be able to make up that position. So a massive fight still on the way here. So fastest lap currently is now done by Tariq, and that is a 1:59.54. So that is the quickest that we've seen here this evening, and all BOPs are still accounted for. What happened here? Oh, snap. Going through 130R. Russ getting it a little bit wrong, going off. And now that's really brought the whole strategy back, has now changed up, because now Jason Farmer's got ahead by 11 seconds. Ruan's going to be nursing some damage there. That has definitely changed things up now. Just such a pity our cameraman Tim was staring into space and we missed to see what actually happened. But it he definitely went wide. I wonder whether it was not hitting that inside curb. But is this where the change of the race now happens? With 2 hours and 46 to go. Interesting to see how that car's on the brakes. Kind of just holds it down and it just jerks to the right hand side, gets a nice wide entry into that, where you see some of the other guys that like to break into that apex and have a much narrower line through there, as Ruan gets that rear very, very loose. And I wonder whether that's due to those tires taking a little bit of pain now. So the Zodiac Ferrari now being closed up by Mohat and Isham Domingo in that Project Vapor BMW. Isham currently in the driver's seat, getting around him pretty easily. So that last lap time, 2:04.5. So for those who have just joined, we are 2 hours 45 away from the end of the 10 hours of Suzuka. We've had drama, we have had action, we have had BOP challenges, we have had server resets, we've had BOPs being cancelled, we have BOPs that are being dropped, we've had BOPs being manually checked, manually added. We've had our Streamlabs that decided to crash. We reduced our stream to just the one channel. It's been an absolute incredible race. There's been drama on track. We've had disconnects. We've had uncalled for drive-thrus. We've had mechanical issues where cars are not being able to select gears. We've had keyboards being replaced from a means of controlling your wheel through a push of a button. We've had traction control errors because of buttons manually getting stuck and not giving the right traction control. It has been crazy, and we know that this race between 6th, 7th and 8th is still definitely not over, because the Zodiac car that we're currently watching, while it's in 8th place, they're gonna try and only stop once more, where Mark Hennebury and Jason Farmer, who are ahead, have to do 2 more stops. So it is all to play for here in the middle field. Up at the top, Tariq Adam and his team. So that's Tommy Rosare, AB Santima, and Cody Sherratt. I'm saying Sherratt. Cody, Jordan, let me know how to say your name properly, please, so I don't destroy it. There we go, opening the door, allowing the leader to go through. Very well done there, sir. There comes Henry Mayer in the background. Second place is the Genesis Esports Academy in a second place. Then third is Isham Domingo. How are they? Relative. Okay, so Isham, they still will need to pit twice, so they're kind of out of sync with the top 3 now. Fleming Bao, I see that they have just pitted. What's happened with Isham? Why is there a slowdown? Why has Ruan got a slowdown? Oh, there we go, because Ruan allowed he allowed the leading car to go past. Ah, Maria Hall, nice going, guys. Hello, mother. Yes, everyone, my mother loves me, so she'll come and watch my stream. So that is absolute crack of a lap there, because I've got a positive 0.7 delta for Fabian. And it's sun like that because I'm so bright, hey. So 0.8 of a second is that delta. So I wonder whether that's on... Oh, didn't quite get the exit. That Delta's now dropped down to 0.5. Is that going to get him in the 1:59s as he crosses the line? No, it doesn't. 2 minute 0.78, so that was probably on the last lap and not on his quickest lap. So Fleming Bauer in the car, he's just recently done his fastest lap for this stint. Ruan just opening up the door there, allowing the Tubby's car to go through. And if you were unsure on why they're called the Tubbies, there you go. It is as clear as day as to why they are called the Tubbies. Is Sean Domingo, where are you, sir, in terms of your pits? Okay, so currently on track, in line with everybody else. I mean, on those who have pitted 6 times. An hour in, which means that 2 pit stops will be required. Yeah, so it looks like it either split them over 1 hour 15 or so, or go a little bit longer if you can, and then just drop that one last stint, 1 hour lighter fuel, and give it a go. So Ruan Celia's 204.0, so still doing what he needs to do there. 16 seconds is that gap now between himself and Jason Farmer. And with 2 hours and 38 minutes left to go, I still can't tell you who and how it's going to turn out. The who, how, and when. Richard will be pitting soon. You can see there just behind is Fleming. So that is for a position. Understanding that the Project Vapor guys are 1 pit stop behind. What is quite interesting is, I keep saying interesting. I think that's about the 6th time I've said that. I am officially losing the plot. I'll change what I've just thought of. Is from a position point of view on the championship, is that the Tubbies Racing and Project Vapor are going to be tied on points. So going into round 3, they will be tied for that overall prize pot. The next person to come up to the pits is possibly Rob van der Heever. He's currently 1 hour and 9 into his stint. See Paul Fenter as well. He's currently 5th, 1 hour and 1 into his stint, knowing that there wasn't a draft. can just see how aggressive Isham is in that BMW. It definitely does ride the curbs way better than some of the mid-rear engine cars, and mid-rear being a McLaren. Two of them are there. Talking about McLaren, BOPs are all still in order. So Fleming trying to close up on the gap on Isham ahead of him. Gap now within a second, but then as he goes through the squiggly bits, Isham is able to just pull that little bit of a gap. Little snap of the rear there for Fleming. They're just not able to get that power down. The car's just waiting a little bit longer to get that power down. And here that car just sounds like it's sliding all over the place now. Fleming is quite new into his stint, so I think it might be related to the fuel. Shot very wide there. Fleming is able to close up very tightly on him. We'll get a shot of them coming down across the start-finish line now into turn number 1. As the camera peels away, Fleming now right on, but I think this is where the BMW just seems to be a little bit more less panicky through the S's. But having said that, Fleming getting that car right on the curbs, using the curbs where he can. Knowing that Isham is now coming to the end of his stint, is really going to be able to push, and Isham is not going to give up this place, because this is currently track position that they're fighting for. And if Isham is able to hang on here, he could go a little bit longer. How much time has he spent in that car already? Let's check that. An hour and 8. Yo, he needs another, if he can get just another 10 minutes, he might be able to just hit one of those special little one-stoppers and get the car to the end, knowing that a Bauer is going to be stopping once as well. So then they're basically on the same pit strategy. Otherwise there's going to need to be that little splash and dash later on, which adds another pit stop, which then changes the entire dynamic all over again. Come on, where's Gabriel? I know he's there. I know he's helping. He's working out all the pit stop strategy. And look at that. Fleming Bauer has just been given a drive-through. So that is going to release some of the pressure, which means that if Isham needs to pit, he can do it now while Fleming does his drive-through. Talk about yowzers. Finding just a little bit of luck there. Fleming still not able to find a way around him. But this is for position now. They are fighting for the same piece of track. They are going to be on the same pit strategy. 2 hours and 30, so that's 1 hour 15 either side. Currently, Isham has been in that car for an hour and 10. Can he get another 17 minutes out of this? No, it doesn't even need 17. He needs half of that, 9 minutes. He needs 9 minutes. Otherwise, he has to pit now while Fleming does his drive-through. Okay, Fleming, make this count. Get that car stopped. There we go. Get that drive-through out of the way. If Isham is not able to get this car another 2 laps, if he can get it 2 more laps, then the same thing that Jason Farmer and Ruan Heineke are experiencing with Ruan Saliers and Michael Schulz is, we know that they're not going to be stopping. The Zodiac guys are not going to be stopping again. They've got the 1 stop versus Farmer's 2. So Bauer now out of the track, out of the pits onto the track. Isham has done 1 hour and 11 minutes. See, I don't think the BMW can do 11. Yo. There has to be some sort of splash and dash, and that a drive-through that Fleming has done has helped the Project Vapor guys with that 3rd place to possibly have that splash and dash and have a couple of seconds in the bank there. But now, in the background, oh wait, yes, Paul Fenter is now 10 seconds behind Fleming, and they now going to be on the same pit strategy, I think. Where is Paul Fenter? That was at 6 hours 25. So Paul's been in the car for 1 hour and 10 minutes. So that's not quite going to work out. They would 1 hour and 10. Well, if Paul can go another 17 minutes, even if he goes another 7 minutes, then that's 1 hour. Yeah, that's 1 stop to the end. So this is it. This is where all those final stops and all the work that the guys have done earlier on over the last 8 or 7.5 hours are now going to start coming to play. Is that have they figured out how long their cars can actually go? We're kind of at that point now is that if there's anybody that pits before that 2 hour and 10, that means there's only 1 pit stop. So anyone who's pitting now might have to pit again. So let's go look at current stint timer. So that is a Sham is that in 1 hour 14. So he's like right on that cusp. Rob van der Heever, say 1 hour 20, but he's just finding himself go into the pits. So they can do it, can Rob and the rest of the, well, I suppose it's not the rest of his team, but it's him and Gerard, is that they might need a little splash and dash. Isham Domingo is going again. Okay, so that's going to put him in 1 hour 16. Which is going to take 2 minutes off that, which is 1 hour 25. Sure. It's close. It's going to be close. Because there's cars that are going to stop now, and they're going to have to do another stop. But it's all depending on how close they are to that maximum. Because once we get past that point of being able to split a pit stop, we understand that now if the furthest the car can go is 1 hour and 20 minutes, inverted commas, which means you've got 2 hours and 40. But you would have had to started your third last stint at 2 hours and 40. That's not quite what's happened. So whoever is pitting around about now will have that one pit stop. Anybody who starts pitting later on will have the one, but they're going to be out of that, out of the synchronization of maximizing that pit stop. There we go. Isham into the pits. That's 1 hour and 16. That's a great effort, stretching that car as much as he can. And here comes Fleming. Now we know that Fleming went and did the drive-through. Oof, little snap for the rear there. So Sharp is going to have to wait the 30 seconds. Fleming now has gone past there. We saw him just flash past. Paul Fenter now goes past as well. Mark Hennery through the chicane. I hear a crackle in my head.
Hello.
Hello. Michael, you guys have got me calculating and adding and subtracting like I've never done so in my life. And it is absolutely awesome. I'm sure you were hearing some of the conversations I was having with Ruan.
No, I didn't even know you spoke to him.
Well, Ruan jumped into our chat, and it looks like it's going to be close to the end, because we know that you guys have got this to a point where you're only going to stop one more time, where they're going to have to stop twice.
We really hope we only have to stop one more time.
Oh, goodness. And that's what they're hoping for too, because a part of the conversation was saying, listen, if you want this to work, the LTR guys are going to have to push to force you guys to increase the pace, to force you to not feel safe so that you have to go and do that extra pit.
Well, I mean, I think from our side, it's feel safe or go home. We have much choice now. We're a bit committed.
You kind of committed yourself without even knowing.
Yeah, we weren't really paying attention. We sort of didn't really prepare for this, to be honest with you.
Well,
I don't know if Russ told you that.
No, not at all. The funny thing is that it looks like you guys have got the perfect strategy, because you've gone long on every single stint.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we forgot about this race. Russ phoned me last night and said, "Hey, dude, we have a race tomorrow." I'm like, "What race?" He's like, "No, Suzuka 10 hour." Oh, okay.
Well, fantastic. And here you are. Oh, okay. So that confused me, because I looked at the screen and saw that there was an LTR car off Meanwhile, I was actually watching Russ's car. But in terms of the race pace and that 204s, he's consistently doing those 204s. In terms of the predictions, so currently he's 36 minutes into the stint. If you can push this a little bit further and go that 130.
Yeah, we want to at least get me in the car with an hour and a half left. If we can push it further, we'll try. That's going to be quite distant from Russ. Watching Russ is an extreme sport.
Yes, and you did mention that earlier on, to say that you might get very nervous watching him. And that little incident earlier on was kind of, it almost looked like it was synchronized spinning between the Zodiac car and Ulrich de Jager, both clipping the inside curb there earlier on in the race, going through 130R.
130R can get quite scary the further on in your stint you get. At least we were finding a lot of understeer as we go through there.
And four-wheel slide like there.
Yeah.
So look, the fact that you guys haven't like really prepared and the way this race is coming to you, it is absolutely phenomenal. 37 seconds between yourself and Jason Farmer. They, like I said, they still got that pit in hand. So technically you've got net 20 seconds on them.
Well, fingers crossed.
So you're going to have to tell him he might just need to fuel save a little bit longer. Because at 37 minutes, if you take 37 minutes away from the 2 hours, that currently leaves you with 1 hour 41. So he might need to just extend that a little bit by an extra 10 minutes, which he needs 5 more. He needs to give you 5 more laps.
That's a lot. We managed 3 on the last stint.
So look, the calculations are coming out. I think now it's time to talk nicely to him. Better start short shifting, otherwise that little splash and dash is going to be on, and then
it's going to have to happen.
Anything is going to happen between yourselves and the LTR boys.
I'm usually a Porsche driver, so we just switch to map 4 and then all's good. The Ferrari doesn't seem to have a fuel save mode.
It does. It's you got to drive with the Alan Patterson. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because Alan Patterson did manage to get 1 hour 31 at Paul Ricard of all places.
That's very impressive.
So it is definitely doable. Just from a setup point of view, you guys run with some sort of safe setup, or were you kind of aggressive for the drive and have a go?
No, ultra safe. I don't drive this car. I also haven't been in a rig in 3 weeks. So, and also I did 30 minutes of practice total for this track. So I said we're going a safe setup today.
Is it just me, or is that car twitching left and right? So there might be a little bit of damage that might need to be corrected, or am I seeing things?
When he had his spin earlier, he did connect with the wall a bit.
Okay.
I'm not actually sure how much damage he's carrying.
Yeah, so we just missed the replay. We just saw the little touch on the front. Was that front right? Yeah,
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, you can see that car is definitely understeering a little bit more than it should.
We've also been struggling a little bit with tire pressures, kind of thumb sucking it.
Yeah, down at 14 degrees, if you haven't got your base right, and you haven't been updating as you go, it's pretty interesting to see where it all ends up.
We were doing pretty well, and then when we swapped drivers, we forgot that the when you bring up the pit menu, it doesn't actually like carry over the pressures.
Yes.
So my stint, I was just way low the whole stint.
And there's nothing worse than knowing that your pressures are wrong, and all you want to do, because then it just feels wrong. Because psychologically, you just told yourself that the car's wrong, and that car is twitching as coconut. Guys, just an FYI, the BOPs are still all there. Thank you, Mr. Edmund, for just showing me that. Yeah, the BOPs have been quite an interesting little scenario here this year. For the last 8 hours, I should say.
It's funny, it almost doesn't feel like 8 hours have passed. It feels a bit quick.
I tell you what, it feels like it on this side. It's all good and well when there's somebody with you passing the time. But when you're looking for inspiration, you can see that car every now and again just has a little look left, right. Genre Butter, lekker gents, how's it, genre? I hope you're well, yowzers. Clip that one and send it to him and saying you're supposed to be saving those tires, not throwing it around like it's a drift track. So the plan, fuel save as much as you can, try get it to the end.
That's pretty much where we're at the moment. And
So-
still be competitive somehow.
Well, look, still doing 203.5s. That's not completely off. So you're not losing like thousands and thousands of seconds. It is only 2 or 3 seconds a lap. But that 2 or 3 seconds a lap, you've basically got 10 laps. 10 laps, not 10. You've got 20 laps that you're able to do that, which still covers that pit stop that the LTR guys have to go and do.
Well,
So-
let me hop off and give him the message to drive with a light foot.
And the race is coming to you to just let it happen. Otherwise, you're gonna have to go and chase them.
Alright, thank you for having me, cheers.
Michael, thanks for joining. Cheers, eh? So, talk about not knowing you have the right strategy or not. That was Michael Schultz jumping in and saying, hey, how's it? So, meanwhile, here we've been talking major strategy and they didn't even know that this is exactly what's happening. So, let's see. Maybe now that they're going to be paying a little bit more attention, does that change the race once again? It all depends on who pits in the last... Whoever is pitting before the 1 hour and 10. Because 1 hour 10 is basically that last stint. And whoever is pitting before that, within that like 10 minute, 20 minutes, they're going to have to splash and dash. So all eyes on the last at 1 hour 30 to 1 hour 40. Who is going to be pitting there? That's all the interesting stuff. Mark Hennebury into the pits. I'm assuming that is for a scheduled stop. So that's now 40 seconds in the pits now. So still 20 seconds to go. So Farmer now moves up 1 spot into 6th place ahead of Mark Henry, knowing that he still needs to pit twice, in fact. Why does it do that? Because I had it on Mark and it just kicked me off. So, Chris Honecker in the car. Whoa! that does not look like that is according to plan. So Chris making a few little adjustments there. So something definitely going awry there. But now Chris back on track. But that car, what is going on there? Something is not working as it should be, because now Chris Heineke is off the track once again. I wonder whether the wheel is keeps disconnecting as cameraman Tim goes and finds the Bentley once again. Easy on that throttle. Just allow Mohat Musa to go past, then rejoining the track. Something is not right there. Every time he wants to turn one way, the car is going the other way. And this is now dropping Chris Heineke further and further down the order. And that's a disconnect for Chris Heineke and Mark Hennebury. The other BOPs are still there. So again, the wheel creating some trouble there. And that Slick Racing now, I'd say, out of contention, which is now going to get Jason Farmer and Ruan Heineke up into 6th. So here's Chris Heineke back. So their BOP has been given back, as well as all the other BOPs are still there. But again, at the driver change, something has definitely gone awry. And Chris Heineke is down in 8th place, still stuck in the pits. He's going to have that 2-minute locked. Michael Schul saying, real shame, really unfortunate luck on their side. And yes, it looked like the car was turning the one way, but not the other. And that's bonus positions for Jason Farmer and Ruan Cilliers. Well, Russ Cilliers. Rustlers. Oh no, what have I done? So Michael and Rustlers. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. So, Jason Farmer into the pits. This would be their scheduled stop. Let's see here. So, Michael, you guys... so that's 50 minutes for that run that Rustlers is now done. So that's 50 minutes. Oof. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. But I'm almost thinking now that Splash and Dash might be on the cards there. As Russ goes ahead, takes that place away from Jason. So Jason should be out now, giving the car to Ruan. BOPs all still accounted for, and Chris still in the pits, so obviously finding some issues there. Ruan getting tangled up there with the Project Vapor car with Mohat Musa. Ruan getting out of the way, allowing Mohat to go through. Mohat currently 4th place and 41 seconds behind Fleming Bauer. Sure, this is still anyone's race because I know that there's 25 seconds between Ruan and Russ, but a little splash and dash is 30 seconds into the pits plus the 3 or 4 seconds of fuel that will be required. And then there's still a race on to the end, because if I look at Russ now, he's been in the car for 51 minutes, and for him to only pit once, he still needs to do another 30 minutes, which is takes him to 1 hour and 21. But has he done enough? So it can still work if Russ can do another 34 minutes. 34 minutes, Russ, is all you need. And that means you'll only need to stop once more. If you pit at the 1 hour 40, you're going to need to splash and dash, is all I'm saying. Ruan, julle moet wirkel sien.
Tell him.
Oh, Chris, what happened?
No, we just had bad luck. One of our pit stop changes from me to Mark, he had no controls. Went out, came back in, still no controls for him. So yeah, we did it all over again. Lost 3 laps of that. Yeah, and then now when I took the car from Mark again, I had no controls.
So is it something to do with that JSON file that maps the steering buttons and all that sort of stuff?
I don't know. We had different issues now. For example, Mark had no control whatsoever. He could switch the ignition on and off. That's it. Okay. And on my side, I had no force feedback. Just doesn't matter what I do. Refresh, load, set up again. Just no force feedback whatsoever.
Because the strange thing is, it looked like when you were turning to the right, the car was turning right, but as soon as you needed it to go the other way, it just wouldn't respond.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. With no feedback, it's just, you can't drive it. It's undrivable. Yeah, because that's bad luck. One of those things, huh? It happens. It was fun while it lasted.
So is that now you guys are throwing in the towel?
Yeah, no, we're not gonna. No, it's not gonna push it again. I mean, I did a double stint there. Almost 3 hours. What was it called? 2 hours, 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, 40 minutes, you'd say. And then Mark now just did a double now, so I can't expect him to do another 2 hours.
Okay, fair enough. So, and that basically now just comes down to that mechanical failure, not understanding what the hell's going on.
That's it. Yeah, no, we'll have to go back and just see what the issues are. I mean, it's the first time we've got issues like this. Normally we're quite straightforward, no issues in the Enduros. Yeah, so it's puzzling.
That's absolutely crazy, but I must say I'm really bummed that you guys are out, because while I know that Ruan and Russ were behind you, is that it was all basically going to come down to what happens on the pit stops. Because currently it looks like the Zodiac guys are pushing to only stop once more, where Ruan, they've pitted now and would need to give the car back to Farmer.
Yeah.
Where if Russ is able to hang that car on for the next, at that time was 35 minutes, that means that they could have had that 1 hour and 30 to bring the car home, which is kind of where they were. They would have needed just a little bit of fuel saving, but it was definitely on.
Yeah, no, it was definitely on. That's why I think we still had another 20 minutes left now, lasted now for Mark. We said, but we looked at the time left and see the other guys still got to do one more stop in any case. So we said, no need for us to push it that long and go slower. Because, I mean, actually, you know, as you go longer, you do tend to go slower a bit. So we said, let's just try and match them for pace and then match them on the stops at the end. But yeah, unfortunately, we got issues again. But overall, we were happy with our pace. It wasn't bad. I mean, we're a bit slower. We expected to be about 4th thereabouts in pace-wise. So yeah, so we had to do something a bit different. I mean, we can't just go pit whenever everybody else goes and pit. We're going to lose time against the top 3 in any case. So you said to yourself, let's fill it up with fuel, see how deep we can take it, and hopefully we can undercut or gain a pit stop there. So yeah, for about 3 hours, everything went well. Huh?
No, and I couldn't agree with you anymore. Like when we just looked at some of the splits in terms of the stint times that you guys were doing, is that Bentley, especially when you look at your first stint that you did, that was a 1 hour 20 was when you pitted.
Yeah.
Mark then did a 1 hour 16. Then that went to 1 hour 26. So you were right up there, almost able to get up to that 1 hour 30 in the Bentley, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, we were looking at 1 hour 20s. So at 6 hour mark, that should give us our extra pit stop or one, what do you call it, a minute. Okay. Time gained overall. So yeah, we're a bit disappointed. I mean, our strategy looked like it worked for P2 at least. Like I say, we might not have been the quickest, but if the strategy works out, then yeah, then we could have had P2 at least. But yeah, it happens. People get drive-throughs, people get disconnects, and yeah, that's what makes endurance racing epic. I mean, you never know what's going to happen.
And it's exactly that. You never know what's going to happen. Like we even saw earlier on, Luke Addison was driving, but was looked like he was stuck in fourth gear. And
yeah, I watched that at the moment. I saw that. Yeah, bizarre.
Moved over to the side of the track, and looks like whatever needed to be fixed needed to be fixed, and it got done. But this is some of the things that happen. It's just weird that all of a sudden the wheel just says, well, sorry, I can't go and change any gears. We'll just
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Strange things happening tonight. Same Mark's wheel, my wheel, it's normally rock solid, no issues at all. And all of a sudden we both got different issues. So, these things happen. But it was great racing, huh?
Yeah. But awesome to have you guys racing with us. And now, as the sun starts coming up, we're now at the 4:20 in-game time in the morning. The sun's going to be coming up just now. Track starts getting warmer.
Yeah.
I know that Ruan was saying that they had set their car up specifically for the brake ducts, was to have the car running at night. Was that something that you guys had thought of, or were you?
Yeah, we definitely on the front we run the brake ducts a bit closer, or close, you know. Yeah, to try and give us an advantage in the night. It did actually work because we did our fastest laps in the night hours. So it worked. So yeah, it's not a bad strat to do that. But yeah, as the track warms up, we'll see now what happens. But even now, I think next hour, 57 minutes, I think it's going to go maybe to 17 or 18 degrees. So it's still not too hot. So yeah, it's a good strat to do it that way.
And yeah, we were going to have all eyes on those cars that pit before that 1 hour 30. Because the 1 hour 20 to 1 hour 30, if you're pitting before that, guess what? You got a little splash and dash coming your way for your efforts.
That's it, yeah. So you're watching. You're going to see who's going to put, who's going to splash and dash, and then you see the guys going to scramble for positions. Then start pushing and see what they can do.
And after all 10 hours of racing, it all comes down to that last hour, and it's just crazy how that happens so often.
Yeah, no, it's strange. I mean, you race for 10 hours and it still seems like everything's happening within the last hour. So no, it's good. It's close racing now.
And you talk about things happening. There's Jude Neville. There's a drive-through for him. So while he was going to be putting on some pressure to the back of Ruan, there's a drive-through, and now all of a sudden the pressure is now released again.
Yeah, no, it's tough. That's tough. You gotta respect the track limits. Hey, that's it. I mean, Mark and myself, I think we had one track cut throughout the race so far. And even then, the one we got was early in the stint when you didn't set your proper delta yet. So now you have to respect the track limits. And endurance racing, that's what it's about. You can't afford to get drive-throughs. It's chucking points away, or positions away.
And on track, position is vital here. Just looking at the strategy again, looking at Russ. He's been in the car for an hour. There's 1 hour 55 left. If he is able to get another 25 minutes out of that car, these guys are in for not needing to stop again.
That's it, yeah. No, it seems like I see that Ferraris can push long. 1 hour 25 minutes. I saw one of the Ferraris go this afternoon.
I can tell you now. See, the thing is I have the benchmark, but I know that it was from the get-go. It was Alan Patterson at the Paul Ricard track. He did 1 hour 31.
That's
and that
crazy.
was pulling, almost missing second gear, coasting, lift and coast.
Okay.
So where everyone was doing whatever the lap time, he was 8 seconds slower. But that 8 seconds saved him needing to do that extra pit stop.
Yeah, no, then it's worthwhile. Now you got a plan now. It's while you're driving, the mind keeps on working, planning, strategizing, and see what you can do. It's always evolving as well.
So the fastest man on track now is Tommy, a 1:59.52. Car nice and full, and as close to optimal in terms of that pit stop as possible. I'd say that's probably the best in travel time. 32.3, stop time 32.6. So total stop time in pits 64.9 seconds, and that is officially the fastest.
Wow. Yeah, that's a great stop for him then. Amazing work.
So as the sun comes up, Chris, what are some of the things that the guys are going to need to start worrying about?
I'm not sure fatigue will set in. I mean, there's enough drivers per team. But yeah, you just got to keep it focused, because I'm sure a lot of guys will be on 2 or 3 track cuts at this moment. So they got to be safe. They got to push it, but they still got to make sure they don't get the track cut, because that will change things. So they got to be very careful, especially in this last 2 hours. Normally, you'll see drive-throughs coming through now. So the guys basically ride their luck, and then eventually, if they don't watch out, it will run out, and then drive through quite easily.
And we have mentioned
it was a bit wide.
And the track cut is making sure that you got at least one tire on the inside of the white. So it does get a little bit tricky, but the game always knows right or wrong. I disagree. Yeah. But you can see a lot of curb being taken there.
No, it's some tracks you can take a lot of curb. Others you're just thinking of taking a curb and you get a track cut. So, but I must say Suzuka's not bad. I mean, if you keep it within reason, it's not a bad track to avoid track cuts.
Well, it looks like Tommy's got this car absolutely hooked up. He's just done a 1:59.23. That's wide.
Yeah. Here we go again. Now he's pushing out. He's pushing out now.
I suppose when you do have a lap in hand, you are able to risk it. Take a few little more risks than you maybe don't necessarily always need to take. But I say go for it.
Yeah, no, you got to push. You're not pushing, you're not racing. I mean, myself and Mark, we believe that we do not like to feel safe, anything like that. You push it to the limits and you go. If it doesn't work out, doesn't work out. So that's why you have to plan properly beforehand, and hopefully then that you feel safe. But yeah, so now these guys are pushing hard. It's nice to see. I mean, like I say, they've got a lap in hand, so why not?
And look, I'm a firm believer that driving safe, even with my own kart racing where we do the endurance racing, it's very difficult to come off that pace. And only because then your turn-in point is not the same, the exit is not in the same, you haven't carried the same speed on the brakes. Now all of a sudden you're turning into a curb as opposed to missing it. So for me, you're always pushing to the limit, but there's that point where, okay, I can't do this limit all the time, but to drive conservatively, it's very tricky to do that.
No, it is. I don't like to do it. I like to drive to the limit or just very close to it, like I said, and then keeps you focused. You got all your reference points. The moment you ease off a bit, then you start making mistakes. So you miss things. You brake too late, or you brake too soon. You turn too late, you turn too soon. So now you got to focus. You get your rhythm going, So say 2-3 tenths a lap slower, But once you got that rhythm, you can just keep going at it. It's a lot easier.
The Bentley, is it going to be making a return to the Kalami race?
I don't know. We'll have to see. I've got my favorite car, so we'll see. We'll do some testing.
Or is there going to be a 992 making the appearance here?
We'll have to see. Yeah, it's all gonna come down to strat. I don't even know how long that race is. So that's also gonna be a factor. But yeah, I won't mind driving the Porker again. My favorite car. So.
A little 9 hours of living on the edge for Porsche fandom.
Yeah, no, why not? Why not? I see there's no Porsche on the track today, so yeah, who knows? Maybe we get some variety going there.
Look, I've always enjoyed the Porsche, but it got to a point like when you start wanting to drive it at the Enduro, when it wants to kill you for the next 9 hours.
Yeah.
I never quite felt safe with that car at all.
Look, it can bite. It's quick, it's fast, but you have to focus all the way through. I mean, you're just thinking of relaxing a single bit somewhere and it's going to bite you and it's going to turn you around. But yeah, look, I've been driving so many years. I'm so used to it by now. So yeah, no, it's a fun car to drive.
Well, as long as the rear is soft and it can squat nicely on the exit, then you should be okay.
That's right. No, it should be okay. Because Kalami the Porker's always doing well there, so no, it should be okay.
And disappointed that there's no rain? Or happy that the rain stayed away? It looked like the clouds came and went as the race has gone on, but no rain.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with no rain, to be honest. There's been a lot of rain for this past couple of months on all the different format races. So now I wouldn't mind a bit of a dry track, have a nice sunset going. And I appreciate it.
Right, absolutely fantastic. So we are approaching 1 hour 48. And if you're pitting now, guys, you're going to need to pit again. So let's just hope that anyone is able to push past that. And the one that we were watching with great interest is this man right here, because currently 1 hour 8 into his stint. And that is Rustlers. See, I said it and I told myself don't say it, because Rustlers, and it came out Rustlers. I know, I'm crazy. It's only because I think I was going mad talking to myself, so thank you for saving me there, Chris. But
No,
if he is able to hang on for another 17 minutes, that takes him to having driven for 1 hour and 26. It then leaves Michael.
You can do it.
It leaves Michael with 1 hour and 30 to fuel save and not need another pit.
Yeah, no, I think that's their goal. That should be a goal now, to get to that another 17 minutes or so, and they should be safe.
But the funny thing is, they didn't even know they were on that strategy. It was only after Michael came and chatted and said, myself and Ruan have had a massive discussion about how well these Oaks have strategized. And, you know, they're like, listen, we just about did an arrive and drive. We just fill in the car and away we go. We've just kept it clean, and the strategy is working. I'm like, well, I think you better go sharpen your pencil and just make sure, because this is race on between you and the LTR boys. And there you go. You can see in the background, that is Ruan Heineke, 2.8 seconds behind.
Yeah.
And that is fighting for position.
No, it's good.
Oof.
Doing what? Oof. That's good. You gotta be careful there. We'll spit you out.
And we have seen this very car touching the inside curb earlier on in the race, and just clipping the wall. But that was Russ's fault, and was driving with a little bit of damage at the beginning of the stint. And you get to do stuff like that. That's not helping you drive the car around for another. You need another 15 minutes here. Russ, come on.
Yeah, no. No, Ruan is feeling that exhaustion now. He's fishing.
And all Ruan needs to do is get ahead and run, because they're gonna have to pit again, because Ruan Heineke's already 20 minutes into his stint, which means that if you take an hour and 20 off that, there's a 20-minute splash and dash that Farmer's gonna need to do.
Yeah.
Or Ruan stays in there, splash and dashes, and does that last 20 minutes himself. Because then there's no driver change involved, it's just fuel in and away you go.
That's it. I probably think they will do it that way. It's less risk. It's always a risk when you drive a change. If something going wrong, I mean, like we experienced tonight, the evidence of that. So I would suggest, I'd rather just let the driver that's in the car stay in the car and just, keep going.
Well then, Ruan better get comfortable for the next 1 hour and 44 minutes, because he's going to have to bring this car home and finish it, because what we're watching is the race for 5th, 7th and 6th place. And the strategy's been going backwards and forwards the entire day, entire evening. And it's absolutely so awesome to see. This is what I love about endurance racing.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. You can't believe that after all these hours, the guys are still going bumper to bumper, everything to fight for. No, it's amazing. It's great stuff. That's why I prefer endurance racing to sprint racing. I mean, you've got to plan, you've got to focus. Things happen, things change, and it's amazing.
I see, Chris, that we actually do have a visitor, and it's Stephen, who's snuck in here, but actually quite a while ago. But myself and Chris have just been going on a rampage here. Stephen, good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gents.
Because the last message we saw that you were saying that you were at the airport just having a little watch, and said you would come and pop in, and here you go. So I don't know where you were flying from, but it looks like you're home now.
No, I'm home. I was actually picking up a mom's friend. It was her birthday today, so she came and surprised my mom. And yes, so we had a bit of a koiki and a bit of a cake, and now we are home, and now I'm here in the lounge.
Well, check at that. Here you go. What a day! A little visit to the airport, some cake, a bra, and some endurance racing online.
Jeez, tell me about it, eh? It was a full day of fun.
Ooh, is Ruan going to try to go around the outside?
Let's see.
So the question I have, Stephen, for you is, yourself and Matthew Carter going to be making a comeback at Kalami.
It's a very tough one with the work being going on.
It's in August. Come on.
You see, I have like 47 vehicles to do, and
that's
Volvo.
2 months, 2.5 months away, man. Come on.
No. We've been waiting for 25 trucks for the last 7 months. So, Volvo could surprise us, and we'll have them there, or they could not surprise us.
Lots of curb on the inside. That makes me nervous all the time. But
yes, I don't know. I cannot answer that.
So side by side, Ruan.
Does he ever run?
He's just got to be patient.
Yeah.
Look, the reality is that there is another. How many? It's 13 minutes. So Ruan just needs to stay behind Russ for 13 minutes. Those tires are not going to be happy. But it all depends on how much fuel is left, because it's coming down to the fuel now.
Yep. This is racing. This is what everyone wants to see.
Russ Cilliers is currently an hour and 15 minutes into his stint. For the strategy to work, he has to give the car to Michael Schulz at the 1 hour 30 mark, because we know that this car can do an hour and 30 minutes. Oh no! Ruan Heineke going too tight. And it looks like he had just lost a bit of the rear there. Just turned in and the rear just rotated. It might have just been because he was in the wash of the aero. The rear the rear just didn't hook up, and that put it into the wall. So it is now a race on once again.
Sure. That's why I said you need to be patient.
Oh my goodness, because now Russ is able to come off that the loud pedal, just load up a little bit more, and make sure he's saving some of that fuel. He's able to give it to Michael with that 1 minute 30.
Yeah.
They've got 3 laps. 6. No, that's not enough. 4 laps, 4.5 laps, 5 laps.
4 laps, yeah.
So, Michael, if you're
10
watching,
minutes.
just let me know. Do you guys have 5 laps of fuel left? Now that we've watched Rowan Honecker make just that little mistake, just trying to force the pass. Sure. Now all eyes are who pits now. Whoever's pitting now is splash and dashing, and that will be like that for the next 10 to 15 minutes.
That's it.
Ouch.
I am able to get an idea. Okay, so Lucas Joubert, he is currently 22 minutes in, so he will be on the safe side. Gerrit Pretorius will be on the safe side. Jude Neville, safe side. Rowan Honecker, he's going to have to splash and dash. Sean Stradham, we have a confidential amount of fuel. Michael ain't telling nobody anything.
Well, we'll know in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we will know in 10 minutes. Well, Michael, thanks so much for playing this game with us. We are absolutely loving it. It is keeping us excited, and really looking forward to how this is going to be playing out in the end there. Fleming there, he's 51 minutes into his stint, which means that if we add 20 minutes onto that, that's going to put him about a 117. Okay, 117. So they're also like just in the safe zone there. Fabian is in the pits now.
It's a bit early.
That's,
they're going to have to splash and dash.
Yeah, that'll be a splash and dash there in the end. Because you'll need about 20 minutes left of fuel. Okay, so Michael's saying they've got at least 2 more than 2 laps of fuel left. So, yes, like, guys, you're really bringing it down to the wire here. So, Rowan Honecker is 5.7 seconds behind. And is going to need to overtake and still make up the time for that splash and dash. So the car has been given to Christian Deploy for the Academy team. We are just sorting out the BOP, and that is for car 213. We see that since that driver change happened, that they have lost that BOP. So we are on it. But we just want to see where he is before it does get added. So coming out of Spoon. So there we go, guys. All BOPs are accounted for once again. So here we're expecting this beautiful sunrise. Meanwhile, it's all stuck behind the clouds because it's partly cloudy.
Partly cloudy. I'm sure the sun will peek out in a couple of minutes. So.
LTR car getting out of the way. And Ruan Hanneke has closed that gap up now to 3.3 seconds. And I'd love to know whether he has picked up a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, I just see the nose making contact with the barrier there, so I'm sure he's got 5 to 6 seconds damage.
So like 5 to 10 seconds is kind of the norm for a little love tap.
But he spaced it on, so if I was him, I wouldn't actually do a repair. You can't afford to lose that time.
Yeah.
Fleming Bauer in the pits. They are going to need to splash and dash themselves. So that is quite interesting. Where is Mohat Musa? They are, what's that, 42 seconds behind. Where are they? So 48. Oh, snap. Chris, 3rd and 4th are going to be close because Mohat has just overtaken and he is 48 minutes into his stint, which means that they're stopping once.
Yep.
But Fleming is stopping now, giving the car to Henry Meyer, but they're going to have to splash and dash. So the battle for P3 is not over.
No,
oh my goodness.
I'm sure their teammates are doing the calculations there now to see exactly what they need to do.
Well, I'm hoping that what they did is they lightened up the car now to try to get as much of that advantage as possible.
That's it, yeah.
Let him run and then find out where that sweet spot is that just drop that fuel in and then away you go. Because an hour and 30 on the one set of tires, is that worth taking that risk?
Yeah, it's
a tricky one.
30 is just a bit beyond, I think, of the capabilities. Let's see. That will need to be a lot of fuel saving to get that extra 3 or 4 minutes.
And if he just does the splash and dash, knowing that he'll need to be on the same set of tires for an hour and 32 minutes, will those tires last?
I think they will, to be quite honest. I mean, we've done an hour 20 minutes. I see other Ferraris doing an hour 26 minutes. And yeah, the pace drops a bit, but not too bad. The car's still relatively solid.
Okay, so it is race on between Mohat Musa, Isham Domingo for Project Vapor, to Tubby's Racing of Henry Meyer and Fleming Boeing. It's delirium, I tell you. We also know the race between the two Ruans, or the Russler and Ruan Hanneke. There we go. That's your battle for 6th and 7th place. And Ruan, I keep reading Ruan's name as in Ruan Cilliers. He's on point there because 131. There's your sunrise, Chris.
I told you the sun will peak out somewhere.
Nice. So at 131 he can pit now, and he's going to be giving that car to Michael to run 1 hour and 30 minutes. In terms of our spotters guide, Ruan has been in the car for 1 hour and 25 minutes. If he can push it one more lap, that just pulls a little bit of pressure off what Michael needs to do in the last stint to avoid needing to splash and dash.
That's it. I think Ruan should just follow him. If you guys in the pits, just follow him. So you can keep that pressure on when they go out again.
But they still need to pit. Ruan,
You still need to do a
Heineke
splash dash,
will still need to pit. So maybe he needs to go in with him,
Oh.
splash the car now, and then you basically... No, but they'll still need to do the full...
They still need to do the full swap.
The full swap. Jude Neville, another drive through for him and his efforts.
Yeah, that's the last thing they would have wanted at this stage of the race.
Yeah, they were a lap down, and that's just gonna compound on the issue now. 1.5 hours left to go, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a crazy race in the beginning. Some weird stuff has happened in this race, is all I can say. BOPs are all still accounted for. And again, the race between the Rustlers and Ruan Heineke. I wonder if I can make that name stick. Jeez, luck. Rustlers. Because this is for position. Oh, how the hell did Ruan change that direction of their car so dramatically? But again, he needs to just be patient. He needs to understand that Russ is driving slow because he's fuel saving. Ruan needs to pick the right moment to put pressure. Wait for the faster car to come through. Get the blue flag and follow the blue flag car through. There, Michael's saying I have no nails to bite. Well, Michael, you have got an hour and 28 to get this car home. Oh goodness! And I hope you're gonna keep the stream on so that you can hear the rubbish we're going to be talking about you when you're in this car. No, I'm only kidding. No pressure.
None at all.
So this... Yo. So Michael's saying that he doesn't have any nails left to bite. That's so funny. Oh, another lap. Oh, Michael, you're basically been given the sweetest little pear that all you got to do is just take it and accept it. Because now you're not going to need to be fuel saving so crazily. To the inside. There's going to be lots of blue flags being waved at you, and I'm sure Henry Meyer is not going to be happy. He's going to start flashing, and the last thing you want is a desperate overtake to happen. So you must just pick the spot, get out of the way, and allow him to go past. Ashraf Charles, my goodness. Woohoo, how are you, sir? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Michael said Russ is a legend, he did God's work. You are not joking. So stay wide, stay wide. Now start in behind him. Go, 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 go. Get the slipstream, and that's what you need. And guys, as you can see, I'm not biased to any team here. I just appreciate like really good thinking, really good racing, because that was smart.
Yeah.
Ruan Heineke missed out there. What he should have done is started right up behind Henry, and when Henry was in that position, Ruan should have slotted himself right there.
Yeah, you picked the wrong spot, let him go through there. So definitely lost a lot of time there doing that.
So Michael, I will definitely give that to you. He is doing God's work.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of pressure on him, so he's doing well to keep it going.
So let's see, is this pit time, or is there one more left in that tank? Because the more that he does, the less that Michael has to do. Well, there you go. Now Ruan Heineke has been released.
I come in, there we go.
That was an absolute amazing effort there from Ruan Cilliers. Well done, that man. I'm sure you've made Michael very, very proud. Absolutely fantastic. Managing that, getting it to a point where, yeah, incredible. You guys have only needed to now pit. This is the 7th time, where everybody else will have to do 8 minimum. So absolutely incredibly done there. So while that's all happening, let's not forget what's happening up at the top of the order, and that's Tommy in first place for the Genesis Esports. A second place, Christian Deploy. He comes back and has a go for the Genesis Esports Academy. Mohat Musa, and the race is still on here for the last spot of the podium, while Mohat Musa is 20 seconds ahead. They're going to need to do a little splash and dash. Is Henry Mayer, while Mohat Musa still needs to pit. So this race definitely not over just yet. Sean Stradham is 11 seconds behind Henry Mayer, so a drive-through will definitely change things up there as well. From a needing to pit, Sean Stradham has got one pit stop that they need to do, so they are well on their way to take the race to Henry Mayer and his team. Ruan Heineke, that's where a lot of the focus has been between himself and Russ Cilliers. Absolute fantastic drive there, being able to fuel save like an absolute machine. Has been able to get that car to Michael, knowing that Ruan is going to need to stop and possibly a splash and dash at the end there. So we're going to keep our eyes open there. Jude Neville was coming back quite rapidly, but finding himself with 2 drive-through penalties, just losing touch to the 7th place, the Zodiac team. In 9th place is Gerard and Rob van der Heever. There they are there. Cameraman still sleeping. Gone to bed a little bit earlier than expected. And Lucas Hubert and the purple turtles are from LTR, finding them their way up the order and ahead of Chris Heineke and Mark Hennebury, who unfortunately are needing to retire with some mechanical, I can't say difficulties, because they're more like complexities, like stuff happened that we can't explain what the heck happened.
Can you see what the time difference is between Ruan and Shields at the moment?
The difference between
Ruan and Shields, between Michael.
Stand by. Between Ruan and Schultz, there's 65 seconds.
65 seconds. So, wonder how much time Ruan's going to lose in that pit stop. It's still tight. It's still touch and go.
It is very much touch and go, because Ruan is now 45 minutes in. So let's just say we give him another 45 minutes. So that takes him to an hour and a half. No, we can't give him we can't give him that much. That's too much. So we know that it's going to do an hour and 10. So that's another 15 and 15, so another 30 minutes. So take 30 minutes off of that. Oof, that's lots. So that still leaves them with another 50 minutes.
So so now he's going to have to do a full stop. I think, what, 60, what's it, 65 seconds? 67 seconds?
So, yeah, it's between 65.7 has been the fastest so far, but the reality is that splash and dash is not going to be enough because they'll need to change tires.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying, going to be a full stop. So yeah, you're looking about 60, say 67, 68 seconds for that pit stop, and then time difference gap now, so yeah, they got a push now.
And Michael's just going to be taking it easy. He knows the car can do the time. So where's it all going to end? Who knows? Who knows? Just doing some calculations here in the back just to see this battle between Henry Mayer, because that's dropped down to 15 seconds between Henry and Mohat. Mohat has done an hour in the car, so they're going to need to stop. Henry Mayer has done 14 minutes, and if you add the 14 minutes to what's left, that unfortunately is too much, so there's a little splash and dash there for him.
Yeah.
So the race still on there for the third spot. Just looking at the fastest sectors at this point, and yeah, these sector times are all over the place. Ash saying he's going to share with Hamid. Very nice. I'd be lucky to have the both of you having a chat. So Hamid and Ash and Ashraf. Tubbs, what's his name? Ash Tubbs. Tubbs Ash. Can't remember now. Were part of our SARCO console league back in the day.
Oh, okay.
They were actually two of the OGs when SARCO was actually created.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, some old names coming back there.
We need to get you gentlemen into some PCs and come and have a race, man. So now the sun's coming up. Track temps have gone up 1 degree, as well as the ambient temperature. So now at 15 degrees. It went all the way down to 14, so it's starting to get warm. And Chris, your prediction was saying it would probably go up to about 17, 18.
Yeah,
Christian Deploy having a little snap there. Sure, a lot of curb there on the inside. Actually, a great shot. You can just see how much of the curb he's taking. But on that exit through turn 18, that rear just stepped out a little bit. And there you go. Little Booty has decided to go into the pits. So that was 49 seconds into 49 minutes into that stint. So this is it. So it's going to be the last push to the end now. So driver change, full fuel, as well as tires, and that's it. This is it. The race to the end. Can they go in and catch up to Michael Schultz? We see Michael now coming through 130R. He has got an hour and 16 minutes to get this car home. Already having done 8 minutes of that.
Yeah.
So Ruan now should be getting ready to leave. Where are you, Ruan? This is, I'm going to say that's a much longer stop. He's actually lost time there because that's 79 seconds.
Yeah, just left it pass now. So yeah, that's a long stop.
So that's an extra 10 seconds that they've lost.
I think they've done the repairs on the car. I think that's where the extra time comes from.
I would have to agree with you there. And I don't think that was the right thing to do because
No, definitely not. Not with. You have to push the time. I don't think they're going to make that 10 seconds up in any case.
well, the thing is exactly it's now what it's done is that where they had that would have been 7 seconds, it's now 17 seconds.
Yeah.
So can you now make up that extra 10 seconds from that repair?
Not just the time, but it's the actual pressure. They would have had. There would have been a lot more pressure on Michael there. So I think he's released a bit of pressure on them there now.
So here we go. This is how the positions are going to start unfolding now as Sean Stratham goes into the pits. And this is also a long stop for him. That's pushing nearly 90 seconds. Where does this put this, Michael? Because Stratham's still in the pits. We're pushing nearly 100 seconds now. So Michael through 130 R. That must have been a big crash then.
Yeah, no, something happened there.
Because now Michael Schultz is going to be coming down the main straight. Sean Stratham's still in the pits, so and away he goes. 1 minute 25.
Yeah, no.
So that's a 1 minute 21. So that's 121 seconds.
I would like to know what happened there because they were actually quite pushing for Henry Meyer there. So I think Henry would have been relieved now. The pressure's been released there as well. So yeah, interesting.
Crazy. And there I thought it would have been a position, but we forget that Sean was 2 laps ahead. Sometimes we get a little bit excitable. Jason Farmer has really made up 1 second on Michael. So that was on his outlap. Farmer now 16.7 seconds as opposed to the 17.7 seconds. So race on. 1 hour 12 minutes left to go. It's going to be close. Oh, it's going to be
Very close.
Meneer. Yes, like all I could say is race on. I know that Michael was saying that he was running out of nails to bite. That Russ was an absolute legend. He did God's work there. What a race, man. You got stuck behind there. Looks like you just couldn't find a place. Then going under the bridge, that car just over-rotated. Had to start all over again. Which means that...
Unfortunately, I think he slipped out. And so, yeah, so I had to count. So I also just jerked the steering wheel and I bloody spun out myself there to avoid a collision. But that was an intense battle. Well done.
Absolutely fantastic.
I can get past.
Oh, Paul, they've gone. Paul's gone.
Oh no.
I don't see the other Aston Martin. There's only 10 cars on screen. And it is the Jude Neville is there, which means that the Paul Fenter and the 2 Shawns are out. Where are they? Okay, they are back. Let's make sure that, okay, all the other BOPs are still loaded. There was no BOP on the Aston. But now they're going to be stuck in the pits for 2 minutes. And that's over and above the 120 minutes, 120 seconds they were stationary there. So that means, Ruan, yourself and Michael Schultz might have an opportunity to possibly get ahead.
Could be interesting.
Farmer now down to 15.7 seconds. And
He's got his
closing.
work cut out for him. He's got his work cut out for him.
Because while
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm going to say while Michael is using little inverted commas fuel saving, is that he's still doing 202s versus Jason's 201s. So that's 1 second a lap. That's 15 laps. But this is it. This is your push to the end now.
Yes, unfortunately I had to repair 12-second damage from that little tap in the wall.
Okay, we estimated 10 seconds and we weren't
Oh.
quite sure whether that would have been the right thing to do.
Unfortunately it was on the front of the car. We don't have any top speed. And going through 130R and the chicane afterwards was a nightmare.
Was it?
Especially with the sun coming up straight in your face.
Henry Mayer closing up onto the back of Mohat. The 10 seconds is the gap there now.
And,
Mohat 1 hour 12 into his stint. Henry Mayer is 23 minutes into his, so it looks like they'll need to splash and dash. While Mohat is going to need to do a full stint change. So we're starting to see the positions change as Michael Schultz now goes up into 5th place. Jason Farmer up into 6th as Stradom now leaves the track. So not only, Rowan, do you have the battle of chasing down Michael, but now you've got Sean Stradom 6 seconds behind Farmer. Not
I'm
chasing
seeing
him.
I'm seeing this on my screen, yeah. I'm not sure who's the driver, is it Paul Fender or is it...
Anything can happen in endurance racing, it's happening.
So we'll just check who it is once they cross the delta, which is there between 7 and 8. And then we'll know exactly who's in the car now. Paul Fenter, there you go.
Yes, it's showing Paul Fender on my side as well. This is going to be defending from Paul behind because we know he's quick in a stint. And catching up to Michael. I'm pretty sure Paul's also going to catch
battle for 5th.
in the last hour.
There you see, there's Sim Russing. So Russ, the name that we've actually got you is Rustlers. And that's because he's saying, what kind of rig drama is this? Oh my goodness.
How are you? Oh, good.
Okay, that'll give Jason some relief.
Guys, I'm going to be off. Thanks for the chat.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Chris, thanks so much for joining. It was lekker chatting.
Yeah, great stuff. Great awesome having you guys hosting. Yeah, thanks a lot. And it's been amazing while we were still out there.
Yeah, and very unfortunate with your unforeseen circumstances. Like,
these things happen. We'll be back. Yeah, we'll be back stronger. Don't worry about it.
We'll definitely see you at Kalami.
That's it.
Cool. Thanks so much, Chris. Cheers, eh?
And Paul's heading back to the pits.
Maybe it's because he's got nothing to lose and just giving the car back to some. No, that doesn't make sense because that was for position.
Has two positions. Just up the road. And we know for a fact they were quicker than us.
I would say it couldn't have been a drive-through because it would have shown that.
No, he's actually stopping. Why, oh why?
Interesting. Very, very interesting. So, Jason Farmer has now closed up that gap to 12 seconds. And an hour and 6 to go. Michael Schultz's pace dropped down to a 2:03 versus Farmer's 2 minutes. We've lost a car. Oh, there we go. It was Chris that had left.
Yes.
Yeah.
See Sean Scutter back in the car. The 777 car.
On my side, it's still showing Paul Fenter.
But it seems to have some technical difficulties with the car, it seems. Oh, there he's going now.
Yeah, it's I've got Paul Fenter in the car now. Okay, it is a race on now for Mohat Musa as well as Henry Mayer, because in terms of Henry's predictions, Henry's been in the car for 27 minutes. There's an hour and 5 minutes left, which means splash and dash time for them. Isham Domingo's in the car. Come on, I just need the... So it looks like it's between... It's going all over the place now. Stand by, and I'll tell you what the time is. I just need Isham to cross the delta. Okay, it's saying 60 seconds. So splash and dash in the pits. You're losing speed on the entry. You're traveling for 30 seconds, and then you got to get back to pace. So that's about a 45 to 50 second, which means that however long or whenever Henry and Fleming decide that they're going to go and do that splash and dash, Isham's going to be right there. Did Farmer make a mistake? But he didn't, so I didn't mean to stress you out there. Ruined because Farmer is now 11 seconds behind Michael Schultz. And did a 2:00.8 versus Michael's 2:01.8. Yeah, Russ saying he doesn't think he's going to make the fuel. Well, the thing is that the whole thing about the fuel saving is to save fuel. So you need to be doing lap times around 2:05s, 2:06s. I suppose you were doing 2:03, so not really that. But Michael's giving it stick there, trying to keep this LTR farmer away from him. So Rowan, I was going to say, I don't know if you are talking back to me, but I definitely cannot hear you. Stephen, are you still there perhaps?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So,
Yes, sorry, I was just busy calculating some stuff here. It's going to be epic into the race, I would say. And I see Jude's also on the same lap as the other LNR car now.
Yes, so the two LTRs are going like for like. BOPs are still aligned.
Unfortunately, Jude still needs to pit for fuel.
Let's see where they are. So yeah, they're 25 minutes into their stint. So that's, again, that's like 10 minutes of fuel that is missed there.
How unfortunate.
Lucas, they'll be fine. They're going to do their last stop. Rob van der Heerwe, he's 15 minutes into his stint, so he'll have to do a bit of fuel saving just to make that work. But I think Rob they have done quite long stints there. Due 25 minutes, he'll have to pit. Skitty, he's on par. Farmer's going to go to the end. Michael Schultz has got an hour to go on his 22 minute already. Isham, he's going to the end. Henry Mayer's already done 31 minutes with an hour left. That's a splash and dash, and that's why that 52 seconds that Isham has to make up on Henry is quite volatile at this point. Christian Deploy, he's going to have to do splash and dash as well. He's currently 35 minutes into his stint. And Tommy, 58 minutes. He will be handing the car over to whoever and possibly just do an hour and let the next person finish off with an hour. Talks, you're missing some crazy stuff. I can tell you right now. We've had Michael Schultz going in and taking the car from Russ Celiers and saved a pit stop, but has got Jason Farmer closing them down. I was going to say in a rapid rate, but Michael now doing 2:02.1s. Okay, saying not missing anything. Apologies. Then why don't you just tune us and say, hey, I'm still here, this is exciting, not just leave me hanging.
We had an interesting one with Gerard earlier on, I think it was lap 215. He was coming down the main straight, and it seems the car's suspension just broke.
What?
Really?
That'll make for a very interesting replay. Because we went to watch the replay for it, it went straight, nothing wrong. The next moment, the whole car just drops, the rear suspension just dropped, and the car was undrivable. They had to call back to pits and repair it.
That's interesting.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, me neither. Like, I know that it doesn't feel the same. It's not as stiff or as precise, but I didn't know that it would actually feel like it breaks. Yo.
If you see the gap between the wheels and afterwards when it happened on the straight, the body was catching onto the wheels. There's no gap left anymore. Just the whole rear just was low on the wheels.
Sure, that's crazy. If that's where these physics have started going.
And you can see the car's uncontrollable immediately. Couldn't handle the car after that.
Wow. Okay.
Yo.
Did we actually go find out what exactly happened? Was that the prior accident or not? Of course, they were all driving, lapping good. The next moment, the car was just undrivable. They had to put to repair.
That's very strange. Yeah, I'd love to hear that story.
We'll go see what's happening that side.
Alright, cool. Well, update Jason Farmer, 8.5 seconds behind Michael Schultz. Sim Racing hanging on with bated breath. We have less than 1 hour to go of the 10 hours of Suzuka. And man, oh man, has it been exciting to say the least.
It has been exciting.
Just checking, BOPs are still in check. Where is Henry Mayer? Henry Mayer is currently 3rd place and 34 minutes into his stint. Oh, that splash and dash is literally going to be 10 minutes before the end. And will we see Project Vapor changing positions in the last 10 minutes? And the thing is, you can't do it now. There's no point adding more fuel into the heavier car now. Doesn't make sense. You've got to let that fuel run down, make the car lighter, and splash and dash as late as possible to keep the car as light as possible so that you're not adding more weight onto those tires up front.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's just my view. I could be extremely wrong. Maybe get him in now, splash and dash, so that he can monitor and know and let Isham feel that pressure that he is coming for him. Because now when you still you don't know what that gap is, you don't understand how much time you've got spare or how much time you need to be making up, because it keeps fluctuating between that 50 seconds, 70 seconds. So when Henry crosses the line, see, that's now dropped down to 50 seconds. Sure, what a great corner. But it can catch you and it can bite you and it just hurts.
Yes, it can.
You get that exit wrong.
Yeah, pushes wide.
Russ, how are you feeling? 7 seconds between Jason Farmer and Michael. I know that Michael doesn't have any nails left after watching your performance. But it's all coming down to this. It's the last hour. This is where it's now a make or break. Have the LTR guys force you to go and do that splash and dash is the big question, which we'll know within the next 40 minutes at least. Because Jason Farmer, 10 seconds.
What are the time differences between Jason Farmer and Michael?
So Michael
He's-
did a
he's doing a
2:02.7
2:02.
and Farmer did a 2:01.4. So 1.3 seconds is the gap.
Cool. So he's catching him.
You see, it's very interesting. Russ is giving us some information here, and currently it's not looking good on their side. But that's because what's happening is that Michael is matching the pace to Jason. And by matching the pace is that Jason is forcing them to go and do that splash and dash.
Yeah.
But look, I think it works both ways. As I said, that was what was going to happen. That was what the LTR guys needed to do. Russ did everything he could do to get that car to give Michael as much of an opportunity as possible.
Yeah.
They would have needed, I suppose, a 20-second or a 30-second gap to kind of make this work. But now, as Jason Farmer gets within that 6 seconds, once it starts getting down to 3 seconds, that's when it starts becoming a lot easier to catch that driver ahead of you.
Yeah.
What have you found out for us, Ruan?
Yes, it seems they somehow managed to do something in the pit stops. Gerard was sent out on all tires. And 2 laps in, both the tires just said nope and blew.
Oh,
Blue.
No ways.
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it happened twice to them tonight, not the first time. We only managed to saw it once, but yeah.
And okay, this race there's just been so much weird stuff that's been going on here that it doesn't make sense. Like, with,
Did you say his tires blew?
no,
Yeah, both of the tires blew out.
the thing is, I know you can get a rear puncture. I know that. I know you can
Yeah.
get punctures.
Okay, I know you get punches that I know, but not like. I'll have to show you guys actually a replay
Wow.
of what it looked like.
No, definitely. We need to see that replay.
The rear of the car lifted and dropped and shaking all over the road, like a complete tire blowout would look like.
Wow.
And then they couldn't steer the car anymore.
And that happened in the front of the car.
No, you said it happened in the rear of the car.
The rear.
The rear of the car. Wow, yeah, I've never experienced that before. Like a slow puncher, yes.
Unfortunately, I don't have to replay because my replay started at lap 225. It was on lap 215.
Okay.
So currently, eyes on Sham Domingo, who is going to try and force the hand of Henry Mayer to show when will they be doing their splash and dash. Because according to the previous pit stops, there was no ways that McLaren could do an hour and 30. Which means that they would have to come in and do that little splash and dash, add in that 10 to 13 minutes of fuel, where Isham took the car at almost the perfect time to be able to just finish that one last stint and bring it home for what would be the second podium within the series. Race leader Tommy being given way there from the LTR rush team. So we're talking about the rear tires popping, and that was Rob van der Heever's car that we're looking back at now. Russ is saying to know you can blow an engine. Yes.
Yeah, the blowing the engine I know about, but blowing tires I've never heard of. I've never seen it.
And where there was a lot of engines blowing, was the Astons, I think.
Yeah, the Astons are very, very common for that because you can't slam it into the gears because then it starts getting engine damage.
Another Ferrari's got the downshift guard thing on it.
Yeah. It was a big adjustment for me because from driving the Ferrari where you could just slam it down, with the Aston I had to learn to get the revs down and then change gears.
There's Skitty being chased by Jude Neville. So that gap between them is 25.6 seconds, but Skitty does have him covered. Last lap there from Sean was a 201.1 versus Jude 204.7. So a little mistake there somewhere. And Isham and Henry Mayer, that gap still sitting at 60 seconds. 49 minutes left to go, and where will the little splash and dash come in? That's always the interesting question.
This is going to be nail biting action to the end, boys.
Yeah, it is.
And
but it's an enduro.
Farmer, while he is still chasing down Michael, he did a 201.9. Michael is pushing, and I think, and I want this to work out because that's the gap there for 5th and 6th place. Is that Russ is saying that there might not be enough fuel in Michael's car, only because he is doing the laps to try and not let Jason Farmer catch him.
Oh.
We ourselves are spread very thin on the fuel. Because we chose to pit early to fix my damage.
Oh, snap.
So that just adds more drama.
But you should have enough to get to the end, or are you predicting a splash and dash probably? Or we don't know. I suppose Russ is watching, so
You should be fine if the leader doesn't force an extra lap. Let's leave it at that.
go Tommy, go! Make it interesting. Go Tommy, go! Okay, well Tommy is now in the pits. Let's see who the Genesis esports team hands the car to bring it home.
Dylan, can you check your WhatsApps, please?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
If I can find my phone. Just doing a quick check. BOPs, how we're looking. What's happened there? Tommy goes past.
This is where we need to stay glued to that leader, not lose him completely.
Yeah. 100%.
Not force the extra lap. It's also a little bit of a gamble on tire PSIs. When the sun's coming up, we're not sure how much it's gonna affected tires.
Because you guys had basically have got the car set for later on, right?
Yes.
100%. Okay, so BOP is all back in range as I look at that having just happened, and let's go see how it happened. So Jude Neville up on the inside, getting a little bit of grass there, and that car just not happy, didn't get settled, and unfortunately gets spat out on the other side. Run.
Yes, sir.
Russell is asking for your tactics, please.
Just saying that. Russ, I think what might work best for you guys at this stage, just do a splash and dash, make sure you. That's a big slide from Jude.
Yeah, that was for the camera. Russ, I don't know if you heard that, but he's saying you guys need to go and do a splash and dash, please.
Rather be safe, finish the race. No pressure.
Well, here we go, because that is the battle now for 5th and 6th place. And Michael has been managing that gap, managing the fuel, trying not to let Farmer catch him too much. And sure, it is race on.
And this is why we love enduros.
Because after 9 hours and 15 minutes, the Ogres are still racing so close together.
This is the best part, these last stints.
So I have a question, Rowan. How many drive-through drive-through warnings? How many track cuts does Farmer have?
Still 2.
Still 2.
Only 2.
Okay.
Yes.
So he has to drive nice and ordentlich for the next 42 minutes.
We have at least one spare. But
yeah.
Now if you get a third and final one, the nerves is getting shattered. Then you start making silly mistakes.
Because then you start, and also driving slower.
Yes.
Fleming saying, sad we didn't get rain. Only 30 seconds stop go, 2 drive-throughs. Oh, Fleming. At least you can write that off as done and dusted there for you. But still race on there between yourself and the Project Vapor guys. Just in terms of your fuel, knowing that you're going to have to splash and dash is what I'm seeing from my side. And again, is I could be wrong. But I don't think that the McLaren would be able to do a full 1 hour and 30 minutes, unfortunately. So splash and dash on the cards, and Sean Domingo is 60 seconds behind. So it is going to be so close after your splash and dash is done. Oh, Michael doesn't need to be doing that now. For Farmer, he's loving it. Track temps going up. There we go. Nailed it! Fleming saying we'll have to splash.
At this point, I wonder which is better, to be ahead or to be the chasing car. Because both is in difficult spots.
Look, I honestly think, and it's not because I'm trying to be biased, but Jason definitely has the upper hand here. And the reason being is that he can drive to his max, where Michael has to drive conservatively. He's got to try and save that fuel, because otherwise he's not going to get to the end. So this is it. After a 9 hours and 20 minutes, this is where the position now changes for 5th or 6th place. Patience becomes the game now, because Farmer is able to keep some stuff, you know, in his back pocket, and he's going to be the one that can push Michael to either make that mistake or drive too conservatively and leave an opportunity. So currently, I'd rather be Farmer in this this little tussle than I would Michael.
Jason can just applying the pressure that neither drivers can afford a mistake at this point.
Yeah,
No.
most definitely. Most definitely.
Just keep calm and collected. Get the popcorn out here and let's watch a good show.
Most definitely. So Fleming, I don't know if you're still having a little watch here, but your Splash and Dash, do you know when it's coming? Are you going to try and leave it as late as possible? Because essentially you want the lighter car on the tires so that it doesn't put too much pressure on the tires. BOP is still on point. I got a message here from Pia saying, can you ask to, I'm assuming it's rework, if she liked the eels? Please. I don't understand that, unfortunately.
Gentlemen, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go check on Jason. No problem.
Fantastic. Thanks for joining us. Just a cool,
With
calm and
pleasure.
collective is all he needs. 37 minutes left. So thanks Fleming for that. It's going to be as late as possible, around that last 25 minutes left. And that's what we want. Race on. Race on. Because you also want to be able to just give him just a little bit of time to go and possibly chase down Isham. So that time has been like floating around 60 seconds between Isham and Henry. It's now up to 64. So it's... Oh, and I worked out it's about 45 to 50 seconds for that drive-through. So Isham's going to be right behind him. And he will have the fresher tires. And that's for the last spots on the podium. I'm just going to throw that out there. No pressure there, but Fleming. No pressure at all for you and your team. Oof, that rear little snap there. But you can see total race pace between Farmer and Michael. They're now both matching each other. 202.1 for Michael, 202.0 for Jason. And I think Jason is doing a sterling job there, just staying behind him, just pushing Michael along. So he's not asking too much of him, but what's happening is I think Michael is going just a little bit too fast of what was required for him to be able to make it to the end.
Yeah.
"35 minutes left. Man, oh man." Yo, that car. Little snap here, little snap there.
I had a good talk with Jason just now.
Yeah.
A bit of a pep talk. Didn't come collected, but he's doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I think I was just saying now to Stephen that Jason is doing everything right, because what's happening is he's actually pushing Michael along. So where Michael would want to be doing 203s to 204s, they're both in the low 202s, which might just burn up the fuel a bit from Michael's car, and that will force them to go and do the pit.
I'll be fortunate for us, but very unfortunate for Russ and Michael, which we would actually hope to see a fair fight here to the end. Some proper overtaking on the track.
Well, look, it's still a fair fight. Farmer's still got to get around him. 35 minutes left to go.
So I told him to just wait his turn or wait for an opportune moment. Don't be over greedy. We still have time in our hands.
So what would be amazing is if Russ came to us and told us what he is telling Michael. Oh, goodness. Because now you're getting the strategy from the horse's mouth here, Russ. So at least you now know that Jason is being patient. He wants to push Michael along, wants to burn out that fuel. But he's going to wait for an opportunity. But he can't leave it too long. Oh, and in the next 7 minutes, we're going to see how the whole Henry Mayer and Isham Domingo battle is going to pan out.
No, because isn't that Henry Mayer behind Jason?
No, Henry Mayer is currently there in third place. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes, he's 3 seconds behind Jason.
Yeah, well, we might as well just do this, and you're going to get all three of them in the shot. Look, see?
And hopefully sooner we'll get all four. You know.
Now the question is, where is Henry gonna catch Jason and Michael?
Through turn 10.
Yeah.
It has to be. It's the most awkward place to catch anybody.
This is we are streaming about to tell Meyer is not fighting for position. We are just keep him back. Just kidding.
So Fleming, I don't know if you heard that. Can I tell you what the problem with that is, Rowan? Is that yes, that Henry is not fighting you Oaks, but he's got Isham that he needs to cover for their splash and dash.
So he can't waste time at all.
No. Oh goodness.
So sure, Henry wants to pass as quick as possible to get out of us.
But now he's got to get past two cars.
We don't want to lose too much time letting him pass.
So talks. What happened? It wasn't a suspension failure. It was a tire. The tires burst. So when the car went on, it put on two old tires. Was it all four old tires, right?
Just the rear two tires.
So it put on two old rear tires. That still doesn't make sense how that happened.
No, it should have been 4 old tires, I suppose, but the rear ones.
But maybe the rears were coconutted already.
Yes. I believe after over 20 minutes it should be pretty worn down.
Yeah. Oof, I thought that Jason was going to be setting up a move there. But that was quite a good entry there for Michael. Look, okay, so the last lap, both of them, 202.4, 202.9 for Farmer. So as they now come towards the line, cross the line, Mayer's in for the pits. Now we're going to see where he comes out relative to Isham. Last lap, Michael 202.4, 202.0. Isham, where are you? Where are you? So Isham is now heading towards Spoon. Mayer has now stopped. This is going to be his little splash and dash. That's 31 seconds 33, 34, 35, 36. You're gonna have to start moving because Isham should be approaching the last corner. Oh no.
So Meyer is moving.
Meyer is out. Wow. Isham through the chicane. So that splash and dash was only, I said, about 55 seconds. It was 48. So that's 7 seconds difference. Which now has left Isham 19 seconds behind Henry, where I was working on there being about 10 seconds. So, it looks like Henry and Fleming have been able to cover the Project Vapors, fighting them for that top spot. But Farmer still pushing along Michael.
With Meyer out of the way for splash and I'll release some pressure on these two drivers. Want to give way.
Yeah, because now they can focus on their own battle and not worry about another person impeding. So Antonio, I hope you are watching. I hope you are loving what you're seeing. Farmer just trying to make Michael uncomfortable. Little show on the inside into turn 1. Now that is a proper view. Holy cow. 9 hours and 32 minutes. This is where it is coming down to. And while they might not be winning the race, they are definitely fighting for the battle.
Yeah.
And what a battle it has been so far. Some GT6 vibes there. And that's how you used to drive in GT6. You had to do the road view.
Yeah.
BOP is still intact, everybody. BOP is still intact. Talks. That's how you have to drive, man. That's how, especially when you're in that NSX. Yo, that was my favorite car on that Gran Turismo 6. The NXX. I think I had about 7 of them, all different colors, different rim configurations, different setups. I love that game. I really did. Yo. Lap time 202.227 for Michael, 202.5 for Farmer. Whoa! You did see that, right?
Yeah, I did see that.
That was Skitty going. It looked like he was aiming for Isham and wanting to send him to Jesus. What the heck happened there? There's no curb or anything on that exit there, is there? Mr. Fenter, please help us there. What happened? Because Skitty was coming all lacquer, then all of a sudden he skittied off the road. Yo, interesting.
Scary moment, eh?
Farmer losing a little bit of way there. 25 minutes left. And Farmer 0.3 slower that time.
I think the play is building between these two drivers now. Charles are getting worn down. Pressure is on.
The advantage that Farmer had is starting to dwindle. So now it's the battle of attrition. Has Farmer given him enough pressure? And I say enough pressure because there Michael goes and does a tour 2.0. Has he pushed him hard enough to be burning up enough fuel? Because I see that Russell is gone very, very quiet. I think he's doing all the calculations himself now.
Brain working overtime.
Yeah. Toki saying the bumper view was always his favorite until he hits the guy in front of him. Is that now or then, Talks? Do you drive bumper view now? I hope not. Yeah, there we go. Farmer starting to put on the pressure. I think he's now got to the point where he's like, well, 24 minutes left. Got to start adding way more pressure. Otherwise, he might be left wanting.
Sure.
Closed up on him very, very quickly there.
Yeah, because the idea for us to tell, are they going to make it on the fuel or not? So he needs to put the pressure, making sure Michael burns the fuel off.
Yeah. And that's because Russ did 25 minutes, or 27 minutes. But he gave the car to Michael to do like 24, 25 minutes, so that there were still like 2 or 3 laps of fuel, or 2 or 3 laps of fuel that he could have still done more. I mean, there's 2 or 3 laps that he can be burning to go faster, if you know what I mean. Because
Yes.
he doesn't have to do a 1 minute 30 now, he's only going to do 1 minute 26. "22 minutes left." Ron, and I know you're sitting here watching, you're happy, you're excited, but this is pretty intense, isn't it?
It's intense. I'm on the edge of my seat here.
And it's kind of that feeling where you're watching the World Cup rugby and you're seeing South Africa gonna be the next world champion, or the champions for the 4th time. You can see it has to happen, but it's just that anticipation of when and how.
Just exactly.
Like the writing's on the wall. Like Farmer, you got to overtake him, but Michael's just doing exactly what he needs to do, just keeping Farmer behind him.
Unfortunately, my SSC drive closed, so I have no idea on the stint timers. So this is a...
Don't worry, I can help you. So Farmer's been in the car for 54 minutes. Michael's been in the car for 1 hour and 2 minutes. Like I said, the advantage that Farmer had is now gone. They are now basically driving the car on a net basis, depending on how much fuel Michael has left in the car. Because Michael only needs to do another 20 minutes where... Whoa!
These two seems to get it on now, yeah?
We know the car can do 1 hour and 30. Michael's only doing 1 hour and 24 minutes. Which is 3 laps less than is what we know it can do.
Our longest stint for this race was hour 19, I believe, on a full tank. Then we ran out of fuel. But we weren't fuel saving at all.
Okay, which means that if you're doing a little bit of conservative driving, an hour 19, puts you maybe 2 laps, which puts you exactly what Michael's doing now.
Yes.
Well, Ron, there is now 20 minutes left, and we'll know what is going to happen.
Longest 20 minutes of my life.
And I'm pretty sure of Michael's, of Russ's, of Jason's, and of Antonio's. Oh, goodness. So for those, if you have just joined us, you have missed a whirlwind of a race. From our BOPs needing to be added manually, they are still all in check. To us having strange... It can only be marked as strange incidents, because what's happened is that it's equipment that is going weird. We saw Luke Addison getting stuck in 4th gear, him pulling over to the side of the track. We've seen Mark take the car from... That was a touch.
Yeah, but it's the slightest touches. Luckily both drivers are still safe.
A little flash there from Jason saying sorry.
And now the pressure's going to be on Jason to make up that lost time now.
Yeah.
18 minutes, and that time is now 1.5 seconds. But now we might actually get to see Jason's true pace, because there was a 2:03 versus Michael again, 2:02.1. And where Michael's best lap is a 2:02.0, it just shows you how consistent Michael is, just sticking that car at that low 2:02. So he's just doing it lap after lap after lap. And Jason needed to get past him a lot earlier to put the pressure to try pull away, which would have forced Michael to chase him. But Jason is right back on there now within that 1 second. And Antonia is saying she's now aged extra 30 years. 30 extra years in these last few minutes. Yes, and what I was saying is just like weird stuff. We had your brother then taking the car from Mark and it turning the one way and not the other, and he said it was linked to his force feedback, and they eventually retired the car. We had Etienne and his traction control button that getting stuck, and then not releasing it and changing the traction control as they're driving. We've had the rear puncture from Gerard, like just weird stuff. We reset our server and the BOP was taken away. We then manually loaded the BOPs and have had to, every time somebody goes out the server and comes back in, we've had to reload it in. So that in itself has been an interesting little bit of admin. But thanks very much to the admin help that we have been getting. We did have one incident that was reported, I think. I'm looking at you. Yes, one incident reported. And a reminder for BOP. Thank you very much. Yes, but we did get it. They were updated.
Ooh, going side by side here. Not just yet.
And that's because the outer wider line definitely gets you a better drive.
Most definitely is. Talk about all these failures we had in this race. It just shows you the importance. Clean your gear, check your equipment before a big race like this. Just practice your pit stops, practice driver swaps. Because it can all go sideways very quickly.
So we've got Arthur Mayer saying, Moy Ray Henry. Well, just so that you know, Arthur, should everything go according to plan and there's no weird drive-throughs or anything like that, it looks like the way the positions are, because I don't want to jinx anything, looks like this might be the way they finish. But a drive-through will definitely not serve anyone any good. You can just see Michael now at the point where needing to try and break the toe. Farmer having a little flash, trying to distract his competitor ahead of him. It's now in the last 15 minutes. So Farmer is definitely applying that pressure. Last lap, Michael 203.0, Farmer 202.8. Where's it gonna happen, Ron?
Sure. It's a hard track to overtake on. Michael's doing a great job here of defending, just keeping Jason behind him here.
There are 7 laps left.
7 laps left.
Of the 10 hours of Suzuka.
Unfortunately, you can only be patient this long. Then you'll have to set yourself up for a move.
Yeah.
Before the time runs out on you. These drivers have been at it for the last hour already.
And that is 100% correct, because Jason had to make up some seconds, but he did close them up and has, dare I say, been stuck behind him because can't find a way around. Michael has been in the car for an hour and 11 minutes. Jason an hour and 2 minutes. So Jason, inverted commas, has the better tires, the better fuel load in terms of being able to push, but Michael putting this car in all the wrong places for Jason. And 0.8 of a second as they go into turn number 1 is still too far for Jason to make a move. Like, I want to say, there's things I want to say, but I don't want to say them because I don't want to jinx anyone. And I don't want to show favoritism. What I'm going to say is I hope that there's enough fuel in the white car. And I hope that when the time comes that the move that gets made, it is done beautifully.
Yes, I agree with you there, Darren. We want to see a proper on-track overtake, if there is going to be one. But we want to see a proper battle all the way to the checkered flag here.
I don't want it to be one of those where he has to go in and splash. That would just be such an anticlimax of this race. But then again, it is the gamble that they subsequently put themselves in. And found themselves being dealt that card. And so far they are now 11 minutes away from knowing whether it's going to pay off or not. Oh goodness.
So that fuel calculator is working overtime at this stage.
You should have really run it into a bot and just let it auto-generate. Every lap, update, update, update. I'm telling you now, Russ is, besides himself, he's stopped talking to us. I'm sure he's got thousands and thousands of pieces of paper going to Michael saying no, because now Michael's gone and done a 201.8. Because if they've now done the calculation and gone, okay, Michael, you've got enough fuel, you can now hoy but that means it's now race on for the next 5 laps. Then, oh, he's wide. That car got very sideways.
The way I see it here, it seems Jason's fast in the first sector and a half, and Michael.
Let's just check here, because that car went in. Nah. Sorry, I overreacted. It wasn't as hectic as what it sounded. Because I just heard all 4 tires just screeching. It looked like it was sideways, but it was just that camera angle. Note to self, don't use that camera angle. Cameraman Tim getting himself all confused himself. So now we've had a lot of focus on that battle for 5th and 6th. And I promise you it does not take away the class of the team currently in shot. The Genesis Esports, having put it on pole position a good 9 somewhat hours ago. I was going to try and be very clever and work it out, but my brain just went no. And that is with Tommy, Abe, Cody, and Tariq. Absolute masterclass here this evening. Second place is currently held by Christian Deploy with Christian Fenter, as well as Fabian Noguer and Luke Addison. Again, we mentioned his very, very strange 4th gear stuck little session. So I got a red notice on my screen just to show that Jason Farmer was within that half a second. 8 minutes left to go. So I do not want to leave here, but also need to mention a great drive there by Henry and by Fleming. Some drive-throughs there for the 2 of them, as well as a stop and go. 2 stop and goes. Tell me it got 2 stop and goes and 6 drive-throughs. Yo. They have been into the pits 11 times. Oh, Jason.
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah.
I think I just aged 10 years.
Oh, goodness. Isham Domingo currently in 4th place with his teammate Mohat Musa for Project Vapor, currently in 4th and 4 laps ahead of the battle that you're currently seeing in aging the SARCO community. Because after 9 hours and 53 minutes, the last position 5 and 6 is going to be determined right at the end. We don't know how much fuel is left in the white Ferrari of Michael, because it is 6 minutes 36 to go. Jude Neville, him and his Eleanor crew, Andres Duprier and Dave Young down in 8th place. A tricky day there for them. Rob van der Heever in 9th place, him and Gerard Pretorius, and again a weird rear puncture, can't explain that. Then the purple tool with Ulrich, De Jager, Etienne Maton and Lucas hanging in there and able to cash in right at the end there, and that is Antonio Gamble. That is the No, that wouldn't have worked. But it is Jason's mom who said she has aged 30 years in the last couple of minutes. 5.5 minutes left here, Antonia. 5. And Jason losing a little bit of ground here. So, where are they? Okay. 3 laps, guys. This is it. There's 3 laps left of this race. So it's the one that
you just cross the line.
it's the one that Tommy is currently on, plus 2 more. Because he will have a half a minute to go to cross a lap. So 3 laps. All you need is 3 laps. And Farmer needs a second. So this is it. 3 laps from now. Michael, 202.022. Enough twos in that number, aren't they? Jason, a 202.107. So a Michael .06 faster than Jason Farmer that time around. But Farmer's gonna have to find the right spot, the right safe spot. Three minutes 33 at the beep. Beep.
Sure, you guys can hear my heartbeat, yeah.
So Tommy coming through the chicane. 3 minutes 20. 2 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. 2 laps to go. Jason's going to have to dig deep here. Provided Michael has enough fuel. Please, Michael, just have the fuel. Jason, just make the move. Okay.
2 laps left.
2 laps left. 2 laps left. So Jason was a second behind. He is still that second behind. This is where he seems to have been able to catch up a little bit of time on Michael. So he went a little bit wide there, so lost 0.3, but on the exit has gained that time up again. And that's, yeah, there we go. That time now down. He's already caught up 0.2 of a second as they now come up through turn 6. Jason touches the curb, just unsettles him. He loses a 10th. Where is Tommy? Tommy's coming towards 130R for the second last time. Cameraman Tim, can you move? There we go, thank you. I'm actually speechless. Like, is this gonna happen?
Jeez, I don't know.
Did. There we go. That's confirmation. So Tommy has now across the start-finish line to begin the final lap, and these two, it's going to come down to the final lap out of 10 hours of racing. A strategy that was, can I say, stumbled across, because they themselves didn't know that they had done a defensive move to the inside. Is Michael That's the way you want to do it. Has Farmer been able to make it stick? He's going to be around the outside. But great awareness there for both of those drivers, both allowing each other space through the chicane. Heartbeat moments right there. But this is it. This is their final lap. It's all going to come down to this. 18 seconds left of the race. Tommy, there he is through turn number 10. Michael ahead by 0.8 as they go through the S's. We know that Jason Farmer is quick through the section. He normally does catch up to the back of Michael. Oh, slap of the rear there for Jason, losing that traction. That's going to give some breathing space. You can see that gap on my side. 0.3 goes to 0.4. So Tommy is going to be preparing to go through 130R and cross the line. As we just quickly jump back to where Jason and Michael are. They're coming out through turn number 10. Through the chicane goes Tommy, out through the last corner. And that is a Genesis Esports win there. Crossing the line to take the first place. Christian Deploy. He's still a ways up, but we're going to go back 0.3 of a second. Jason is going to be in that slipstream. Michael's going to go to the inside as they head towards the 130R. Michael slaps the car to the outside to give him a wide entry.
Whoa!
Hanging on there into the braking zone through the chicane. And if ever there was a drive, if ever there was a strategy, man oh man, Michael Schultz and Russell's, holy cow, gentlemen, you brought that and showed that is what a strategy is. Jason Farmer just not able to get that move done. Absolutely
well done to Michael and Russ.
Incredible, absolutely fantastic.
Well done, boys. That was an epic battle to watch.
Yeah.
That, gentlemen, is what we call racing. Christian Deploy currently in a second place, so he is going to come through 130R. Henry Mayer crossing the line there in a third place. A great drive there for him. Isham and Mohat just not able to close that gap to get themselves ahead of their competitor, but they've now tied in terms of the overall standings. Michael Schultz, fifth there for him. Great drive, great strategy, great racing between the Zodiac team and LTR. Jason Farmer will finish off in second place with Ruan Heineke. Seventh is Sean Skitter. Eighth it is Jude. Rob van der Heever in ninth with his Rush team and Gerrit Pretorius, and coming home in 10th place Etienne Matong, Ulrich and Lucas Joubert.
What a race, gentlemen. What a race.
Yeah, definitely a great race.
Is all we can really say.
Yeah.
And that is the 10 hours of Suzuka. Holy cow.
Dylan, I'm going to thank you for making this possible. Thank you for an amazing race, and I'm going to leave you to it to go interview our podiums.
100%.
Congratulations to everybody for finishing the race. Well done, boys.
Yeah, well done.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, Dylan, I'm gonna love and leave you. Let you do your podium.
Awesome.
Your three winners.
Yep, thank you kindly.
No problem. Thank you.
So to everyone who's joined us on the stream, just give us just a minute or so. We just want to get our podium winners, and we definitely want to get Michael Schultz and Russell's in this lobby. We definitely want to have a chat to them. And give us a moment. We will be back shortly. Don't go away. I think you're going to want to hear this.
Mr. Jason.
There was nothing quite like paging through a new NAG magazine. The smell of those freshly printed pages, incredible game artwork, and of course, all the gaming and hardware insights you can handle. Did you know that the NAG magazine is back in print? Yes!
Grab the latest copy online. It's the 2023 annual edition, and each magazine is individually numbered. You can also look forward to an exclusive poster on each magazine, and there are 2 cover DVDs with exclusive game demos, apps, and many hidden Easter eggs. Get yours at shop.nag.co.za before they're all gone.
We feel you. There was nothing.
So, while we're waiting for our top 3 to come and join us, Michael, Russ, holy cow, gentlemen. What a crazy race there for you guys. And that strategy definitely worked out. And there was a time we were watching Jason Farmer chasing you, Michael, but it got to a point where the advantage that Jason had kind of faded, and it was you defending for your life.
That's a very good way of putting it, yes. And I had to feel safe while he was chasing me. I'm literally shaking. It's just so hectic. I finished with 1.2 liters.
Well, whatever happened, it happened. And yourself and Russell's have figured it out. That you cracked the code on how to only pit 7 times versus everyone else doing it at 8.
Unintentionally, may I add.
No, but absolutely a great race there. And let's go to you, Farmer. It must have been very frustrating trying to find a way, and then as soon as Michael decides, well, let's start playing this defensive, and just not able to get around him.
Yeah, he was just putting the car in every single right spot, and then he was quicker in the 3rd section, which put him in a little bit of a gap for me for the first split, which I was quicker. So yeah, he drove it really well. I'm sweating, heavy. It's 7 degrees inside my house and I'm pouring.
You are going to need to please go and just apologize to your mom, because she has said that she has aged another 30 years after that after that effort.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Russ, I do want to hear from you as well, because obviously you were listening to what we're saying on the live stream. We had Ruan basically telling us this is what's going on, this is what's happening, but it got to a point where you got very quiet.
Yeah, no, look, for 2 guys who forgot they signed up for the endurance race, coming in with no strategy at all, and halfway through realizing there's a strategy we can follow. Nah, look, at the end it got real quiet there, because I was stressing myself. Just focusing on telling Schultze just to keep calm the whole time, keep on exits, and just keep focusing on the exits. And then I basically went and sat in Farmer's car, and then just had a feeling of what Farmer was going to do the whole time. And I think we pretty much called all of Farmer's moves, which is why Schultz was able to defend like that. So, no, tops to Schultz, tops to Farmer. That was quite stressful.
That was awesome. And look, we didn't take away anything from the guys that had the podium. We are still just waiting for them to come and join us. But let's see who that is. The whole idea is to get as many people as possible in there to come and chat to us, because Why not? What a race. And after all the weird stuff that has happened from Luke Addison's car being stuck in 4th gear, like, I don't understand. How does something like that happen? To Mark Hennebury driving out of the pits, but selecting the keyboard as how he's controlling the car.
My word.
At Gerard Pretorius, they put on an old set of tires and land up getting 2 rear punches.
Yeah, that's one for the books. That
Santima, good evening. How are you?
Hello, hello.
Good.
Hello.
Who is that? I've just got an R there.
Hello.
Yeah, Fabian.
Fabian from the academy.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Thank you for today. It was a good race. Watch what the starts, but it was very okay. Good pace, and bring the car back. It was okay.
Thank you very much.
Fast.
And yes, you guys at the top there did go really quickly. Obviously, you guys were in the lobby with Luke. In the Discord with Luke. Was there something that happened with his equipment that got him stuck into 4th gear? Do you know what that was?
His wheel was broken.
So he had to reset the wheel, and did he change the wheel, or was it just a reconfigure that fixed it?
We had to go into the software and then we
resets. Yeah.
So, and Luke was really putting that pressure right up onto the back of the Genesis esports team. And do you think that would have been a little bit of a different outcome should that failure not have happened?
Yeah, we would have had a big battle, I think.
Well, it definitely didn't take away from any of the action, and well done to you guys for your 2nd place on the podium. Really awesome to see you racing and having some of our internationals coming and joining us here at SARCO. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To Henry and Fleming, obviously not able to join us here this evening. But gentlemen, well done. A great fight there for you. You had the Project Vapor guys on your behind for most of that race. A couple of little drive-throughs. And Fleming says that while he was looking for rain, all he got was some drive-throughs and a stop-go penalty. But yes, guys, look, we did have some issues with our BOPs. We addressed them when and how they happened. Thank you everyone for your patience. It's another learning for the next race, and we'll definitely make sure that the servers are not reset before the race, because that's what kicked all our BOPs out. It is what it is. We got on with it. We enjoyed ourselves, and we look forward to the next race on 9/11 and not September 11. That is the 9th of November. Is the Kalami? No, it's not. It's August. Sorry, it's August. 31st of August is the Kalami race. 9/11 is the last of Watkins Glen. So we are racing again 31st of August. Come check that out. And over the next week or so, we'll be posting the new SARCO season so we can get the league racing up and running. Gentlemen, thank you to everyone who joined us on the stream. Thank you to all the drivers. Big thank you to NAG once again for your support and putting up the prize money. We will be reaching out to each of the teams over the next couple of days and make sure that we get that prize money sent to you. Thank you, MSR, and we'll definitely go and check what happened with my ISP as to why we're getting those drop frames. But thank you, everybody. Absolute pleasure. It was a little bit tricky at some times, but I thought I was losing my mind and going a little bit hilarious. But we'll see you guys on the other side. And until then, guys, keep watching, keep racing, and thanks for watching.